Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Big news, big news, big news. Before we get started on Blitzball's channel with the dual stream, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Keep Pounding Facebook page for in game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, as well as um, scheduling for the channel and the Yahoo Sports Fantasy Football League information. So, Frank Wright has been fired, ladies and gentlemen. He has been fired. So, now what? We're going to talk about it in just a minute. What is going on, Blitz? Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. I got my stream running as well. Let me see if I can get you on there as well. And then we'll get started. A lot to talk about today. Oh, yes, it is. This is going to be exciting. Can't wait, can't wait. Cool, cool.
To help us out, but
There we
it
go.
is what it is.
Now they can see and hear you. Let's get this thing rolling.
Cool deal.
We're dual
Um,
streaming on both channels.
so I guess in the comment section, I'm already getting word, and I just saw your message. Greg Olson is interested in the head coaching position.
I mean, that's been confirmed on Bleacher Report and on the CBS News.
Why?
I don't know. Very interesting, isn't it? I'm gonna make sure
Don't
your
don't
stream is pulled up so I can
don't
check out
don't
your
get me
chat as
wrong.
well. There we go. And we
Don't
are
get
good to
me
go.
wrong. I love Greg Olson. He is Mr. Reliable, but no,
He doesn't have any
no.
coaching history, though.
Yeah,
I will
honest.
argue for the fact that he does understand this team better than most people because he was playing on it and he's been an analyst. So he would know better than anybody what's going on, but I don't know about this, man. Without the
I,
coaching history, that's a hard sell.
honestly, I don't think he should do it. Like with no coaching history and being put into a situation like this, I wouldn't do it. I honestly wouldn't do it.
Me neither.
Kudos to Greg Olson. I mean, if that's what he wants, more power to him. But Greg, I think you're making a big mistake. And honestly, dude, you're an excellent, excellent football player. The proof is there. Head coaching in the NFL level, dude. No, no, not Greg Olson. No,
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I love
get some coaching under your belt. Do some stuff with the organization, and then you can request it. Okay, now's not the time.
tight ends coach, sure, but head coach, no, no, no. Mm-mm.
Yeah, I would say the
But
same thing about Steve Smith. It's too early. Wide receiver coach maybe, but not head coach. If he were to ask, Luke Kuechly, yes, resounding yes. He's had scouting. He's had scouting
Dude, I
experience
would
with us, and he's very, very intelligent. Plus, he understands this entire organization. So yes, he would get
I
a
wouldn't
yes
e-
vote for me.
I wouldn't even consider him for head coaching. That like for first
Yes.
for first coaching job for first coaching job ever. That's a
Bro,
lot.
if there's any place that he would be a good fit for, it would be here. Because this is where he spent his entire career. He understands the Panthers better than anybody else. Absolutely. You
I
know,
mean, that's true, but we're
and
talking head coach. Head coach?
I think he could handle it. I got a lot of faith in my man Luke. I think he could handle it. Yeah, he doesn't like traveling, but, and that is part of the job. But I think if he really cares that much about this team and this organization, and he were to jump on board, try to get that head coaching job, then yeah, I could see it.
Uh, David's for it. He's for Greg Olson. He says Greg is a smart man. Oh, there's definitely no denying that. But
Yeah.
we're talking about somebody coming in like as a head coach. Number one, as a head coach for the first time in his career, ever,
Mm,
like
yeah.
ever. And we're talking about somebody that's coming into the situation with the Carolina Panthers that they're in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so that's the only thing with that. Damien says Ron didn't have any head coaching experience before he became a Panthers head coach. Dude, he was a defensive coordinator. He was a defensive coordinator and linebackers coach.
Yes, he
Greg
was.
Olson doesn't have any coaching experience. That's not the same thing, Damien. That's not the same thing. Ron Rivera has been a coach. He hasn't been a head coach until he came to the Panthers, but he was a D coordinator and a linebackers coach. That's not the same thing. That's
I
not
I feel
that's
like
not a
people
fair
are
comparison.
making too much out of this, and we should just move on and get to the main things here. With
Uh,
all due love and respect, I think it's a great topic to discuss, but right now we got much bigger things on our plate to deal with. All right,
I mean,
so
I'm cool with it. My whole thing. David says, "What if he breaks history books as a coach like he did on the field?" I understand he hasn't been a coach, but I believe in it. But here's the thing, David. What are you basing it off of? Like, more power to you, and
yeah,
more power to Greg Olson for wanting to try. But
yeah,
like, what are you basing that off of? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, we're talking head coach, the head honcho of the coaching staff. That's a lot. That's a big responsibility.
which has
Like,
been really, really red hot lately because we ran through about 6 coaches if you count the interims.
yeah, that's
You're
that's
not going to
like
have that job long because Tepper doesn't has kept these head coaches on a short leash.
that's kind of like you coming out of college and your
He's
first job
impatient.
is and you're it's like you're coming out of college and the first job you apply for is the CEO position. That's like
Right,
that's not really.
right.
I don't think. I just I have a hard time trusting in that. Like that's way too much.
I
That's way
agree.
too much.
I agree.
Super Trebo says, "Sup guys, this team is a clown show right now. We are the laughing stock Comedy Central of NFL. Wonder who will want to come coach here. Hopefully it's someone good." That's a good point. Who would really want to come? Well, Greg Olson apparently is interested, so that's one. Um,
That is
Mis-
one, ladies and gents.
Mr. Harvey says, "Were the other coaches brought on by the head coach? Why fire so many? Will there be more firings?" Uh,
As far as we
will there be?
know, no. But I mean, they are currently looking at Scott Fitterer right now, but they haven't fired him. There was the expectation, according to ESPN, that he would be fired by the end of the day. But no one has actually confirmed any suspicions or expectations within the organization or the front office itself.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, as far as we know, that's not going to happen.
And
if it was going to happen, it would have already.
And as far as I know, I believe that was Frank Reich's coaching staff that he brought on, as far as I know.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. So there's that. Let's see. Damien says, okay, maybe Ron wasn't a good example, but look at Deion Sanders had zero coaching experience. Yes, dude. He was a head coach before at previous schools before he came into college. Do the research, man. He has been a head coach before he started coaching at college. He coached at 3 different schools, was an offensive coordinator before he came to Jackson State and Colorado. Yes, he has coaching experience, Damien. That's not a valid comparison. That's not a valid comparison.
All right, so moving on to the next topic that I want to kind of cover here. I've sent this to you, Bliss, and I want you to show that on stream because this is important. This is very important.
What is this? Okay,
I'm gonna put this on screen myself because I want people to see this. I showed this in my previous stream.
Okay,
just do screen capture.
Other profile. Yeah, I gotta switch it to my other profile since I'm signed into the. Okay.
Let me make sure it reads it. Got it. Cool. All right, so.
Okay, can y'all see that on my screen? But yeah, says highest win percentage since 2019, all 4 professional leagues. Look at where the Carolina Panthers is at. .303. Now this is including NFL, NBA, MLB, and NHL.
Are y'all seeing this right now? This is embarrassing. We can't even beat out the Detroit Pistons. Y'all. Let's take a look at some of the other ones that are down here with us. We got the Jets. We got the Jaguars, who are currently working on their win percentage right now. They won't stay down there long. The Giants. How about the Texans, who just drafted C.J. Stroud? How about the Bears, who just took our number 1 pick? Oh, and not to mention, let's talk about the Falcons. We can't even beat out the Falcons. The Falcons! We got the Denver Broncos, who Sean Payton just took over. They won't stay down there long. They're still in the playoffs. You got the Washington Commanders. I mean, this is laughable at this point. You got the KC Royals, who have been embarrassing in baseball. You got the Arizona Cardinals, who are a joke right now.
Yeah.
The Rockets have been awful in NBA.
Yep.
Then you've got the Pittsburgh Pirates, who've been awful in baseball for the longest.
When were they ever good, to be honest?
Yeah. They homegrown all their players. They home develop all their players. You got the Cleveland Cavaliers. There's no way. Detroit Tigers, surprisingly, are down there. Chicago Bulls are surprisingly down there. Then you got the Rockies, who've been awful in baseball. The Hornets are down there with 427. I mean, we can't beat out any of these teams? Any of them? I mean, this is embarrassing at this point. This is embarrassing. And by the way, folks, I want to put this into perspective. Did you see the Giants score over the New England Patriots this weekend? Blitz.
No.
Guess what the score was?
I don't know. They won by
10-7.
That's it.
10-7.
Well, then again, they're both struggling teams, so.
Ladies and gentlemen, 10-7, and the Giants won with a rookie quarterback.
Well, I mean,
and we get 10 points, and we can't win over a struggling Titans team? Are you kidding me with this? This is laughable. No wonder Tepper was pissed off in the locker room. But my thing is, Tepper, you had like how long to fix this, and you didn't? And this is your grave. You're lying in it now. Okay, sir? You really are. And miss me with this, oh, I'm going to evaluate the coach at the end of the year. Miss me with that. Also miss me with the fact that you were pissed off in the locker room. You, sir, do not have a right to be pissed off. You only own this team, and you screwed up by hiring this clown that has done nothing. So, no. You do not have a right to be pissed off. The players have a right to be pissed off because half of their salaries got used to create this roster that we got nothing out of. The Charlotte taxpayers have a right to be pissed off because they are required by law to pay for this stadium and these players' salaries.
Hey, what's up, Mr. Carolina?
What's going on, gentlemen?
Hey, how you feeling?
How's it going, man?
Tired. What's going on, fam? I got into town at 3 in the morning, got like 2 hours of sleep before I had to go to work. But I am running on E, but my spirits got lifted once you sent me that text message. I'm not even going to lie to you.
Hey!
Hey, party time. Like, I never wish nothing bad upon nobody, so, again, blessings out to him and his family. But, like, dude, at this point, you are not helping the situation. There's been no growth. There's been no development. You're just, everything is stagnant.
Right.
Rice wasn't growing. He was regressing.
Right.
And this all-star staff that you have put together offensively was not working. And then you guys do realize that this is twice. Literally within, if you want to put it in figurative terms, within a year, he's been fired twice without finishing a season. He didn't finish with Indy. He didn't finish with us.
Right.
So you've been fired twice in season. That's how bad of a head coach you are.
Yep.
So what? And then to this point, I don't know if y'all probably made it already. We are on 6 coaches, gentlemen, in 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
6 coaches in
Facts.
6 years. We are 30. I think they put up statistics. We are 4.
Oof.
You know how bad that is?
Extremely bad.
Oh, we were just discussing that, actually. If you've seen the chart over the course of 4 different sports, we're talking NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball, and Major League Hockey, we are dead last in all 4 sports since 2019, with a winning percentage of, drumroll please, 303.
We are in the likes of no disrespect, we are in the likes of like the Detroit Pistons of basketball.
Oh, we're worse than the Pistons.
We're worse.
They were 308 right above us.
We are so bad, but this is a man that says he will not accept mediocrity. But yet,
that line came from me, by the way. Stop misusing my phrase, Mr. Tepper.
It's like, we're poverty, dude. We're not even mediocrity. And then, I find it refreshing sometimes, but I find it annoying at the same time when you hear these other outlets saying the same thing that we said.
Yep.
Like his ego literally got in the way because you had the coach in house that majority of your fan base and players were asking for. You had him in house. But your ego said, I need an offensive minded guy. Well, congratulations, you played yourself. You got your offensive guy, it didn't work.
And to be fair, Frank has been gaslighting everybody. Let's be real about that. Frank has been gaslighting everybody. He gaslighted the players, he gaslighted the fans, he gaslit the general manager and the owner here, as well as the Colts. Into making us think that we were about to have like a playoff team. Oh, we're about to do so well. Nope.
So here's the thing. This is why I really want to get this started at. I honestly feel that this has to go all the way up to the top of the food chain. David Tepper.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Oh yes.
Like, and the reason why I say this, and see, this is what has me concerned. Now, we got to remember, David Tepper, with his coaching picks, along the years have gotten worse. Because let's keep in mind.
Yep.
He fired Ron Rivera. You know, Ron Rivera was, the last best. Third Matt Rule.
Yep.
Got worse.
Yep.
Third year. Fired before he could finish.
Yep.
Steve Wilkes came in, did a better job. Decided not to keep him or, to make him permanent head coach. And then went from that to Frank Reich. And once again, got even worse than Matt Rule. If you ask me, there needs to be some sort of staff or personnel that needs to step in and really take charge in this coaching search. Not David Tepper, not Nicole Tepper. Their hands, all they need to do is just hit the green light. Okay, sign them. I trust your judgment. Sign them. That's all they need to do. Like, I don't want no more of this, oh, he reminds me of me. Oh, he looks like me. Oh, no, I don't want
no more of that.
With this, whoever this next head coach will be for, the immediate future, long term, I don't want David Tepper's hands anywhere except signing the paycheck to approve. That's all I want him to do.
Right. You need to get somebody to delegate these decisions for you, Mr. Tepper, because you have no clue what you're doing. You're treating this like a kid's toy. And it's a $1 billion franchise.
It's like he's a spoiled kid with a lot of money and happens to have his hands on an NFL team. Because keep in mind, I want y'all to keep in mind, because so many folks well, he came from the Pittsburgh Steelers. But y'all have to remember, he was a minority owner. He was not the main owner. He was minority owner.
Exactly.
This is the same moron that wanted to fire Mike Tomlin.
That's.
Oh, wow.
That's right. No, Mr. Carolina's right.
Oof.
It's the same moron that wanted to fire Mike Tomlin, one of the most stable coaches in the NFL. The guy that hasn't had a losing season. So he wanted to fire Mike Tomlin. This is how much of an idiot David Tepper is.
Oh, my goodness.
Exactly.
Could you imagine Pittsburgh without Mike Tomlin? Like, just really think about that. They're the epitome of stability at the head coaching position. That man has established culture within Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something that we wish we had here again since he's been here. We haven't had that. Mike Tomlin demands and commands respect in that locker.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And
Steve, that's what I'm saying.
and the awesome thing about it, it's the only head coaching job he's ever had in his entire coaching career, all with the Pittsburgh Steelers since 2007.
Yep. That's a fact.
Like
Never
he's
had a losing season.
and never had a losing season. Yes,
Yep.
he's been a positional coach at previous, places in the NFL and in college, but first and only head coaching Pittsburgh.
Mm.
Most consecutive non-lose no, most consecutive non-losing seasons to begin coaching career. He holds the record at not 1, not 5, not 10, 16.
And that's what I'm saying.
I heard Pittsburgh
Stability.
only had like 3
Stability.
coaches in their entire tenure.
You don't want to know why? Because they understand it's a process. It is
Yep.
a process.
Yeah, preach.
Mike, that's what I'm saying with Tepper, and that's what I kept thinking about it, and I was looking at it as well. Mike Tomlin struggled a little bit, and thank God David Tepper didn't have any pool. Thank God he didn't have any pool. They were going through a little rough patch with the Big Ben. I think it was a little bit after Big Ben. We got to fire him. No, you idiot. You don't fire a coach that's been there through the good times just because you're struggling a little bit because you're switching quarterbacks. Or your quarterback is struggling at the moment. You don't switch it off of that. And now look at him.
That's why Ron Rivera got fired.
Because
Yep.
Ron Rivera got fired. That's what I said. Because
he had pull.
Our owner is just, he's impulsive. This is a business, but this is not Wall Street, dude. You can't make those kind of decisions with a football. You can't win championships in football. You can't buy them. You cannot buy a championship.
Mm-hmm.
So you can go get this coach and go get this coach, but if they're not the coach for the players, it's not going to work. From what it was saying, and that's what I said, and I pointed
This
this out
isn't
earlier,
baseball. This is the New York Yankees, man.
You can't do that. And what it was is, yes, the offensive line has been in shambles,
Mm-hmm.
but again, I'll say this again, gentlemen. This is the same line that Steve Wilkes had humming towards the end of last season.
Yes, sir.
The same damn offensive line.
Yes, sir.
That we keep saying looks like some shit.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Wilkes had them boys playing. Dave Campen had them boys playing because they played to their strengths. We are not a West Coast pass blocking team. That's not who we are.
We don't even know what this scheme is that he's trying to run.
Frank didn't even know what the damn scheme was.
Exactly. We don't have a scheme. What scheme? It looks like some 10-year-old's Madden's playbook that they just randomly threw a bunch of plays together, and they're just like, hey, let's try to win with this on easy mode.
That's why I said this was a Tecmo Bowl playbook. Nintendo was this was a
Tecmo
Bowl playbook.
Nintendo. That's how far back we're going.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what the players respected about Steve Wilkes. When you're talking to grown men that has family and mortgages to pay,
right?
You can't come in here with a half-cocked BS scheme and think we're going to buy it.
Right.
No. Frank Wright was never a leader of men no matter what location he was at.
Facts.
When every stop that he had, he showed that in Indy. He showed that here.
He gaslit everybody, bro.
He knew he was on borrowed time. Frank Wright knew he was on borrowed time.
That's a fact.
What he did, he tried to save face when he took over play calling duty. But guess what, stupid? The person you took the play calling duties from got it right back because they fired you.
Mm-hmm.
You look like a moron. So now,
which is a direct attack against the owner, by the way.
It was. That was a slap right in David Tepper's face. So he's like, oh, you want to take it back from him after I told you to give it to him. Okay, no worries. You better I know you're not going to beat Dallas, but you damn sure better not lose to Tennessee. What did you do? You lost to Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, you took over play calling, Frank. And you guys realize, I think it said in the last the month, we've scored no more than 2 touchdowns. We have not scored 2 touchdowns in a game. as an offense.
Mm-hmm.
As an offense, let that sink in, gentlemen. For the whole month, we have not scored more than 2 touchdowns on offense.
Ooh.
You know how
Frank has
bad
no
that
business
is?
being an NFL coach at all.
And I'm sorry, the play that I know I was able to watch a little bit of it. Like I said I was driving back from Atlanta, but the play that blew it for me, the play that I
Go ahead.
wondered if I could have got out
I
my
got
car
one too.
and thrown it across. I could have thrown it across the highway.
I got one too,
Why
bro.
on God's green earth are you calling a screen pass to DJ Chark on 4th and 6 with the game on the line?
Yeah.
That's one of them.
Why?
That's one of them. That's one of them. I got one for you too.
Why?
With the game on the line, why
Game
would
on
you
the
do
line.
that?
And if you look at the play, if you look at Bryce Young, he just puts his head down and it's like, what the are we doing?
Exactly.
Dude.
It was crazy. Like you could see, because I remember that play. It's like you could see him. Like
Oh, my God.
I'm really running this play. I'm really actually running this play. A wide receiver screen on 4th and 6. Oh goodness. And not to mention, let me also mention that the defense kept the Titans out of the end zone and out of field goals for the entire second half.
Bruh, I got a play for you as well. I got one for you as well. 3rd and 1, and he decides, no, we're not going to use Chuba Hubbard. No, we're not going to use Miles Sanders. No, we're not even going to try a quarterback draw. No, we're going to lateral it backwards to Miles Sanders, 8 yards behind the line of scrimmage, to the man that has the worst average yards per carry of the team, and expect him to do anything with 2 Titans guys right in his face. It takes a 9-yard loss.
You're talking about the option pitch, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there like, is this supposed to be a flea flicker? What is this play? I'm like, why? Why would you call that on a 3rd and 1? Frank, you're an idiot.
Yeah, that was.
You were a straight up idiot.
You know your scheme is bad when Adam Thielen.
That's the one that pissed me off.
One catch. The guy that you have activated. Okay. And I'm going to beat this dead horse as well. Of course, y'all know my saying. I'm going to beat the dead horse, wake his ass up, and beat him to death again.
Do it, bro.
Do it.
So, you have Terrace Marshall Jr. as a healthy scratch. You have Raheem Blackshear as a healthy scratch. Why? For a guy that you pulled off the practice squad that you didn't even play.
For what reason?
So, and then that's the part that I said that pisses me off.
And you want to jam in 2 or 3 passes into double coverage to Thielen when you know he's not open.
And that's the part that annoys me. Because
nobody else is open?
He's force feeding Thielen. And then we can't even do that one. So, you have a young receiver inactive because you wanted to show us what Mingo and Chark could do, which was absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Instead of you switching it up, saying, hey, you know what, Terrace, let's give you another shot because you actually have shown that you can catch the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And my scheme is so bad that you really, even when you get open, we're not throwing you the ball. So I'm going to healthy and activate you just so I can save face to make it seem like I knew what I was doing when I drafted this player or when we signed Chark. Which, Chark, you can. Why didn't you healthy scratch DJ Chark? Because he ain't doing nothing when he's on the field. So why is he out there? Why is he active every Sunday?
Point.
And is not doing anything.
He actually did get a catch.
How about we see we have these young receivers? So let's see what we have in these young receivers because, as you can clearly see, Chark is not going to be part of this team's future.
Nope.
How about you inactivate him? Okay, if you want to see what Mingo can do, how about you put Mingo in the slot instead of putting him out on the outside because that's not his strength. Everybody that's seen Mingo knows he's not a burner. That's not what he does.
Facts.
You're playing that young man out of position. Play him where he can be most effective in the slot. But we're not doing that. That's what I said.
this offensive coaching staff made as much as we were hyped. They were not putting these players in position to be successful. And I kept saying this on these shows. If a coaching is not the coach's job is to put players in position to be successful.
Right.
These players were never put in a position to be successful. Bryce Young, for the things that he does as a rookie, and some of it does frustrate me, was never put in a position to be successful because the scheme that Frank Wright brought in did not fit his strengths. The players that we brought in did not fit what Bryce Young was trying to do. The scheme that Frank Wright tried to put in did not fit this offensive line strengths. We like to run it down your throat. Steve Wilkes got that.
Right. Oh yeah.
We are grind it down your throat, but we're going to take our shots down the field at the same time. I want y'all to count on. You can count on one hand, gentlemen, and call me a liar. How many times was Bryce Young under center? How many times was he under center? How many times was Will Levis under center? You want to know why? Because it gives the defense a different look when you put the quarterback under center.
Right.
It makes the safeties look a little bit hard. I mean, the man's short enough. It makes you look differently as a linebacker and a defender when I got to find you because you're under center. When I already know you're in shotgun. Okay, we know what you're doing here, sir. We got you.
Pretty much.
Okay, you're in shotgun.
I got a super chat. Thank you, David Screws, for that super chat. He says 1 in 10 with the 7th best defense in the NFL is crazy.
Yeah, let that sink in. Our defense has had us in every single game to win. Our defense, even with all
we
the
have wasted one of the
defense
best
had,
defensive years we've ever had.
Every game to win. We've been in every game, but our offense can't score more than 15 points if we're lucky.
Yeah, that's
a big if. We can't get more than 15 points if we're lucky.
God.
So, but we brought in all these offensive-minded. That's what they said. When there's too many chiefs and not enough Indians, there's too many chefs and not enough apprentices in the kitchen because we had too many chefs.
That's what I was concerned might happen, man. When I started watching this staff come in, that's what I was concerned about.
There's too many chefs in the kitchen, and the head chef is cooking a sour-ass meal.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's no seasoning on his food.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can see it. You can call out Frank Wright's plays. That's what I'm saying. And then his decision making on plays that don't make sense. I'm gonna keep going. You forgetting players are not on the field, and you're calling the play for him, and he's standing next to you, looking at me like stupid. You realize I'm next to you, right?
Facts.
How you call a play for me, and I'm looking at you?
Yeah.
Oh, damn! I forgot you caught all those passes the other week. Damn, I didn't even play you. That's the coach that the game has been passed Frank Wright by. It been passed him by. We all know it passed. It was clear
of course.
Hell, it was clear when he got fired in any of the game that passed him by. So how the hell did he get another head coaching job within a year, within 2 months? Yeah. You got another job within 2 months, and then you got fired. Scotty Fitt, you're next. I hope to God you're next because you screwed us for the next year or two because we don't have a first-round draft pick.
Here's the thing when it comes to Scott Fitterer. Okay, imagine what could come after Scott Fitterer if we fire him. And remember who is going to hire the new GM if you fire him. It's still going to be Tepper. The man who is 0 for 2 on hiring head coaches. Do you really want him hiring a GM on top and a head coach now?
Here's the thing, though, bro. Like, what? Like, do you honestly have confidence that Scott Fitterer can turn this ship around? Because here's the thing. So remember there are 4 specific points that I made about Scott Fitterer. 4 things to keep in mind because, while this was somebody that I tried to vouch for a while, now seeing how things have developed. Seeing how things develop, there's 4 things that stand out to me when it comes to Scott Fitterer. Number 1, he's finishing up his 3rd year now. 3rd year as, general manager. And like I said, we've only had, 1 7-win season in this, with the other 2, with the other being 5, and this one, is still going, but right now 1 in 10. That's one thing that stands out to me. Number 2, out of 22 players that we've drafted since Scott Fitterer has come here, 9 of them are no longer with this team, and there's still some that are very questionable talent that are still here, where we don't even know if these guys will even like blow up eventually or just stay the same and maybe go elsewhere. But 9 just not even making it with a good number of those folks being from that first year, which you got to remember, that first year we had 11 picks. 11. We went from 11 picks to 6 picks the next year to 5 picks recently, potentially the same number or less for the next offseason. That's not good. That is not good. And then you have to also factor in one of the things is it's going to be a risk regardless of whether we keep them or get rid of them. But at some point, we're going to have to make a decision on certain players that we have, and we already don't have a great track record of keeping the necessary players that we need to. Why is the whole Brian Burns contract situation even still a thing right now when he is literally one or arguably one of the best players that we have on the team? We paid DJ Moore a ginormous contract, and just like that, sacrificed him to go up to get Bryce Young, which, like I said, bold move. Like, I get it, but the way it looks is very questionable. Like, I understand that Scott came from a spot in Seattle, which, like I said, I understand that he was never a GM until he came here. But at the same time, looking at how the talent has panned out up to now, not to mention the trades that have happened, put us into this bad situation where we don't have a first round, not even sure if we'll even get a first round. And right now we have, 5 picks for 2024? And we have to concentrate on building around Bryce. I mean, that should be one of the main objectives then. And just, some of the picks in general have been kind of questionable. I mean, one of the picks was a dang on long snapper. And we still, the one with DJ Johnson is still very much unknown, not to mention we traded up to get him. The whole quarterback carousel situation. I mean, like, we've had, 7, 8 different quarterbacks? Like, at some point, looking back on it, like, we gotta include Scott Fitterer in that discussion. We got to. Like, I could understand if this was his first year as GM, but it's about to be 3 years. Like, and then the whole manipulation part, like, I mean, I get that point, but
that's what I was about to allude to, but I'm going to let you finish. Go ahead. I'll rebuttal with that.
The thing with that is, I mean, the guy is the GM. Whether it's good manipulation or bad, you can't let stuff like that influence you when you're in that type of position. Like,
and my whole point is, you don't want. He needs to stop letting people manipulate him.
But why is that an issue, though? Why is manipulation even an issue?
You're the GM.
You know what I mean?
You are the next.
You're weak-minded,
to the
but
owner. So at the end of the day, it's the owner, the GM, then the coach. So the GM is pretty much the middleman. But at the end of the day, the GM is hired to make personnel decisions to make the team better.
The problem is Frank was gaslighting everybody and took control of the whole thing. He had more power than the GM and the owner combined. That's not acceptable. Yes, he did.
How do you feel about that, Mr. Carolina? Do you feel like he? I mean, I don't know.
I wouldn't say he had more power, because if he had more power, he still have a job.
I mean,
I would say he we tried to pass Frank Wright off as this feel good story because again he threw the first pass as a Carolina Panther,
And that's
and
exactly what Mr.
I
Tepper's
feel
been
like
doing. He's been hiring feel good
what
stories.
what he came in is was Frank Wright was passed off as this guru, and I'm gonna come back to Frank Wright too, but I'm gonna make a couple points here as I'm talking about Frank Wright.
Yeah, go for it.
We want to realize too as well this coaching staff that was assembled from his suggestions. Now, if you look at it, Houston is dancing for a couple reasons, and I'm not even going to say because of C.J. Stroud. The young man is playing well, but if you guys remember, who was supposed to be their head coach before they brought up the Rooney Rule? If you remember, Josh McCown was about to become the head coach of the Houston Texans before they implemented the Rooney Rule.
Oh, that's
Mm.
right. That's right.
Let
Solid
that
point.
sink in. The same moron that has Bryce Young looking like Ryan Leaf and David Carr combined, running for his life, was about to be the head coach of the Houston Texans. So Houston dodged a huge nuclear bomb in that one.
They really did.
Josh McCown has no coaching experience whatsoever.
Facts.
Zero. But he was about to become a head coach of the Houston Texans. Why?
You can't even get to an offensive coordinator role. You just skip the offensive coordinator role to go straight to head coach? No.
That man has never coached middle school football,
No.
high school football, college football, but he's about to become an NFL head coach. Why?
He hasn't even
That
been a
man was
coordinator yet. Why?
he was a journeyman quarterback that had a bad NFL career, but he was about to become a head coach.
And
Yeah.
we
Okay.
have him trying to train up and pick one round one quarterback? I don't think
But he
so.
and that's comes to the ineptitude of Frank Wright and Scott Fitterer. Mainly Frank Wright because you brought him in.
Yeah.
So,
How did you think that was going to go?
Deuce, it terribly wrong because Josh McCown, no Frank, and I want everybody to look at this as well. Frank Wright nor Josh McCown had any real success in NFL as quarterbacks. Zero success. Zero.
None.
So, but then you want them to lead a franchise, $1 billion franchise. You want them to coach up your number one overall draft pick, and they couldn't even coach themselves so to be successful quarterbacks in the NFL.
Literally,
And
how did you think that was going to go?
and that's my point. At least Deuce had a successful football career,
Right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
but with that one, and I think, and I'm with you when Jason when you texted me this as well earlier. I don't think Deuce should have been let go
Yeah, I kind of hoped he
because
would stay too.
you can teach up the running backs all you want to, but if there's no line to run through, if the offensive line doesn't have overall scheme of what we're doing, what did you expect the running backs to really do?
Right.
Right.
Chuba did his thing when he could, but I get why he was. I get it, but I don't get it because I'm pretty sure Deuce was beating the horn to get Miles Sanders in here. Now Miles Sanders has looked decent, but for all that money, we could have
Yeah.
just saved that money and gave it to C-Mac.
Yeah. When you really
But
think
how
about
much
it.
of that was him just being misused, though? Because they kept trying to run him into 6 to 8 man boxes straight up the middle, and that's just not going to work. You can't run any running back except for a power back up the middle in a 6 man to 8 man box and expect him to get
See,
more
that's
than 3 yards. I don't care who it
again,
is.
and that's where we have this. We've had this discussion before, but these are the same. Remember, you got to remember, of course, these are the same boxes that Chuba was running into and having better success.
Because
Yeah.
this
The
was an
same run.
offensive minded offensive line. You know,
It's the same run.
they're not gonna block for Miles
here's
Sanders when the box is filled up 6 to 8 men.
here's the thing though. We have to also and
Where's he supposed to go?
This is going back to hearing some Philadelphia Eagles fans were kind of half and half on Miles Sanders, like thinking that a lot of it was the system that he was in, which I mean garnered his best season last year with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah.
So I mean it just really makes me wonder like how much of it was on Miles and how much of it was on him not being utilized properly here.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna find out. It's gonna. He and Shuba, and again, it's hard because, but I'm anxious to see because we're really gonna see for these last, was it 6, 7 games?
Seven.
Yeah.
7 games.
No, I think
6
it's
games.
6. Yeah, 6.
Yeah. We're really going to get the chance to see a little bit of what Thomas Brown could actually be as a coordinator. Now they're saying he most likely will not be back next year. Don't know. Um, Heard a few names pass out there. And I saw, Corey, what you sent to me earlier, and I was reading something on it. As much as I love Greg Olson, no, that's another Jeff Saturday.
Yeah.
That that's a hell no.
I just happened to see it, and I tossed it your way, and I figured, okay,
that's a hell no.
Yeah,
No.
and as I was saying before you got on, Mr. Carolina, I will always love and respect Greg Olson. Dude is Mr. Reliable for a reason. You know, one of, if not the best tight end to have ever put on a Carolina Panthers uniform. But as much as I love him, the dude has no coaching experience, and to be thrusted into the lineup,
right?
as the head coach,
It's not gonna work.
No, that's a no go for me.
And then somebody also in the chat mentioned Steve Smith as well. Same thing.
Same thing.
No. It's a cute idea. No, you as a leader of men, and again, I know they were leaders, but it's a difference between being a player and being a leader than being the head coach and being a leader. Because if I'm a player, I'm really responsible for the locker room. And I might pet my guys up, but as the head coach, you are responsible for every moving thing in that building.
Mm-hmm.
Everything. You have to understand every little detail, and you have to come in there with a game plan. You can't just say, "Oh, I want to be a head coach." That's cool. I want to be 7 feet tall, but I'm not going to be that. Yeah. You have to be realistic. If we're looking at candidates, and then we keep coming up to Ben Johnson. Don't be surprised if Ben Johnson says people are going to look at this team and be like, "Dude, I'm not going there. Your owner is out of control. He doesn't, until he learns how to step back. It's not as attractive." Now, I'll put it this way: if I'm looking at this team, and if they're going to interview me for a head coach, the one thing that I'm demanding off break is that the defensive coordinators be retained.
Yeah.
Because that defense, again, is playing lights out.
Evero is retained.
Yes, he has proven himself as a leader of men on that defensive side. That
Good
whole
decision.
defensive staff to be retained because they have done a phenomenal job with our defense. With everything going on, that whole defensive staff needs to be offensive staff. You can let everybody go, as far as I'm concerned. Everybody can get out the door because it looks bad.
So here's my question to that: why Chris Tabor and not Coach Ajaro for interim head coach?
I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought
I
it up.
I am too. I got a few points too.
I'm going to give you the God honest answer to it.
Go
because
for it.
David Tepper did not want Steve Wilkes 2.0.
That's true.
He didn't want it.
That was one of my points.
Because that whole team starts playing for a man that they believe in. Now you have the same scenario as you had last year with another African American coach.
It's a dummy mission.
If you do not hire this man as the permanent head coach, you're going to turn a lot of players off. Brian Burns, I don't give a damn he said, "I'll take every fine you give me. If you do another black coach the way you did Steve Wilkes, we are all out of here."
Mm-hmm.
Because you're showing your true colors.
Not to mention the 70+ million that you wasted.
Mm-hmm. If that man came here, we played our butts off because we told you last year, and Brian Burns was one of the guys that came out in favor of Steve Wilkes. Mm-hmm. That's who we want as our head coach. That's who we want to coach us. And so now, if they come out and say, Ezra is who we want as our head coach, and you don't hire him as the head coach, you're really going to you're not only going to turn this fan base off, you're not only going to turn the minority fan base off, you're going to turn off your players. Just says, okay, so it's kind of like a FU. I do what I want to do. You play for me. Shut up and go play football.
Right.
So he played it safe and said, you know what? Let me just let the interim, let me just give it to him because he's done this before. So if they play well, he already knows, Tabor already knows he's not becoming the head coach. He already knows that.
Oh yeah.
That's a given.
He'll
So
go right back to
what it
special
is
teams coach.
Most likely.
yeah, they're trying to make this team look more attractive to the next guy. And I
Right.
keep hearing whispers, and I may be crazy. I'm already crazy, but I may be a little bit more crazy. Watch them either throw it back and watch what I tell y'all. Because I have a feeling
Okay.
they're gonna throw a bag at either Steve Wilkes to try to get him back to say I'm sorry because that's the feel good story that they should have had, or keep an eye on that gentleman up in Washington.
Ron
And I don't
Rivera.
mean Ron Rivera. Look at try to throw a bag at Eric Bieniemy to try to get him out of Washington because Eric Bieniemy, gentlemen, should have been a head coach.
Right.
He should have been a head. And what is he also? What David Tepper likes? He's an offensive-minded guy that came from a successful coaching tree with all Andy Reid's disciples. Majority of them have been successful wherever they go.
Yep.
My
Because the
question is,
man knows football.
what lured him out of KC in that lofty, beautiful offensive coordinator job that they just got a Super Bowl? You know, what
Because
lured him out of there?
You want to prove yourself. That's I want you to
That's
see
what's
that,
going to
you know
lure
what?
him to Carolina.
Yeah.
I want to prove myself that I can do this thing outside of the shadow of Andy Reid. Now, if you look at Washington's offense, I'll take Washington's offense right now over ours because Eric Bieniemy is literally coaching that offense.
Oh yeah.
And
Yep.
Washington's offense looks better than ours.
Yep.
Way better than ours. And their offensive line, if I'm mistaken or not, has given up more sacks than our offensive line has as well. But you know what? Their offense actually looks exciting to watch because I actually watch them sometimes when I split screen my TV. I'd actually watch Washington's offense because it functions. It knows how to sustain drives. Their offensive line, gentlemen, is not better than ours. But Eric Bieniemy knows how to hide their deficiencies on that offensive line to make them look better than what they are, because that's what a coach does. He understands the weaknesses of his offense, his offensive line, his quarterback, his receivers, and his running backs, and he plays to their strengths and tries to hide their weaknesses as much as they can. That is what our coaching staff was not unable to do. And Eric Bieniemy had a point that he switched up. He made adjustments, which we have failed to do year after year with these coaching staffs, besides with Wilkes. He made adjustments to Sam Howell's strengths. He made adjustments to his offensive line strengths. If you watch the last game, not Demir Bird, I don't know why he's on my brain, but Curtis Samuel was going off like he was back in Carolina again.
Sure was.
Like Curtis Samuel, like the Curtis Samuel of old. I'm like, oh, Jesus. Oh, wait, we had him in the building too, but we let him go.
We misused him.
We have a habit of misusing players. That's why I said DJ Moore, CMC, Steve Wilkes are sitting there looking at us laughing like, thank God I got the hell out of there. Y'all look terrible. But watch what I say. Ben Johnson, I wouldn't mind if he comes here, but why would the hell would I leave a cushy, comfortable position in Detroit to come to this cluster show in Carolina?
Right.
Why would I go there?
Yeah.
If I'm Eric Bellamy, same question.
Yeah. First round pick. Your owner is always meddling. Why am I leaving Detroit? Well, I have a top 10 quarterback. I have a hell of an offense that I can coordinate. Our defense is vicious. Why am I leaving to go to something that's unstable in Charlotte? No, I'm good.
Not to mention, let's keep in mind, Detroit has become a threat for a while now. Not just this season, but even in the previous season or two. Detroit's a threat.
That's what I'm saying. And that one,
as soon as they got Stafford.
Yes, and there are going to be other coaching jobs that are going to be a little bit more attractive offensively. Now, defensively, Carolina is an attractive spot because we have the pieces and we're going to have pieces coming back while our defense is going to be legit. So there may be a coach that says, hey, you know what? If I can bring in my philosophy, if I can get us back to that keep pounding ways, I know my defense is going to keep us in every game because our defense has kept us in every. Besides the Miami game, we have been.
And yeah.
But we need to every resource. I don't give a damn if you have to overpay for a receiver. Get a legit number one receiver in this building. But the one thing that I find interesting as well, and I want y'all opinion on this at the same time, we have as much as we hate this offensive line, Brady Christensen is coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Corbett, God bless him, I bless him, a speedy recovery, is coming back.
True.
Mm-hmm.
So my questions would be right tackle, and I know people are going to hate it, but I'm going to say it is what it is. If you get, and I'm not willing to give up on Ickey because we're only in year 2. The kid is still, he's not even 23 yet.
Same.
He's
he just showed you a good rookie year.
Yeah, good rookie year. I just think he's had a sophomore slump.
Right.
He had a sophomore slump, but then he was struggling a little bit under Rule. But again, once you get a head coach, and I'm going to keep saying this, Steve Wilkes understood who Ickey was.
Mm-hmm.
We brought you in because you were the best run blocking tackle in the draft. That's what you do.
He was a pancake king.
Yep.
That's what he did. Steve Wilkes understood that. So he said, you know what I'm going to do? The same thing they did with Trent Williams out in San Francisco. The same thing they did with Trent Williams when he was in Washington. They pulled him. They played to his strengths. Let's pancake some guys. That way I build your confidence up because you're like, you know what? My tackle's out here having fun. He's pancaking people. He's playing to his strengths. That way, if we have to pass block, I may shade a tight end over to your side to help you out a little bit. Mm-hmm. Or I might have a running back chip before he goes out.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't tell me, and I understand, like I said, I'm not claiming to be the brightest football mind in the world. But as I've heard some other shows talk about it as well as I keep reading, you cannot tell me that a man that had only a few games to go took this, as I said, the damn near same offensive line and had us breaking rushing records week after week. Had Deontay Foreman and Chuba Hubbard looking like all-pro running backs.
Mm-hmm.
This one game, again, and everybody kept saying it, one game away from the division. We're one Tampa Bay game, bad game against winning the division. Frank Wright, with his all-star staff, you come in here, sir, and you can only win one game? How in the hell?
And on paper, we were supposed to win 10.
That's what I'm saying, though, because that's what I'm saying. We went from one, and if you look at it, gentlemen, and this is the part that's frustrating to me, the leaders in our division only have 5 wins.
Yeah.
The rest of the division is awful. It's trash. They just showed you that again this Sunday.
And y'all hear me say it every time we come on here. The division didn't get much better, but we got significantly worse.
Exactly.
I mean, we got 2 teams tied at 5 and 6, one at 4 and 7.
We should be ruling the South with an iron fist right now.
And do y'all realize, as bad as we're playing, we still could win the damn division?
That's the crazy part.
I know, right?
Y'all realize that we're still not eliminated from winning the damn division?
We're gonna need some help from the Buccaneers, but yeah, it's possible.
So if you beat Tennessee like we should have, nobody was expecting us to beat Dallas. If you beat Indy like we should have, if we beat Tampa Bay, I think we already played. We played Tampa Bay.
No, we haven't.
No, we haven't.
We still got to play them twice.
Did we play Atlanta? I think we did play Atlanta.
We played Atlanta. We played the Saints.
Saints and the Falcons. So
yeah,
we got to play both of them one more
You
time.
win 2 of those games, gentlemen. We were sitting at first place in the NFC South.
Facts.
Yeah, that is true.
You want to know why? Because our defense played well enough for us to win those games.
We should have like 2 or 3 game lead over the South right now.
But that goes back to the ineptitude of this head coach. That goes back to whatever Josh McCown was doing with Bryce Young was not working. That goes back to a head coach. Whether you wanted him or not, doesn't matter. You got him. You should have done and I want y'all to follow me with this one.
Hmm.
As the head coach, whether you wanted this player or not, you did an evaluation process. So you should have had enough film on Bryce Young to understand what his strengths and weaknesses were.
Mm-hmm.
You should have had enough. So you know what? That's how I respected the coaching staff when Cam got here. They said, "All right, Cam, this is what you do well. So we're going to fit our offense around what you do best."
Mm-hmm.
This coaching staff did not fit the system around what Bryce Young does best. Now, I'm not excluding the young man from the stupid pick sixes that he's thrown. I'm not excluding him from the fumbles. I'm not excluding him from holding on to the ball too long.
Facts.
But what I am also saying is they did not put him in a position to be successful, especially not year one, because you went and spent money that you shouldn't have, and then you had this man playing out of shotgun damn near 95% of the time. Why? Why,
Yep.
Frank? How about switch it up? How about you run a little motion? How about you run
He
a
doesn't
damn reverse
understand how
every
to do
now
all
and then?
that. You're
Yeah.
asking
You
too
know,
much of a man that
how
has no
about you run some
football
crossing
knowledge.
routes? You know what? You know what helped?
He doesn't know how to do all
No,
that.
because they do it against us.
Even
It's
watching another team, he still doesn't know how to do it.
now, Mr. Carolina. I gotta ask you this because I
That's
know
it.
Corey was here last time. Like, what what has truly happened with Frank Reich over the years up to this point? And I ask this because you would think, being that one of the Super Bowls he has, he was the offensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles for one of those. But
Mm.
here's the interesting thing. I've been hearing that it was mostly Doug Peterson calling the
It was.
plays that
It
Right.
year.
was. It
So
was.
Yeah.
is this just some sort of smoke screen that realistically Frank just can't call plays?
It's not Frank, and that's remember I told y'all that I didn't say about the Doug Peterson thing, but I told y'all I said Frank Wright pretty much was given a gift when he went to Philly. All he had to do was not fumble the ball. All he had to do was just open the door for the day. That's all he had to do was sit up there with his headset, smile at the cameras, move his mouth like he was actually calling a good game. That's all he had to do because you had Carson Wentz that was already playing at the MVP level. You
Yep.
had LeGarrette Blunt. You had Torrey Smith. You had Alshon Jeffrey.
Hmm.
You had all pro tackle center. You had an offensive line that was set up for success.
Yeah.
Everything
All
was
you had to
set
do was
up
not
for
mess it
you.
up. That's what I'm saying. Frank Wright didn't do nothing special. The team was already set up to be successful.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't come in there and change the culture. He just doesn't have to fuck it up. Just don't fuck it up. That's all you got to do. Just don't fuck up my shit.
It's not
Yeah.
hard.
Come in here. You come in here. We're gonna gas you up to make it seem like you came in here and helped us win a Super Bowl. No, you didn't. But we're not gonna tell nobody that. We're
Right.
gonna help you get a head coaching job, which he did.
Mm.
But in that 4 year time, how many AFC championships did Indy go to?
None.
None. Zero.
Okay. So you went to zero, but this offensive minded head coach, right? Couldn't get to AAC championship game, which means he didn't get to a Super Bowl. Okay. You got fired midway through that season. Okay. Maybe you got a raw deal. So we bring you back to Carolina. You start 0-3 in the preseason. We're being told it's vanilla, it's vanilla, it's vanilla. Okay. I'm one of the guys. I put my hand up. I admit I bought into it. It's just a vanilla. We're not showing you nothing in the preseason. I bought into it. I said, okay.
Mm.
Same.
So we come in under you, sir, and we're 0-6. You got a tug on your shirt, a knock at your door saying, I don't know what the hell you need to do, but you need to stop calling plays. Give it to the other guy. Your ego got in the way 3 games after Thomas Brown did and said, you know what, I'm taking back play calling, do this again, as if you were falling on the sword, or as if you were flying the plane, of trying to keep the plane from going down. Here's the bad part of that analogy, gentlemen. Here's the bad part about it. The plane was still going down when Frank Wright took control of it. It's not like he pulled it up.
Right.
It was still doing a nosedive towards the ground, so he didn't save anything. And that's the part about him that pisses me off. He took the play calling duties away from a young and upcoming offensive coordinator, and the ship or the plane was still falling out of the sky. He didn't pull up. He didn't hit the emergency. He just kept nosediving into the ground. So I said, you don't get no cool. You're the one that put the soil on the ground to fall on. You don't get cool points from me. So in his firing, for me, Frank Wright was, and again, that's it, Jay, you and I talked about this to nauseam sometimes. I never wanted Frank Wright here as head coach. You and I talked about this, brother. I was never excited about Frank Wright. I was never, you can go back to our conversations, never excited about Frank Wright. Something about Joe Kane's dad did not give me good vibes. And the more I looked at Joe Kane's dad, I said, this is a bad hire. You just got fired, and we're bringing you into an organization. And then he proved me right. Because, again, the man, and everybody might not agree, but that's your opinion. I respect it. I understand it. The man that should still be in this building, we let go out because, according to our own, he had to do an amazing, phenomenal job. Well, what the hell do you call taking a team that never won 5 fucking games in that season, David Tepper, and had them win within a game of the division?
Exactly.
Hell of a phenomenal job. With a quarterback that he didn't pick. An offensive coordinator that he didn't pick. So he had these boys actually believing in themselves because they believed in him. That's why I'm saying, gentlemen, the power of belief. If I believe in you, you know how many walls I will run through for you? I will run in so many burden builders for you, because that team believed in Steve Wilkes. And what David Tepper did was tell his players, I don't give a damn. And so I told y'all this, and I kept telling y'all this week after week. You can tell this team does not want to play for this man. They don't want to play for him. And when you had a bunch of grown men, and the people can think what they want. I've been in one of these locker rooms. If we don't want to play for you, we're not going to play for you. We're going to put in a half-ass effort to make it look like we give a damn. Now, the defense gives a damn. But you know when and I'll tell you why, because they weren't playing for Frank Wright. They were playing for Ezra. They were playing for him. We're going to play for him because we believe in our defensive coordinator. Even though Phelps believed in the damn defensive coordinator that they were playing well. That's when you know you have respect of your locker room. That offense couldn't give a damn about Frank Wright. And they showed it. They didn't give a damn about dude. And then I can tell you what, after he took back the play call loose from Thomas Brown, I told y'all, watch that. Then I think I told y'all this the other week. Watch everybody's body language. Just watch it. They don't believe in dude. He has no fire. He has no passion. He has no leadership. That's why he said himself, this might have been his last
He won't protect his players.
He does not. Right. He doesn't.
He doesn't care.
Man, and it showed. Yeah. So these players say, you know what? If you don't give a fuck about us, we don't care about you.
That's a fact.
We're gonna come out here. We're gonna give a half-ass effort.
Yep.
We're gonna run half-ass routes. We're gonna half-ass block because I know these are grown men that get paid to block. I know damn well our offensive line is not this atrocious. We're gonna half-ass do our job. Mark my words.
You on them offensive linemen,
watch, will block a hell of a lot better coming up this next week. Watch what I tell y'all. You want to know why? Because Thomas Brown is going to be able to implement, and watch what he's going to put back in some of that keep pounding mentality. No, we do not have a power back. Watch how much harder these boys play on Sunday for not Chris Tabor, but watch how much they play harder for Thomas Brown. I'm telling y'all, as rain is wet. Watch how much harder Deuce Staley, Chuba Hubbard run under Thomas Brown. Watch how much harder these offensive linemen block for Thomas Brown. And I pray to God. I hope they listen to this show. I really, really hope they do. For God's sake, if you don't put Terrace Marshall back into the damn game,
Facts.
why is he healthy and active 2 weeks in a row and you have no other receiver doing shit?
Please.
You
Put him back in.
The goddamn Tennessee Titans, and I want everybody to understand this as well. It's not like the Titans are world beaters. They're not.
Right.
They're not world beaters. You let the Tennessee Titans shut down Adam Thielen and nobody else did shit. Let that sink in. They shut down your only weapon and nobody else did shit.
They just
Because
Julio Jones there, man.
The only other
What did I tell you was
receiver-
gonna happen?
Yeah.
The only other receiver that has any credibility within this organization, you have healthy and scratched twice. Twice. Why?
For what
It's
reason?
not. And that's what I'm saying. Because they're trying to make the pick and signing that he was trying to justify it. Okay, I know we picked up Mingo even though we didn't fucking need him. We should have got the tight end out of Georgia.
Mhm.
We didn't do
Yup.
that. Oh hell, we should have got it. We should have got an interior lineman.
Yep.
We didn't do that. But
We
hell, we
also-
should have got it. Go ahead.
We also have to keep in mind, TMJ was somebody that Scott Fitter in one of his interviews did hype up quite a bit
Yeah, quite
That is
frankly.
true. Yep.
when we originally got him. Not only that, I mean, my thing was we saw what he was able to do when his number was called, especially
Mhm.
last season, and him making the acrobatic circus catch as well, and even up to now. And it's sad because you got other fans and other folks when they look and see who's our best wide receiver, and it's 33-year-old Adam Thielen. No disrespect,
No disrespect. He's
But-
doing his thing.
Nobody's
But
gonna respect
really?
that.
but really our best receiver, our most quote unquote explosive receiver,
It's Adam Thielen.
is
Nobody's
Adam
gonna
Thielen.
respect that. It's gonna be like the Atlanta Falcons when they only had Julio Jones healthy, and all the other wide receivers were just like, yeah, average. We could be
Like,
And that's
just double
why
him
did they-
up.
Like, why did they stop feeding the ball to Laviska Shenault? Like, they targeted him like what, once, maybe twice?
All the other wide receivers only get 2 catches a game, and don't do jack.
because Frank Wright built his offense around Adam Thielen. He
Exactly.
built his passing game around Adam Thielen, and that was it.
95% of
know
our
how to
offensive play calls
distribute.
were around Adam Thielen.
Adam Thielen, slot plays, throw it in the slot, throw it in the slot. Like, dude.
And Matt
there's
Rule did
other
the
plays
same
on
thing with
field.
CMC.
His whole offense was Christian McCaffrey. His whole
Yeah.
and that's what DJ like. You have
Exactly,
DJ
we're
Moore,
doing it
Curtis
again.
Samuel here, like, what are you doing?
Why?
Give feet. It's not basketball, but there's only one football, but you have other weapons. Then that's what I'm saying. You have the national media make it seem like, well, they have no other weapon.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
And
Yes,
it's-
we
Just
do.
open the damn ball.
And it's like you pointed out, Mr. Carolina, because I saw your videos, I saw your recaps, the times where you pointed out Tommy Tremble being open, like on the pick
Facts.
six, and
Wow.
I think it was the one of the recent games,
Yep.
the Dallas game,
Mhm.
game,
Yes.
the Bears game, the multiple times that TMJ was wide open.
Yes.
Wide open.
Wide open.
open. Yeah, he's right. Hey, look, go watch the breakdowns, fellas. I'm not just
Go
saying
watch
it
them.
isn't fair. Go watch the
He's not making
breakdown
this
of
up,
games,
folks.
too. They're like, this dude is open. We just don't throw him the damn ball.
Yeah.
But then
Yep.
then that's what I said. You had the national media saying, "Oh, he has no weapons," or he can't get. No, it's because your offensive scheme is not built around getting these players open. And if we do, you have Bryce Young so shell shocked or whatever it is. He's a one read, and I'm getting the ball out of my hands. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
No. What? Again, if you're an analyzer, a quarterback's job before the play even started. That's why I respected about Drew Brees, one of the greatest to do it. I respected about Peyton Manning. I still respect about Patty Mahomes and Brady and those guys is they analyze the entire field and the play before they even snap the ball because that's what the great quarterbacks do. And
Yep.
from the plays coming in, I've already picked out where I want to go from point A to point D. Okay, I see here. Okay, single high safety, double high safety, press coverage, zone coverage. Okay, the linebackers moving this way. So okay, I know I have my tight end coming this way. So if you sit in that window, I got you. Okay, if my X receiver runs this curl route, I got you. Okay, run this rub route. Okay, cool. That's what an analyzer does. That's what makes it. That takes you from a good quarterback to a great one.
And
Mhm.
if
If
you
you
don't like what you see,
analyze.
audible.
Oh snap! Yo, I just saw something. Shout out to Jeff R. I did not realize this. Did y'all know that Sam Howell currently leads the NFL in passing yards?
I was looking at Sam
No.
Howell, man.
And guess who's his offensive
Eric Bieniemy. I
coordinator?
mean,
Yep.
I did not know he was the league leader in passing yards.
So, Corey,
Wow.
there goes your question: why he want to leave Kansas City and go to Washington, so he can prove that he can take a third, fourth round quarterback and make him the league leader in passing.
Yeah, because I mean, when you
Ooh,
think
Good
about it, he
answer.
went from Patrick Mahomes to Sam Howell, and look what he's been able to produce with Sam Howell. He's got a point.
Good
So imagine what he
answer.
could do with
I like that.
imagine what he could do with Bryce Young.
Yep.
So why not Bryce Young?
Exactly.
That's what I said. Mr. Tepper,
Wow.
um, call Eric the enemy. If you
Yeah.
want an offensive minded guy, call Eric the enemy. Again, I know it's a long shot. Steve Wilson ain't coming back. He's happy in San Francisco. Much love to you. Call Eric the enemy because he has a proven track record and has won a few Super Bowls recently. And unlike Frank Wright, he's been a big part of those Super Bowls. He's actually been calling the plays in a
So
Super
does
Bowl
Ken
game.
Dorsey, actually, in Buffalo. If you were watching the offenses of Buffalo in the last few years, you'll notice that they've been very, very successful. And if you're watching that game against the Eagles that went into overtime last night, that was impressive. Like, and guess who's taking over play calling? It's none other than Joe Brady.
Oh yeah.
And so this raises a question of, okay, is this Ken Dorsey's playbook? Is this Joe Brady's playbook? Or is it partially both? And is Josh Allen just playing really well with a few great plays in his own playbook? You know, that's a good mystery that we're trying to figure out here. And I'd love to see Joe Brady successful, but if that's the case, why was he not doing it here? Because he was being handicapped by Matt Rule. So,
Yeah.
and not allowed to spread his wings. So we're doing that again with our offensive coordinator Thomas Brown with Frank Wright, and also, um, you know, Ken Dorsey would love to come back here, I think, and try to take over this offense. But you have an owner that is too impulsive and a GM that is screwing up and not getting you what you need. So
The next head coach here has to be strong willed. He has to be able to stand. He has to, well, I always say, stand on business.
yeah, I
So-
think this is a dummy mission for whoever takes this interim job, because if it's Evero, he's not going to
Dummy
stay
mission.
here.
Just dummy
He's going to
mission.
go out and get a head coaching job somewhere else. If it's Deuce Staley, he's going to get promoted to offensive coordinator somewhere else. So I think it was a wise move to get Chris Tapor as the interim, because he's going to retain his job as special teams coordinator. No, my thought is, even if he doesn't get hired here, he's not going to want the head coaching job permanently, and he's just going to go back to special teams head coaching, which is fine if he stays here.
To be honest,
So good
and
move.
to be honest, and Mr. Carolina, you hit the nail on this one, and I know Corey, you'd be down for it. What if honestly what if about the idea of Eric Bieniemy being the top of the coaching candidate list? Because I mean, when you really think about it, he would finally, after so long, he would finally have his first head coaching gig ever in his career.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Yeah.
you know, because we got to remember he's been coaching in the
He interviewed for about a half dozen teams for head coaching.
Yeah, and
There's no reason he shouldn't be a head coach.
Exactly, and none of them took him, or
'cause you
did
gotta
he turn
remember
them
this-
down?
because you got to remember this guy has been coaching in high school, college, and NFL level.
My
of
thing
many
is-
positions, you know, running backs. Which you know, what was he? A running back,
Running back.
Yeah,
and offensive coordinator.
A successful one.
yeah,
A
very
successful
successful one.
A couple Super Bowls.
My thing is, like, he's interviewed with like 4 or 5 teams now. Why have none of these teams hired him, or did he turn them down? There's something fishy going on here.
So
Either he didn't want to leave his cushy job in KC, or there's something real fishy going on here. Because I don't get it.
I think it's one of two things. One, he's comfortable, or two, and you know, I know this
That's the
has
one
been
I'm going with.
this
He's
has been brought
comfortable.
up, but like the whole like accusations and all that sort of jazz, which to my whole argument against that, if that was such a big deal, if that was such a detriment, why even have him as a coach going on currently? Period.
Exactly.
Like, I think it would not make any sense to throw that in his face. Yet,
Yeah.
you know, it's he could be an offensive coordinator and you know, running backs coach. Like, you would think if that was that big of a deal, why have him coaching at all? Period.
Exactly.
You know?
Right.
So I really don't get how, you know, that could be a reason. I mean, if it's a
I don't
reason,
think it is.
It's a stupid It's a stupid reason, but I mean, that could be the reason. But if not, in all honesty,
it's a hard
like
sell.
if I'm David Tepper, I'd be like, look, this man, you know, has been a head coaching candidate, you know, for a number of years. The dude has 2 Super Bowls, you know, solely as an offensive coordinator.
The problem with this is he's not thinking objectively. He's trying to sell you a fancy nice story, you know, of a head coach.
I think
he looked at Steve Wilkes. He looked at all the things that Steve Wilkes was doing, and he didn't hire him.
I think
it's a fairy tale.
I think ultimately the problem with David Tepper is I think he wants this done a specific way. And he's going to keep beating around the bush until it's done a specific way.
And we're going to keep getting screwed over until he gets his specific way.
You know, your thoughts on that, Mr. Carolina?
Oh no, that's you hit the nail on the head with that one.
I agree.
Yeah.
He's looking, and because he's approaching this as if, again, it's football is a business, but it's still a game. He's approaching this with a business aspect, again, as if he's running a Fortune 500 company and we're doing stocks or something. That's not football.
It's not just business. These people are human beings. They have bills. They have to put food on the table for their family.
So you can't come into the building, especially a building where you've come out. You're saying yourself, you have no real football knowledge at all.
Mm-hmm.
Zero. You can't come in here with that mindset like you know football and you don't. And again, you own 6 coaches in 6 years for a reason, because you're short-tempered. You have a Napoleon complex.
Facts.
Because you're a little guy and because you have billions of dollars. Here, newsflash, David Tepper. Every owner in the NFL has billions of dollars, you moron. That doesn't affect anybody. You're not the only billionaire in the building. Every owner's a billionaire.
Facts. You can't treat this like an old project in your garage.
No. The owners in Philadelphia, stay the hell out of the way. That's where their organization has been successful. Hell, the owners in the organization where you just came from, you idiot, in Pittsburgh, stay the hell out of the way. They let Mike Tomlin do his damn job.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
They say, you know what? Have you ever seen the Pittsburgh Steelers owners on the practice field looking at the
Man's
offensive
got a
linemen?
Lombardi
Nope.
No.
for a reason.
16 straight winning seasons.
Have you ever seen the owners of the Kansas City Chiefs standing out down there looking at the quarterback, looking at Patrick
Nope.
Mahomes? No.
Nope.
Because
Nope.
they let the coach. Hell, have you ever seen, besides Mr. I don't even say I think seen Mr. Kraft stand and look at the wide receivers or the offensive linemen in New England? Why? Because you know what? Let my coach do his job because I don't know what the hell I'm
Mhm.
doing. So that's
Because
why I
guess
pay
what?
you.
That coach got you Lombardis.
So I stayed out of his way. Successful organizations, successful owners know how to stay out of the way. So
Mhm.
I agree with that connotation. I agree with that segment that David Tepper is the biggest problem we have with this organization because he and his wife don't know how to stay the hell out of the way because they need their hands on everything. That's why your soccer team is sucking the way it is. That's why they're on their third head coach because you have to meddle in everything. And what happens, gentlemen, is when you're too meddling in too many things, you lose sight of the smallest things that are falling apart in your organization. He's trying to
Mhm.
do everything, and things are falling apart because he's trying to be everywhere at one time, and it doesn't work that way. You're one person. You hire people for a reason. Let them do their job. And again,
Yeah.
I say this in the funniest way, and I say this in a sincere way. Frank Wright aged like 60 years in these games. He looks
Yep.
hell. He looks stressed. So I'll go get you some rest, Grandpa. Because just what I said, you just look like you was out of your element. I've never seen somebody age. So I know they said football, the head coach ages you, but good God, he looks super old because this is what this organization does to you. So that's what I said. The next man in here, the next head coach, has to be strong willed. He has to be a leader. But at the same time, he has to understand what this franchise was built on. He has to understand our values. He has to understand what keep pounding actually means, not to the city, to these players, and to this damn organization. Do not let that owner tell you to try to take keep pounding out of it. Because if he does say, you know what, I'm gonna be like the other guys, I don't want to interview for you. Because I understand what that philosophy meant to this team. I understand what that man meant to this team and to the city and to this fan base. Keep pounding is a way of life. And when you try to take that out of there, you start to lose interest. People stop wanting to come to these games. Players don't want to come to your city. They're going to start signing one-year deals because they want to understand. They want to know that you're in this in a serious manner and that you're in this for the long haul, not just because you're a billionaire and you can buy shit and you think it's cute.
Yeah.
No, this is not Monopoly. This is not Mad. This is not franchise mode.
Right.
Yeah. Like it's kind
When I'm-
of treating it like, oh, I own Park Place and Boardwalk.
Yeah, pay me $500 in rent if you want to,
Right,
you
exactly.
gotta pay me some money. No, you moron, I'm not paying you money. I'm going to keep walking. But I said until he does that, that's why I said that's why I throw out certain head coaches because it's going to take a certain head coach to come in here, be able to put up with his shit. It really, really is.
Oh
It's
yeah.
going to take a certain coach, and there are only certain coaches that'll do that. There's only certain. That's why I said the enemy, because of where he came from, would be able to put up with his shit. Because Eric Bieniemy can just put up his one hand, but like, dude, I have more Super Bowls than you have ever been to.
Yep.
Yeah.
So don't tell me about my team. When I've won Super Bowls. You haven't even gotten one.
Mm-hmm.
Ben Johnson is as much of a candidate.
You
as
haven't
he
even
is,
been
can't stand
invited
no
to
more.
one, to watch one.
Exactly.
You
Let
won't
alone
do that.
win
Well, I
one.
mean, you might have been at one, homeboy, but your team wasn't playing. You were watching me, most likely. You go your
Facts.
view. So that's what I'm saying. You have to bring in a head coach that, as I said, is going to stand on business, but that has a successful track record, a recent successful track record,
Mm-hmm.
and that says, you know what? As much shit as you try to talk to me, Mr. Tepper, I have Super Bowls. I have successful track record. Last time
Yeah.
I checked, homeboy, you were 34 games under 500.
Yeah.
Ouch.
So
Ouch.
before you come try to talk to me about football, you might want to look in that mirror and see how many games not only your football team won, but your other football team ain't doing too good either. So you might want to sit back and watch how the experts do it. You and your wife might learn something. So that's what I'm saying. You can't bring in any Joe Blow. You can't bring in some young hotshot kid. You have to bring in an experienced head coach that is a leader.
Yep.
As much
Facts.
as you want to build. First of all, and I want to throw this out there. And I said I'm gonna get up off here in a second, so I need some sleep.
Okay.
As much as I like Bill Belichick, no,
No.
you're
I
like
agree.
Absolutely
old,
not.
you're old as hell. The game has passed you by too. I like you, dude, but no, you need a. That's to say, you need an Evero. I would love for him to be retained, either as defensive coordinator as a head coach. Ben
He would
Johnson,
refuse it though.
he would, he would. Ben Johnson, as much as I like him, I need to see a better track record out of you. I need to see that. That's cool being an up and coming head coach, being an up and coming coordinator. That's cool. But what does your resume really look like? What have you done?
So
Yes,
dig a little
you're having
deeper.
success in Detroit. That's cool.
Mhm.
That's why I throw out the name Eric Bieniemy, because that is somebody that if somebody wants to say something smart to him, if I'm Bieniemy, I'm just putting up my left or right hand and saying, "Shh, talk to the ring.
Mm.
I don't hear
Oh.
you." And I know people never do that because it's arrogant, but that shit, that'd be me. You say something smart to me, I'm like, "Yo, talk to the ring." When's the last time you had one of these? Oh shit, you never been to one. Next.
Facts.
You need to bring in somebody in here that can stand on business. And when he tries to talk his shit, be like, "Sir, you have never been to a Super Bowl. So if you want to get to one, I suggest you let me do my job."
Facts.
That's why you have to bring in somebody here that knows what they are doing. So that's why I said this. The name at the top of this Panther head coaching list should be Eric Bieniemy.
I
Don't
100%
talk to me
agree.
about anybody else that does not have a successful track record, does not have a damn Super Bowl. Bring me in somebody that knows what it feels like to go through the grind of getting to a Super Bowl and not only getting there, but winning. Because
Yep.
that's the culture that we need in here. We don't need up and coming, high energy. No, I don't want that shit because you ain't never won nothing. We need somebody in here that has won Super Bowls because that's the culture
Mm-hmm.
that they're going to bring in here. We're talking about culture.
Mhm.
Bring in a Super Bowl winning culture. So I'm going to say it here, gentlemen, right now, and I'm going to say it again, and I keep saying it. The guy at the top of my wish list for this Christmas is Eric Bieniemy. I
Mm-hmm.
need Eric Bieniemy in this building. David Tepper, make it happen. Make it
Mm-hmm.
happen. He can't tell me he wouldn't say, Washington, thank you for the year. I made Sam Howell look real good, didn't I? Y'all got that man in the late rounds, and I got him passing his ass off because my offense
Mhm.
works. Now, Mr. Tepper, if I did that for a third or fourth, I forgot what Sam Howell was, like a third, fourth, or fifth round pick. It was a later round pick.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was like fourth or fifth.
Fourth
Yeah.
or
But
fifth.
if I can do that for him, imagine what I can do for your first overall draft pick.
Mm-hmm. And
Oh,
do
you
it
know
for
what
a
that?
number of years too.
and I gotta throw this in there for all the Eric Bieniemy possible haters out there. His entire time in Kansas City, he was in the playoffs, and 3 of those years he was in Super Bowls.
Boom,
Facts.
boom.
So
He wins.
Will Washington
He
give him
wins.
up though? That's a good
Oh,
question, Lark Poppy.
if you throw the bag at him, I'm gonna throw the bag at you. If I'm gonna say, you know what, sir, because David Tepper said he
Good
doesn't
point.
mind spending money. Hell, he's still paying Matt Rule. You obviously don't mind spending money. You do whatever it takes to get that man in this building and make sure he does not leave.
I
You make sure he.
I
go
could
ahead.
see the chances of him leaving increased after Ron Rivera gets fired, but not by much.
But if you offer me an opportunity that I've been seeking for
True.
years, and then imagine this. I want y'all to understand something, and our defense is way better than Washington's. Imagine Eric Bieniemy knowing I have a defense on the side of the ball that all I have to put up is maybe 20 something points, and we're in every game. We're in have every chance to win every game because that defense is stout, and they're going to get back a bunch of our starters.
Yeah,
So all
and
I have
Will
to
that's
he
do,
want to come here though?
well,
With
I
Tepper
think
being as temperamental as he is.
well the thing is, I think that's as Mr. Carolina was saying, I think that's a great selling point when you really
Mm-hmm.
think about it. I mean, you have to remember we've maintained a top 10 defense even with all the injuries that we've had this season.
Mm-hmm.
And to be honest, like it really wasn't that different last year when we had Steve Wilkes because defense, was also, helping keep things in the game, even
Yeah.
when the offense was off and on. But most of the time it was on because we were definitely able to put points up more last season than this season. But
yep,
when you have Coach Ajaro, I mean, like I said, number 7th ranked defense so far. And then all Eric Bieniemy has to do is take control of the offense, run it his way. Then that's huge. Not
Yeah.
to mention, you do that, you give him that authority, plus he finally becomes a head coach.
that he's been looking for years.
And the thing exactly, and the thing is, you give him the option of, okay, we're going to let you decide, do you want your offensive coordinator to,
I'll try to ask
shoulder,
a lot.
shoulder that burden, and you just micromanage or whatever you got to do? Or do you want to bring in somebody, but you still be the main play caller? It's up to you.
And actually have a collaborative effort between you and your offensive coordinator, and not do a Frank Reich time. All we talking, he's a big part of the game plan. No, he's not, dude. We can all see that's the same offense you ran in Indy that didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
We all see that, bro. You tried to fool us, and you did for a little bit. It's the same offense. But I said, to Jay's point, if I say I'm going to give you the power, you decide, hey, you can bring this coordinator. You guys can collaborate, come up with your game plan. And like I said, you call the plays, or you just be the head coach and you make sure that coordinator knows that this is a game plan. This is the scheme that you want to implement with this coaching staff, with Bryce Young, because, ladies and gentlemen, Bryce Young ain't going nowhere.
Right.
No, he's
Agreed.
not.
He's not doing it.
Y'all need to stop that. Anybody that thinks he's
So-
going somewhere, nope.
He's not. So, and then that's another appeal that would be for Eric Bieniemy. I have a young, smart rookie coach. Well, he's gonna be second-year quarterback that I can mold. I can mold him, and I
Facts.
can show you that the guy you had before here had no idea what he was doing with this young man. But watch what I do with him.
Mm-hmm.
Watch
Oh,
how
yeah.
I turn this offense into something deadly to complement that defense, and we're gonna get back to those glory days when you had Cam. And Bank of America
Facts.
Stadium was jumping, and we were scoring points. Yes, ma'am.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I want to emphasize, David Tepper, you don't do anything but just sign the check. Just sign the contract, do your part, sign
Yep.
the contract. Don't have your hands all in the decision making, like in
Keep
the
your hands out of
scouting
the
and all
cookie
that.
jar.
Just please let a committee just do the work. Just you be the owner. Look,
Facts.
like, the head coaches you signed off on, they haven't worked out. Frank Reich didn't work out. Matt Rule didn't work out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just take a step back away from this one. Like, you don't need to be doing anything with the head coach other than signing the
At all.
contract.
Facts.
If you're doing anything more than signing the contract, like,
You're doing too much.
you're doing too much. Like, if you want to sign the contract and then have like an introductory dinner or whatnot, go for it. Sure, whatever. But until he signs on the dotted line until they've done their evaluation and all that. I don't want David Tepper anywhere near that. Period.
Agreed. Facts.
So that's my whole thing with that, because he's already messed up quite a bit. Now, I know the big question, that comes up. Who's going to want to come to Carolina? Who's going to want to come to Carolina? There'll be somebody will bite. Somebody
Someone
will
will.
bite, because there's always going to be somebody that is going to have that drive that I can fix it. I can fix this. There's going to be somebody out there that's willing to take that challenge, especially those that have never been a head coach and that have always wanted to be a head coach. Eric Bieniemy.
Yeah.
They're going to jump on that. They're going to jump on that. So, I'm pretty sure somebody, I mean, heck, Greg Olson. Not saying that he's qualified, but he wants to do it. I mean, that's something.
Yeah, that's the start.
Now, will it be the biggest challenge? Sure. I'll say that. Will definitely be the biggest challenge. But, I mean, if the right person is given the opportunity, they're going to make the best of it. But that's the key. You got to give the right person the opportunity.
Yeah.
And I just don't think David Tepper is going to do the noble thing and give it to the right person. So that's my whole thing with that. And just
I agree.
Yeah. And I know there's there's a ton of comments. I do apologize.
Yeah,
ladies
same
and
here.
gentlemen.
I apologize too.
Yeah, you know how we do. We get so caught up in.
Yeah. It's hard to get a word in.
Yeah.
Well,
So
when we all get into our own soliloquies, it's tough. Here's a question from Lock Poppy. Can I hear y'all's thoughts on Chris Tabor as interim head coach?
Shocking. Not who I would have expected, to be honest with you, but I mean, well.
I think it's a brilliant move because of what I said earlier. Because it's a dummy mission for anybody that takes that head coaching job. And Evero's figured that out. Deuce has figured that out. Neither one of them wanted it. And Deuce just got fired. Because he didn't want it. And the thing is, neither one of them would stay here if either one of them took that job. They know it because Mr. Tepper is too impulsive and they know that they're not going to get hired as a head coach. There's no way. So what are they going to do? They're going to go off somewhere else and get promoted somewhere else to a higher position. But what you're doing with Chris Tabor is you're saying, okay, special teams coach, this man's not going anywhere. So he'll probably stay in Carolina, even if you put him at interim head coach. Let's put him in. And even after the year's out, he's going to go right back to special teams coach, right where he was. So, why would I worry about putting him in his interim? Plus, he understands this team better than anybody. He's been sitting back there watching everybody. Just like Steve Wilkes was last year. We don't want a repeat of Steve Wilkes, so this was a brilliant move. I don't know who orchestrated this, but this was a brilliant move. I approve of it. Now, what is he going to do as an interim? Who knows? But as far as logically thinking, who to put in as interim, brilliant.
Interesting. Okay.
This is all strategy right here. You got the dummy missions going on. So, right. I just... This is one way to retain Evero and keep him here. And I was hoping Deuce Staley would stay here too, but Tepper's just like, no. But I'm going to throw another wrench into the machine here, because
What you got?
guess who was actually in the room with Chris Lepore when they made that decision? And as soon as you gave play calling duties, interim head coaching duties to that person, I forget who it was, they decided, oh, we're going to fire Deuce Staley. Chris was just like, no. Chris was like, no. You want to do that? We're going to fire you too. So it's circling back the wagons. It's like, you want to challenge my authority after I just gave you a choice in the matter of who you want to keep? And you want to fire him? No. We're not doing that today.
Yikes.
Pack your bags. You're gone. I'm like, dang. It's like that Spider-Man meme, with all the Spider-Man. It's like, no, I'm Spider-Man. No, I'm Spider-Man. No, I have power. I have control here. I mean, it's crazy. This is crazy. That's the vibe I got when I saw that. Right after Deuce got fired, I was just like, okay, what is going on here? There's only one logical explanation. Because it's a fire sale right now. Nobody knows who we're keeping, who we're tossing to the market. It's crazy. I did want to give my rebuttal on Scott Fitterer in a minute here. Let me do that real quick before we get into these comments.
Yeah, go for it.
Because I don't feel like I ever got my word in. All right.
Yeah, go for it.
So this is why I want to highlight this as the most important role on this whole day, this whole situation.
Okay.
Let me put this into perspective for you.
Okay.
Look how many franchises have gone through 20-year droughts of a lack of success. The New York Jets, the Miami Dolphins, the Cleveland Browns, the Jaguars. What do they all have in common? They fired their mid to average GM and hired a horrendous one that made terrible decisions and drafted all the wrong people, especially the Jets GM. I mean, they never got rid of that GM for years, and he kept making stupid decisions. Imagine what we're doing at GM right now and multiply the toxicity and the horribleness of those choices by 20 to the level of the New York Jets, to where it ruins your franchise for 20 years. This is how serious this decision is, folks. I don't think people get the gravity of it. If you toss Scott Fitterer to the wind right now, you are gambling that an owner who has failed to get us a head coach is going to take over the hiring duties of a GM and try to get a GM that will actually be successful here, or you're going to have another Matt Rule or a Frank Wright type at GM. You think it's bad now? It can get infinitely worse with a horrible GM that you can't get rid of, that is under contract. And with the owner being as dumb as he is, and a lack of knowledge on football as he is, this contract could go on forever with a terrible GM. You're talking 20 plus years. 20 plus years. Does anybody here want that in this fan base right now? You think it's bad right now? Imagine the fan base after 20 plus years of just accepting failure. Pure, unfiltered failure on every aspect. The defense will degrade. Evero will be gone. Everything that you see positive on this team, the players will be gone. The money will be gone. People will be boycotting and not coming to the stadium. Look at the Detroit Lions for years. Nobody came to their games. And they ended up almost talking about selling the team to another city. That's the path we're heading down if we fire Scott Fitterer right now, and we are a hair's width away from that. Do people fully understand this now? Because this is the gravity we're talking about. Now, with Scott Fitterer and his soft brain of being manipulated, and I don't know a better way to say it, he is being manipulated. Now, you could be manipulated in a positive way, or you could be manipulated in a bad way. The bad way is what you just saw this year. And under Matt Rule, and him being handicapped. By a horrendous head coach and an owner that doesn't know what he's doing. If he is allowed to have full control of this roster, full control of the depth chart, understands what he is doing, and making these decisions 100% on his own without being manipulated, what will happen? That's a question I've got. Secondly, if you manipulate him the right way. Okay, and the way I put this is, think about the Wild West when you had to get from town to town with a horse, right? And this horse literally would keep you alive to get you from town to town. And they're several miles away. If you treat your horse correctly and you treat him right, you lead him to water, you give him food, he will get you to your destination. Now, if you don't treat him right and that horse dies, you're absolutely screwed. You have to walk miles to the next town. This is what I'm talking about when it comes to manipulation. If you manipulate Scott the correct way, we can get playoffs. We can get playoffs. We can get playoffs year after year after year. If you show him the right way to do things and lead him to water. But if you do not lead him to water and you lead him to a mirage, look what happens. Exactly what you saw last year. We get desperate. We start making stupid moves. And it takes a leader like Steve Wilkes to get us in the right direction. That actually understands how to lead that horse to water. And that's better than what we could have, which is a horrendous GM like the Jets had for 20 plus years that kept making horrendous decisions. They would always choose the wrong player at the wrong position. You would always have a lack of depth, lack of starters, lack of anything for 20 plus years. It was just an absolute dehydrated desert situation.
So let me ask you these two things. So,
you don't want that, folks. You don't want that. This is how serious this is.
So let me ask you this. So number one, are you saying that you're 100% not confident that the correct type of GM would be replaced if Scott Fitterer was being let go? Is that what you're saying?
We're talking about the owner that just went 0 for 2 on hiring head coaches that have no business being in the NFL. So yes, I am. Okay. You are taking a massive Vegas-style gamble that that's not going to happen again at GM. We're already taking that risk at head coach again. You really want that at GM too? I don't.
Okay. So, second question is like who are you expecting to kind of step in and I guess sort of help Scott Fitter or as you would say manipulate him in a good way? Like who exactly like
Eric
is
Bieniemy.
going to
Eric Bieniemy. He just got you to the Super Bowl if you're the Kansas City Chiefs. He's got rings. He knows what he's doing. He knows exactly what and who he wants to get. He knows what he wants to do. So he'll have a system in place that he specifically designed himself with the right players, with the right system in place that fits these players, and they will succeed off of that. So you have to tell your GM what you want, right? You got to lead the horse to water. Okay? Get Eric Bieniemy. I can never say that name right.
Yeah,
Forgive me.
It's a tough one.
I'll just call him Eric. Eric would put in his own scouts and fire the ones that we have right now. Because the ones we have right now are not getting it done. Clearly. So you put in your own scouts if you're Eric. And those scouts would report back to Eric. Not to Scott, to Eric. So that he would know exactly what he wants, how he wants it done, and that system would be in place. Plus the defense you've already got. And you could start filling in those holes that you've got. Then depth, and then boom. Playoff run.
Here's the thing, though. Doesn't that kind of defeat the purpose of the general manager position, though?
Not exactly. Because at some point, once he sees a successful coaching staff, then he'll see, okay, this is what I can do with a successful head coaching staff. I can set that up. And he's only seen negativity so far. He's only seen being handicapped so far. He's never seen the good. He's never seen the water.
So let me just make sure I understand this. So you're saying that he has to be shown the way. He pretty much needs to be shown the correct way so that he can feed off of that and then continue pushing forward.
And I'm not saying that, we like having a weak-minded GM. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is we could have much worse if we fire him now.
But like, back to my question. Are you saying like
take the lesser of the two evils, folks?
I mean, okay, a lesser of two evils. Okay, I see what you're saying, but are you pretty much saying that with the influence, the manipulating him the right way, so to speak, like he gives into that helps him to
learn and grow. Yes.
To be able to learn and then move forward using that same example.
Yeah. With positives.
Okay. Here's the problem. If that's really what the case is, then what the heck happened that made him qualify to be a general manager in the first place?
Well, every great leader has people that helped and advises and guides them. They all have to start somewhere. You take advice from somebody that knows what they're doing, that have already been in a position of positive knowledge and understands what they're doing in their craft. Take, for example, Steve Wilkes, because he learned under Ron Rivera. There was a lot of positives that he learned during that Super Bowl era that he is now taking with him to the defensive coordinator job in San Francisco, and he's succeeding with them. Those skills come with you. But you got to learn them from somewhere. And guess where Ron Rivera learned his from? Norv Turner, back with the San Diego Chargers. That's what made him qualified to be a head coach now. If he didn't learn those things, and he had to start somewhere in the NFL, for head coaching quality. If you don't learn those things, you're not going to be successful anywhere else at the position you want to go to.
So with that being said, like, what really...
With Scott, he learned that from the people in Seattle before he ever came over here. So he was quickly going up the ladder, but he was learning from the people around him. And he was seeing positive things happen around him, due to the choices of the people that were higher ups. So, being that this is his first time as a GM, and he's got an owner that has no clue what he's doing, he doesn't have a clue what he's doing. So he has to rely on people that do know what they're doing, and we have a lack of that right now. We have too many shepherds and not enough sheep in our leadership. Everybody thinks they know what they're doing. It's like this fan base. They think that everybody thinks they know what's right or wrong, and everybody's got their own opinion. But if you have somebody that knows what they're doing and is successful and can show you that success, like Eric Bieniemy, who has already won a ring with the Kansas City Chiefs, look what happens. You start to develop positive repertoire. He learns fast from people that know what they're doing. That's been proven. He's elevated himself year after year after year after year, each position up the ladder in Seattle. So if you do that in Carolina, as a GM, and you have him learn and learn and learn, he's going to get better and better and better as a GM. But you got to start somewhere. In these first 3 years, he has had, Matt Rule to learn from? Frank Wright to learn from? David Tepper to learn from? What are you going to learn from these three? You're going to learn how to lose. That's what you're going to learn how to do. And you're going to learn how to draft the wrong people. Whereas in Seattle, he knew that he was drafting the right people because he had Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll knew exactly what he wanted. He knew exactly
who. In Seattle, he wasn't a GM though. In Seattle,
right? So but he was watching the GM draft these people. That's my point. He was watching the GM in Seattle at the time draft these people, and he had his hands in these decisions as well. But he's never had that scouting department of his own, in Seattle, or the GM job, so he doesn't know exactly what he's doing once he finally gets it.
Well, he was director of college scouting for 3 years in Seattle.
True, but he never actually had a scouting department of his own. That's the point I'm trying to make. But he was learning from someone else.
But isn't that isn't that what the director of college scouting, wouldn't that entail that he has like a team under him?
Yeah, true. That's true. But again, you got to listen to your scouts
no idea,
too.
Like what Seattle?
You got to listen to your scouts though, too.
Don't get me wrong. I have no idea about Seattle's personnel or anything like that. It's just like I'm going pretty much just based off of his resume specifically,
and that's what I'm going off of too. Based off of what I've observed. But he has worked his way up the ladder year after year after year, promotion after promotion after promotion, every single year. Why is that? Because he's learning from people above him that know what they're doing. Now he's being surrounded by people that have no clue what they're doing, and it's like you're inside of a movie of Forrest Gump, where you're surrounded by people that have no idea what they're doing. What are you going to learn from that? Nothing. You're going to stay stagnant for 3 years and draft the wrong people and sign the wrong people. And I'll give you this. Frank did know what he was doing as far as saying, okay, this is how we want to build a team. We want to build it with solid starters. We want to build it with depth. We want to build it. That's the foundation, you know. And maybe he did not learn that from Frank. Maybe he learned that from Pete Carroll, who gave him a phone call. You know what I mean? But still, same thing. We're trying to build a foundation. So the idea was there. The depth was there, but it was the wrong kind of depth. It was the wrong type of players. Because Frank had no clue what he was doing because he did not have a system. So, what are you supposed to learn if you're Scott Fitterer in these situations? What are you supposed to learn? Nothing at all. Because you're surrounded by idiots. Frankly.
Well, hate to say it, bro, but David Tepper's still here. So.
Yeah, and I mean, that's not going to change. But when you put in a solid head coach who could also double as an offensive coordinator, because Bill Belichick was doing that up in New England, that's possible to do that. You know, we now have a special teams coach that is doubling as a head coach, so you could do that. There's nothing in the rule book saying you can't.
Right.
And Eric would show you exactly what he wants. All you have to do is listen to him and learn. And this time you're learning from somebody that's actually won a ring. This time you're learning from somebody that knows how he wants his offense set up. Because he's already done it and been successful with it. He's already taken somebody else's quarterback in another system and turned that into a winner.
Yeah.
Why can't he do that here?
A strong supporting system. He had a strong supporting system with Andy Reid in Kansas City, and then took what he learned from that and applied it to what he's been doing now with Washington.
Yeah, and then all it takes is listening to Ajaro and saying, "Okay, Ajaro, what do you need? Let's listen to what you need, and start filling in those gaps." And as he learns on the job, he gets better at the job. What happens if you're working under a company? As you go along, you start out as a trainee, right? And you get better as you learn. It doesn't come immediately in the first 3 years. It's not going to, you're not going to get used to it if you're looking for a long-term career. And you're just learning something new,
Right,
but you are qualified for that role. And you've learned a lot up to that point. But you still got a ton to learn, and you're just scratching the surface on whatever it is that you're going into your field. So that company can teach you all of this stuff if you have good managers. If you have people that actually know what they're doing, training you correctly. If you have terrible managers, guess what? You're going to do a terrible job. It's not rocket science to figure this out, people.
Yeah.
And you're stuck in a dead-end job where you have not learned anything after 3 years, and you're going, what? And everybody's running circles around you and working around you. Doing your job for you. Because you have no idea what you're doing. You have an idiot manager that doesn't know what he's doing. Or an owner of the company that doesn't know what he's doing. You're not surrounding yourself with people that know what they're doing. So what are you supposed to learn? Nothing. You're supposed to learn all that stuff from scratch? No. You have to have a teacher.
It's an interesting point.
That's why I'm actually doubling down on Mr. Carroll on his point. I want Eric here. He makes some very, very good points today, and I agree.
Yeah.
But you got to lead that horse to the right water. If you lead him to a mirage, it's not going to end well for you. If you lead him to actual water, you're going to be successful. If you teach him how to find his own water, he will be successful. You know, it's like raising a kid. If you raise your kid correctly, he's going to have a successful adult life. If you don't raise your kid correctly, he's going to be a pain in your rear end. He's going to not know what to do. And then he's going to complain about everything out there and act like a sensitive little brat.
Yeah.
And pitch tantrums in the middle of a store. And people are going to be looking at you like, why didn't you disappoint him?
Yeah.
Same point. You know, come on. Teach him how to do this stuff. And I mean, we could have worse GMs in here. Trust me, we could have way worse GMs. Cleveland, the Jets, Miami for a number of years. The Jacksonville Jaguars, who ran the contracts up sky high back in the early 2000s. There are way worse GMs that we could roll the dice on.
Yeah.
And be horrendously bad for the next 20 years. This is what's at stake here. So firing Scott is not in our best interest right now. We're a hair's width away from watching that happen. Mm-hmm. And if Mr. Tepper decides he wants to get impulsive and fire Scott and roll the dice after he's already been 0 for 2 on head coaching, I'm scared, y'all. I'm scared. I'm scared as a Panthers fan right now. I'm legit scared. And it takes me a lot for me to get to this point. I felt at least somewhat comfortable when we got some type of leadership in here. You know, at least temporarily. It might be average level, it might be below average level, but at least it was something. But when you take away even that, we're already 303 winning percentage, guys. Imagine being lower than that under a GM for the next 20 years. You'd think we're playing bad now. Oh no. We're just getting started. That's not what I want. This is not what Panther fans want. They're already fed up with the results we're already getting. How do you think they're going to react when they see that?
Just wanted to give a quick couple of shout outs. I know there's like a...
Yeah, let's get to some comments.
Shout outs to, of course, Damian Hernandez, David Screws.
I'll let you get yours first.
Hitting that oldies, or I hope I said that.
No,
right.
hit mine.
Jeff R., Carolina Red, Mr. Gemini, Jeffrey Haverskos, Larry Harmon.
I have been reading chat during all of this, by the way.
Okay. Kevin McFarland, because I know there's like so...
Yeah, let's just start at the top and go to the bottom.
But I wanted to make sure
You got a ton here, and the primary one here is you. So go for it.
Okay.
Mine's a short list.
So, okay. David Screws says that's sad. Damien says sad parts. Rockets are above y'all. That's true.
Facts.
Bulls are not shocking at all. Really, I mean, we haven't been relevant since MJ. Well,
that's true.
I mean,
fair point.
I mean, they've had a few players and maybe a playoff appearance here or there, but nothing along that lines.
Yeah.
Bill Belichick is on the coaching list. Makes me sick. Also, that's
no to Bill Belichick. Heck no. Not only no, but heck no. Not ever. Yeah. I will boycott this team, and I will take a hiatus if this man ever becomes head coach here.
Yeah.
I will not buy a single piece of Panthers merch, and I will boycott at that stadium until he is fired.
Fair point. Damon says we're the A's of NFL, which I think he's...
Fair point. And speaking of which, the A's just sold their team to Las Vegas.
Oh, wow.
Just wanted to point that out. They've been trying to get him to sell and get him out of Oakland for the longest. They finally gave in and did it.
Finally gave in.
With the lack of success, so.
David says, please don't hire Bill Tepper. Please don't do it.
Oh, God, no. Absolutely not.
Hitting that oldie says, let's get Steve Smith, LOL.
No, not for head coach, no. Wide receiver coach, maybe, but not for head coach, no. Moving on.
David says, Rule was better than Reich. Let that sink in. Facts.
Yeah, true.
The Panthers are the New York Knicks. Although
God.
the Knicks have been in the playoffs quite a bit lately.
Yeah,
so,
they have, actually. That's why they're not at the bottom of the list lately.
Yeah.
You know what? Why don't I just pull that back up for people?
No more clowns in Carolina, period. Facts.
Facts.
Jeffrey says, breaking news, Nicole Tepper is our new GM and coach. Funny,
Good
man.
one.
Hitting the oldie says, okay, he suggests fire Scott Pitt.
There are a lot of people that think that that's a good idea, but they don't know what they're asking for. They don't know what the risks of what could happen after. You know, we thought, okay, if we don't hire Steve Wilkes, we'll still be okay. Wrong. We hired Frank and we're worse than where we were.
This is true.
This could happen with Scott Fitterer, folks. The threat is very real. I need y'all to understand this.
David says, what's sad is Panthers are 7th best defense in NFL, and we are 1 and 2.
Oof. God.
Facts.
We're wasting one of the best defensive years we've ever had in franchise history.
Yeah. No kidding.
It's sad.
Only if Tom Brady was a coach. Oh, heck no.
No, heck no. Also, I want to add to that point of the 7th ranking. If we could learn how to stop the run and get off our blocks and tackle better, we could be a top 5. Maybe even a top 3.
Yeah, agreed.
And put Jeremy Chin back where he was supposed to go at safety. Stop dropping Brian Burns into coverage, and we should be fine. You know, add in extra corners for depth because we need it.
David says keep Bryce. Yes, agreed.
Yep.
Damien says, question, speaking of Bryce, now that Frank era is over, do y'all think whoever takes over next will keep Bryce or will they get a new quarterback? Because let's be real, we all know new regime don't ever keep
That's a good question. I don't know. Depends on the coach and his scheme.
Yeah, fair point. David Tepper made them take Bryce Young. The coaches wanted CJ. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we don't.
Yeah, that's the.
Were any of those opinions confirmed though from any of those people in the top brass in Charlotte? Because we don't know who actually advocated for who unless they said it publicly. So everybody's just like, okay, well the rumor is this, fill in the blank. Person wanted fill in the blank. We never gotten any real confirmation on any of it. In my opinion. But
let's see. Jeff R says, is the new coach keeping Bryce or drafted in his own? Like I said, I think Bryce should stay. I think Bryce should definitely stay.
I do too. I see potential there. You gotta coach him correctly though.
Yes. Frank called a play for Adam and he was on the sideline. I remember that game. That was ridiculous.
Yep.
Jeff says Jim Harbaugh will bring his quarterback from Michigan. I know that. Actually, you're probably right.
Good point. We could have him as a backup to Bryce until Bryce learns.
Carolina Red says this GM has to go, and the scouting department, Mr. Jim.
Again, you don't know what you're asking for. The
He
scouting
says,
department, yes, I agree.
He says we need a young gun GM like the Chicago Bears.
No.
I want them.
But what have the Chicago Bears done? What have the Chicago Bears done in the last 15 years? Please tell me what they've done. They just drafted Justin Fields, who was a bust. They have not gotten anybody good. And everybody can get a lucky trade once in a while to get somebody good. You know, like DJ Moore, you know, and screw us over. You know, out of a dumb situation that we're in right now, when your GM is easily manipulated. But still, what have they done with it, though? DJ Moore has always put up those numbers, so that's not new. But are they actually throwing it to him much? No. So, what are you actually accomplishing? How many draft picks have they kept in that amount of time?
Interesting question. I mean,
the Bears have been atrocious for years. At what point do you think that they're actually going to be good under that GM that is making terrible choices? Like I said, there are worse GMs that we could get. This is a perfect illustration of it. How about the Jets GM that they had for 20 plus years? That absolutely were horrible up until the last 5 years. You know, the only good player that I could really count that they actually drafted in that amount of time was Rodgers Cromartie. I'll give you Rodgers Cromartie. But the rest of them were trash, and they never kept them. Nobody wanted those players either, so they couldn't trade them. So you had to sit on those contracts, and everybody was just getting a bag up there on horrendous contracts. So that led to losing seasons for 20 plus years. What have they actually done? Nothing during that time period. That's where we're hitting if we get rid of Scott Fitter and we hire a worse GM. This is the risk that we're taking, guys, by firing Scott Fitter. You guys don't know what you're asking for. Please stop asking for this. You're asking for a 20-year drought. This is the same owner that went 0 for 2 on head coaching hires, man. You got Scott Fitter, you got Frank Wright, and you got Matt Rule out of it. Imagine what he's going to do at GM. It's going to be horrendous. Because he can't keep his hand out of the cookie jar.
Let's see. I want the new coach to bring in his own quarterback and make Bryce work for his starting role. That's a possibility. That could be a possibility.
Yeah.
Jeffrey says Scott should have been fired with our last coach. Larry Harmon
nope.
says Bill O'Brien. Not sure what he was referring to, but Bill O'Brien used to coach the Texans.
Well, his name has been thrown around because people have thought, okay, this might be a candidate for head coach. I'm saying no.
Gotcha.
No. He didn't do jack crap with the Texans. What makes you think he's going to do anything here? This is not the answer.
He did have a couple of playoff appearances.
Okay, a couple playoff appearances. I'll give him that. Even a dog finds a bone in the backyard once in a while. Okay?
I mean, 4 divisional titles, bro.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, and not only that.
But I mean, it's a terrible division, though. What do you have in that division? You've got the Indianapolis Colts that have been awful. Then you've got the Chicago Bears that have been awful. No, not the Chicago Bears. My bad. Who else is in that? Jacksonville's been terrible up until the last few years.
And the Titans.
Yeah, and the
I mean,
Titans have
but
been
you
trashed
still gotta
too.
win your games.
And the Titans have been trashed too. So that's 8 easily winnable games. That gets you to 500 already. You know, or
And they did have a
six,
Deshaun
six.
Watson.
My bad, 6
Yeah,
because
they
you play
did
these
have-
teams twice. So
and
that's
they did
6
have a
wins
Deshaun
already.
Watson, so, yeah. No, that's
That's
yeah.
that's like looking at a college team like Georgia and saying, okay, you've already got a guaranteed 6 wins because the schedule's soft and you're playing a bunch of rinky dinks. You know? That's what that's like in the NFL if you actually have that much talent on your team. But Houston really didn't under Bill O'Brien, though. And they still won those games. So, I mean, it's just a trash division. You took advantage of it. So, what about
Yeah.
the rest of the schedule? You know?
Let's see.
What did you do with
is-
that?
Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting point. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
four
Yeah.
four divisional championships. I mean,
Yeah.
I see both sides. I
Yeah.
definitely see both sides.
I do, but I do too.
Mr. Gemini says, I don't know about that, Corey. I think he was talking about in regards to Scott Fitterer. I think.
Mm,
Carolina Red says, I don't like that he didn't bring nobody to help Bryce when nobody else on the team was pending out on the offensive side. Deuce brought in Miles Sanders, and Miles ain't pending out, so that justifies his firing. His starting running back has turned into a backup. They could have just paid Foreman. I think they were going to pay Foreman chump change. I think that's
yeah.
probably
Yeah,
what-
that's on Scott. When it comes to
Yeah.
contracts, that's on Scott and whoever else deals with the contracts, which would be the assistant GM. That had nothing to do with Deuce Staley. He's just the running backs coach.
Yeah.
He just coaches the running backs. That's all he does.
David says the scheme and the coaching is what got Deuce fired, which is ridiculous. He should have been interim head coach. He
I
had that
mean,
bias. It's not
that's
fair to
possible. I could see that being, you know,
Deuce. Maybe.
it sometimes people that actually are doing their job correctly do get fired, you know, and just get used as scapegoats. And I feel like that's what happened because who was in the room with Chris when that happened, when they were making those decisions?
Perhaps Caldwell.
Hold on. Yeah, I think it was Caldwell. Somebody put that in chat, in the group chat. Let me find it real quick. But I think it was. I gotta go up a ways because people are really going nuts in the group chat today. I'll be able to tell you in a second. But I believe it was him. So, yeah. He fires Deuce, and immediately Chris Tabor is just like, why did you fire him? You know? Because I wanted him to stay here. So then he fires the other guy. Let's see. I don't see it offhand. This is gonna drive me nuts. I know it's in here.
No, take it down. Take it down.
Don't wait on me. Go ahead. Oh, here it
okay.
is. Here it is. Here it is.
Oh, you
Jim
can find it?
Caldwell.
Go for it.
Jim Caldwell was the man in the room with him. So,
so it was Jim Caldwell.
Yeah.
Okay.
so Jim Caldwell fires Deuce Staley after just getting those responsibilities, and Chris just goes, Why did you fire him? For what reason? He was doing fine. Well, since you're going to do that, I'm going to fire you. So it's just another instance of, I'm firing you, I'm firing you, I'm firing you. It's like, who's getting fired here? It's the old Spider-Man meme.
Oh,
It's ridiculous. That's the only way I could freaking justify that one. Because that was just so wacky that would happen right after. You know what I mean? I mean, it was just immediately after. Within like a span of like 15 minutes, I got that news. And I'm like, what the heck?
Oh, jeez.
So,
Well,
I don't
yeah,
know.
I mean, it's weird. It's really weird.
It really is, though. It's been a bizarre day. And an interesting one, too. Okay, so let's continue.
So, yeah, David said, Deuce has that fire. It's not fair to Deuce, but whatever. I don't run this team. They tried to pay Foreman, but he didn't want to be here.
Facts, man.
Carolina Red says $25 million and he a backup.
God.
Mr. Gemini says, who do y'all think would want to come here, especially without a first-round pick? Whoever it is, the GM and the coach both need to be on the same page and believe in Bryce.
Eric would. Greg Olson has already showed his interest, so somebody will. But like you said, it's got to be somebody that's fresh out of the gate, that has never been a head coach before. In the NFL, not in college, but in the NFL. No more college coaches. I will not accept any more college coaches unless it's Dabo Swinney or Nick Saban from Alabama. Or Venables from Oklahoma. I will not take any more. Harbaugh would be the exception because he's already been in the NFL. He's the exception to the rule. But why is he back in college? Because he failed in the NFL.
Right. Let's see.
Which
Mr. Gemini
happens to be
says-
the next comment.
Mr. Gemini says, who do y'all think would want to come here?
We already
especially-
addressed that.
Oh, we did? Oh, okay.
Yep.
Jeff R. says, hire Jim Harbaugh, draft the quarterback from Michigan, then hire Tom Brady as
Oh,
quarterback.
God, no. No, 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 no.
Yeah.
Absolutely no. No. I do not want Tom Brady anywhere near this team. Nowhere near it. Unless we are laying him flat on that grass through pass rushing. I don't even want to play against him anymore. Mike Ditka did it.
Mike Ditka did it.
Oh, talking about what Mr. Carolina was saying,
Damien,
I think.
Damien says, what about Mike Singletary? No.
Uh-uh.
No. He doesn't have a good record as a head coach.
Nope. Not interested. Terrible head coach. Nope. Carolina Red says they didn't want to pay Foreman what he wanted, but they paid Miles more than he asked for. Yeah, that's on Frank. For trying to get Miles here, as well as Deuce Staley, and then the rest of it's on Scott because he could have paid him the same amount that Foreman wanted, and it just went downhill from there. It's flip flop city here. It really is. I think Foreman is a traitor, in my opinion. David Screw says. I think he was wanting Wilkes. That's why he didn't sign. Ooh, interesting wrench in the system here. I like that. You might be onto something, David. You might be onto something with that comment. I mean, I'm not gonna feed the fuel here to the fire, but that's a little bit conspiracy theory going on right there. And I like it. It's out of the box thinking, and I like it. Because no one's come up with that. It gets you thinking. Mr. Gemini says, I heard some people say that Evero could have turned it down, but I don't know. I mean, if I was Evero, I would turn that head coaching job down. Because you know it's a dummy mission.
Yeah.
You know for 100% fact this year it's a dummy mission after watching Steve Wilkes go through the dummy mission.
Yeah.
And Big Cat was right. Give him credit. Big Cat was right. It was a dummy mission. Mr. Gemini says, I heard some people say it ever. Okay. Yeah, we already covered that one. Sam Hell leads the NFL in passing yards. Eric Bieniemy, Jeff R. said that.
Yeah.
And he's right.
That shocked the mess out of me. That definitely shocked the mess out of me.
I'm a little bit not surprised by it, to be honest with you, because Eric has had success in KC with Patrick Mahomes, and he's now proven that he can do that with another quarterback in another town with a lesser situation. So, y'all wanted proof that Eric Bieniemy could be a good head coach. There you go. That just pads his resume even further and proves the fact that his resume is legitimate. Hire the man. Give the man a call. Alright, so David Screw says, honestly, I don't want Foreman back. That's not him. That's not the organization. Yeah. He made the right move because Frank sucks, but still, it's called values. I don't want Foreman back ever. I mean, David, again, you're going off that conspiracy theory, but I think you might be onto something. You might be, man. Miss Carolina Red says, trade a lot of players that stay injured. Horn, Jackson, Henderson, trade Miles Sanders to get some kind of money back. Here's the thing. If you trade some of these people, we are severely limited in roster. Secondly, you better get at least a pick or two back for these guys. Because there's got to be something that you can get value-wise back. You know, I'm tired of us not getting the proper value back for the guys that we're moving. Yet when we go and trade for something, we get horrendous value and we give up everything, including our arm and leg and torso, to get what we want. Look at the Bryce Young trade for a number 1 pick. Look at CMC. We traded CMC. We had to give up an arm and a leg and a torso just to get all those picks. It's just not worth it. You better get proper value when you trade, man. Otherwise, it's not worth it to move people. And you don't want to cut them because guess what, guys? Players that have been misused will just go out there and do what they did before you signed them as a free agent again. They'll put up the same numbers and get bigger contracts than they ever got in Carolina.
Right.
I mean, it's there's a long list of those people.
Oh, okay.
When you get to a point where Graham Gano hurts us and costs us a game, you know you've gone too long with this.
Hold on. There's one thing I gotta address. Joe Valesco, dude, really? What's wrong with about Tom Brady? You're really asking that question?
Do not start with that on this stream right now.
Hold on. I'll take care of this. Joe Valesco, me and you have personally gone over this before. I've already explained my reasons behind Tom Brady. There's asterisks next to his name when it comes to championships. And somebody that, yes, may have been, one of the best quarterbacks, but is also one of the dirtiest players as he attempted a intentional sliding tackle in a game. And to get Tom Brady being the history of the Carolina Panthers going up against this dude would be a big slap in their faces. And honestly, I don't know how you or anybody else wouldn't be able to see that. No, bro. No. Just no. No. I'm telling you right here and right now, if we get Tom Brady on this staff or as our quarterback, whatever, I'm not watching a game. I'm not watching a single game while he is on this team. It would be a big slap into the face of this franchise, bringing on somebody like Tom Brady, given his history, and he can have 20 plus championship rings. That doesn't change the fact that that is a dirty player. That
all of those wins would be dirty. An
intentional sliding tackle on a player.
No, all of those wins he gets for Carolina would be dirty, in my opinion.
Nah, screw Tom
They
Brady.
Don't count in my book.
Like, you gotta, like, it's not all about accolades.
Heck no.
It's not always gonna be about accolades in certain situations. This is one of them. Screw Tom Brady.
Tom Brady, man. I'm telling you, sometimes I think they just put this stuff in chat just to trigger us.
No, like,
They know we don't like Tom Brady at all.
I love you, bro, but I really don't. I love you, bro, but I really don't know why you brought that up when we've had that discussion. Come on, bro. You know my stance on that.
Everybody knows my stance on it. They never bring that up in mine.
Come on,
because they know. They understand this. That's exactly why they don't.
Okay. Let's see. Where are we? Honestly, I don't want Foreman back. That's on him.
Yeah, we got that. Both of those.
Okay.
Trade a lot of players. I just addressed that. Okay, Jeffrey's where we're at. This guy knows football.
Okay. I think Sanders should stay. Frank makes everyone look bad.
Interesting take. That is actually a good take because I want to see what Sanders does under a Thomas Brown offense that has been unchained by Frank. You know?
Yeah. Let's see.
Scott's nickname should be Dead Money.
Dang.
Wow. I mean, he's not wrong. We do have a ton of dead money.
This is true. Carolina Red said he lied his way into a head coaching job and brought all these coaches with him that was football minded that he wouldn't let nobody else have a voice with him. They still need to trade him 4 years or not. He ain't working. We got 2 of the same size backs. So talking about
he was gaslighting everybody, dude. He gaslit the Celts. He gaslit our owner. He gaslit our team. All the way down the ladder. And he got away with it. He got away with highway murder by gaslighting us.
No, Damien. I would not make a deal with the devil to get a Super Bowl. Dude, see, Damien, this is the problem. Dude. This is the problem. So many folks out there are so desperate to finally win one championship. I don't just want one championship. I want a dynasty.
Facts.
Because at the end of the day, the only thing you'll be able to say is you win one championship. Oh, well, we won one championship. Like, how long are you going to be able to throw that in folks' faces? Oh, well, we won one championship. No, I want a dynasty. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm a Dallas Mavericks fan. Right now, that's all I can say about Dallas. Well, we won one championship. That stuff gets old, bro.
Yep.
It gets
Mhm.
old after a while.
I'd settle for just one Lombardi
If you're not
at this point.
if you're not a franchise like the Kansas City Chiefs or
Mhm.
the or at one point the Denver Broncos, the Dallas Cowboys,
Once
the
you stop
Pittsburgh
winning, you stop getting
Steelers,
talked about.
the Pittsburgh Steelers,
You stop being relevant.
I want
People
this
stop
team to be a
respecting you.
franchise like that. Like when you have a franchise
You
like
become
that
Dallas,
that
essentially.
has like 6+ championships, then you can talk smack.
And even then, once you stop winning championships and you start sucking like the Dallas Cowboys in the playoffs every year, then you stop becoming relevant. People start treating you with disrespect.
Not to mention,
And
Tom
your
Brady
fan
has-
base is all, ooh, well, we won this many chips. It doesn't matter. That was how many years ago?
Nah,
You become the
nah,
Dallas Cowboys at that point.
Nah, Damien, you talking about you can build a dynasty with Brady as a quarterback?
No, you
mentor?
cannot.
No.
No, you cannot.
I don't want to deal with somebody that has.
It's
more
not
asterisks.
worth compromising our integrity to do that.
Not only that, I don't want somebody a part of this organization that, number one, can't keep promises. This dude sacrificed and ended a marriage for the sake of playing one more season. No. Not to mention, did that.
He's a piece of
What's
garbage.
the point? The guy has 7 championships. What was
I don't
point
want
of
him
doing
anywhere
that?
near this team.
Like, what was honestly the point of doing that? Not to mention, that dude has so many scandals and gates tied to his name. Like, that's all a good number of folks are going to remember alongside his 7 championship rings. Okay,
Yep.
so be it.
Yep.
But I tell you what, I still wouldn't pick him over Joe Montana.
Yep.
And you can stamp that right here. I could care less what people say. Screw Tom Brady.
He is the opposite of what we stand for as a franchise. Complete polar opposite. I said it. Yes, I did. Come at me, haters.
You know what? I'll say this one last thing. 2 things. For Carolina Panther fans that would want Tom
Y'all are
Brady.
just trying to trigger us at this point.
Carolina Panther fans that would
Stop it.
legit. Hold on. That would legit want Tom Brady on their team, whether as a quarterback or as a staff. You're either 2 things. 1, you're extremely desperate, or 2,
Your sound cut out, buddy.
I don't mind doing what it takes to win, but no, I want it to be done the right way without any sort of shenanigans. No.
Absolutely agree.
Especially not dealing with somebody that was a dirty player and that has so much negative tied to his name. Not only that, willingly ruined a marriage for one last season. No. I don't care. No. Screw Tom Brady. You
And
got
it goes
tons
further
of,
than that,
you got
too.
tons of other folks out there that you could go after. No, Tom Brady will not and will never be on my list. Period.
And it goes further than that because he worked with Bill Belichick, who was a cheater as well. Also, you had Robert Kraft, who was in the commissioner's back pocket. He had the commissioner in his back pocket, guys. He went to dinner with him. You know? Come on, guys. You don't want that here. You don't want that here. Do you have any integrity whatsoever? Don't do this, man. And I feel like people are just dropping this in the chat now just to get us triggered. Stop it, guys. Stop it. You guys know this triggers us. Why do you feed off that negativity? How about some positivity?
Well, it's not so much that. It's like, why is Tom Brady's name even coming up? Like, why?
He's
like,
not
in all-
even
in
in
all
the league
seriousness,
anymore.
why?
He retired.
Like, why is his name even coming up? Of all
We
people,
can't even have a full season without that man's name coming up somewhere.
Like, I
Even
don't
when he's
get it.
retired. This is so stupid.
Like,
I am so sick and tired of hearing that name.
I honestly don't get it. Like, why are we even bringing him up?
Why are we even entertaining
of
this garbage?
Tom Brady. Like, that's what I don't understand. Why Tom Brady?
Just no. Just no. On every level, no. My lord, man.
I mean,
it's not
like,
worth it for those wins. Those are tainted wins.
I want a dynasty and I want to experience championships, but dang, I don't want to. I'm not going to be desperate.
Those are tainted wins. I'm sorry.
Not gonna be desperate.
And by the way, Seattle handed you one of those trophies. Seattle handed one of those trophies to you on a silver platter by not running Marshawn Lynch up the middle. They should have won back-to-back Super Bowls. But we're not even going to go there. I don't even want to go into that topic. This is supposed to be a positive stream because positive things have just happened to our franchise. Stop bringing up this negative, toxic crap.
But anyway, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's see. Where was I? Okay. What does everyone think David Tepper will say in tomorrow's press conference?
I don't care. I don't care.
Question.
I'm not interested. I'm not even gonna watch it.
Oh, here we go. I agree, but have more dead money again. Frank lost the locker room. That's why he got fired.
No, he lost the locker room for a variety of reasons. He's got a laundry list of things that he got fired for. It's not just that. That's just one thing on the list. Never wanted Frank.
Never wanted Frank. I know, right? But we don't have a deuce of Frank player. Thank God. He got hurt. The receiver we got from Jacksonville. They asked what happened to him.
Laviska. Yeah.
Oh, Laviska.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, he got hurt? He got hurt in that game?
Yeah, he got hurt again.
Oh, jeez. C.J. Stroud second in passing yards. Facts. He wouldn't have been nowhere close to us with that. I
think it's an ankle sprain. Yeah. Mm.
Okay.
I never did get confirmation on what it was, but yeah, it's an ankle sprain.
Okay. He would be looking like Bryce, and it would be vice versa with him and Stroud. Texans would have taken Bryce and would have had the same offense CJ got now, which, that's
true.
That's a fair point.
True.
I thought Young and Stroud were overrated. I didn't want us to trade up to next year. Carolina Red says right. We definitely need a power back, which that might be something they might take a look at in the offseason.
I can see both sides of the argument on the power back thing because we do have Chuba that can power through defenses, but at the same time, like, you want a legit power back, right?
Yeah.
When you think power back, what type of running backs are you talking about in the league?
I mean, I guess
you're thinking like a Derrick Henry. You're thinking like a
Henry.
Yeah. Just quarterback draw. You run a running back up the middle. What's the point of having a fullback except to block during blitzes?
Yeah. Let's see.
They don't do anything else.
Kevin says, hello, I heard that Frank got fired, definitely. So you can't look at this problem without pointing the finger at David Tepper. Ever since he came in here for the last 6 years, we have not had a winning season. Now that's a problem. It starts at the top. The owner needs to put the coaching staff together and getting players. Yeah, agree.
Yeah.
Carolina Red says he knows that he don't have a good product. Fans ain't gonna want to come to the game to see this. Yeah, you got
True.
that right.
True.
Jeffrey says a normal NFL team, the owner hires a GM, the GM picks his own coaches, and the owner stays out of the way.
This is not a normal NFL team though. We've always done things backwards. And I mean, there's been a few other streamers that have mentioned that
Yeah.
and pointed that out.
Says the new coach must sign an agreement that Tepper stays out of the way. Hey, I like that idea.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I totally like that idea.
That's a good one. Work that into the contracts.
Yeah. Jeff R says Eric Bieniemy isn't going anywhere. He'll be the head coach of Washington next year. Ron Rivera is going to get fired. Possibly. I mean, that could happen.
Yeah.
That could definitely happen.
Yeah.
Jeffrey says, who in the world would want to come here? Somebody.
Relevant question.
Somebody will bite.
Relevant question.
Bite, but it is an understandable question.
Yeah.
The enemy deserves to be a head coach. I just don't see it ever happening because NFL is blackballing him like Harbaugh is in the Big Ten.
Yeah,
Really
and the question is why? And you can't use the race factor because that's not a factor here. He's white. So, okay, where do you go from there? You know?
Tepper have to sign a no tampering agreement. Him and his wife just sit back and let coaches do his thing. Yeah. Let them injured players go. Trade them. They stay injury prone.
Injury prone quarter. Okay.
Warren Jackson, Henderson, and Chin needs to be traded off. They stay hurt too much.
And I already addressed that earlier.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I already addressed that earlier. You got to get proper value for these guys if you're going to move them. At this point, with the value that we keep getting for some of these picks, it's just not worth it. It's not worth moving them.
Let's see. I know, right? What's his name? You just described our GM. He suck. Our roster sucks. Scott was not a GM before. Who taught him how to be a GM, Mr. Oh, yeah, addressed that already.
Mm-hmm.
What if y'all get the Chicago Cubs former GM Epstein?
That's two different sports, bro. It's two different sports.
I know nothing about baseball, so
that's two different sports. You can't get a baseball GM to be a GM in the NFL. Oh, God.
There you go.
People, pay attention, please.
Jeffrey says, I think Forrest Gump would be a better GM. Dang. Ouch. Damien says the Three Stooges can GM better. Oof. Jeffrey says, I'm a diehard Panther fan. Every week I watch all our good players ball on other teams. When I watch my Panthers play, I want to cry. Don't cry. I mean, I get it, but don't cry.
Get pissed off like the rest of us, man, because we're out here.
Yeah.
It's understandable if you're pissed off.
Joel says, I have two head coaches in my top my wish list. Eric Bieniemy and Jim Harbaugh. Okay. That's not a bad
Good luck
list.
getting Jim Harbaugh out of Michigan, though.
Yeah, good luck with that.
And didn't he just get suspended for like 3 games or something like that in Michigan?
I think so.
Yeah. What did he do down there?
I don't
Nobody's been able to
exactly
tell me what he did.
It was.
Yeah.
But I think, was it some sort of tampering?
Maybe. I don't know.
I feel like it was some sort of tampering.
Bears made the NFC Championship in 2010. Okay, that's 2010, Damien. What year is it now?
Wait, what? That was 13 years ago.
What year is it now, Damien?
Yeah, that was 13 years ago. What the heck?
That still illustrates my point. You're making my point for me, buddy.
Fields is not a bust. The coaching making him look like one.
Are you serious right now?
Well, they need to get on the ball quick and fast.
So using that logic, you're saying that what's happening here in Carolina is the same thing happening in Chicago?
And Fields has been here longer.
Are we using that logic right now? Or the Bears just suck and they got another bust of a quarterback? How many head coaches have they been through in the last 4 or 5 years? They haven't really been through any coaches, so I'm not gonna say you can't use that logic,
My
but at
whole
the
thing,
same time, like,
I don't know how analysts were in early discussions of him as potential MVP candidate so early.
yeah, that
They were
baffles me.
crazy.
There's no
That
way.
like it's just like, okay, I understand he had a little
It,
bit of a better season his sophomore year, but it's like that's not saying much. But
okay, with the offenses that Chicago has run in the last 5 years, can you honestly say that he would be able to do anything in those schemes? No. Those
yeah,
offensive schemes were not fit for his system and how he runs things.
mm,
Secondly, if he was even halfway the coach that everybody's hyping him up to be, they would at least be 8-8 every year. At least 8-8. And they're not. When's the last time the Bears could say they were at least at 500 football? It's been a while. And not during Fields' time. It was before that.
I'm trying to think. What was the last time they went to the playoffs?
The Bears haven't made the playoffs in
Since
God.
2020.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
I mean,
2020. Wow, that was more recent than us, though. I guess I'd
yeah,
give them that.
yeah, arguable. Arguable. Okay. I can kind of see where you're coming from, Damien, on that.
Let's see. Tepper's speaking at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. Okay,
Don't
duly noted.
care. I don't want to
Um,
care what he. I don't care what he has to say. There's not anything he can do to really impress me at this point. He's just trying to dig his way out of the hole that he's created. But I do give him respect points because finally he made the right decision and he started firing the right people. So I give him those respect points back. But he's got a long way to go with me.
mhm.
You're still 0 for 2 on head coaching, sir. You failed to get us a training camp in York County. Which we're still trying to sort that one out. Whose fault that is. And I invite anybody from York County, that wants to speak on this, that from that city council or county council or anybody that wants to talk about this and share their side of it, because all I've heard was Tepper's side of it so far. I haven't heard anybody from York County coming out and speaking, except for the one that went on Big Cat's channel. So I invite them to come on my channel after the season's over. Not right now, not during the season, because we got enough garbage on our plate going on right now. But after the season's over with, I invite you to come onto the stream. We'll create a stream just for you, and you'll be able to speak your piece. I welcome it, because I want to hear both sides of this. I want to understand fully what's going on here, so that I can get all the information I can out of this.
Let's see. Talked about the Super Bowl. Talked about Tom Brady. Tito Z. What's good, champ? I know I'm late, but man, we are killing ourselves with all the money we're paying out for coaches and players who are not here anymore. It's going to be hard to.
We're
rebuild.
still paying Matt Rule, by the way.
Yeah, we're still
and Ron
paying.
Rivera.
So good point.
Are we still paying Ron Rivera? I think we are.
I don't think so. I don't think.
Oh,
so.
we're not. Okay, good.
As far as I remember, I don't think so.
I had somebody tell me that we're still paying Ron, so I don't know.
Let's see.
You gotta take your emotions out of it. It's about his wisdom and experience. All young quarterbacks go to him for advice.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Jeff. If they want to continue, have a hard time, like selling on somebody that, as much positives as he may have done, there's a handful of negatives in some of his decision making.
Right.
Like, and I admit a little bit of it, is outside of football. I'll admit that, but it's like I said, that intentional sliding tackle he did just totally made me lose all what little respect I had left for him. Like, period. Like, the dude failed to make the tackle. It was on a turnover. Failed to make a tackle. Was able to get another shot, and he intentionally does a sliding tackle. Like, just it's classless. It's classless.
Not even gonna go there.
Jeffrey says, "I hope y'all ain't mad at me. I'm just tired of losing." No,
I hear you, man.
no, not at all.
You good?
Vietnam, welcome to the stream. Vietnam says,
no.
as long as Scott's making the draft choices, we will fail. His time is almost up, and then we will see our team populate with real talent.
Vietnam, I've already addressed this several times in the stream. If you missed it, you missed it. Go back and watch the VOD. Because there's several points I made, and I don't want to go back and make them again. You guys know how serious this is. Come on now.
Well, I mean, we all know that you want to keep Scott, but
until we can find somebody better, until we can get out of this Amazon drought that we're in, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then you can start to deal with Scott Fitter, and see if we can find somebody better. But right now, it does not benefit us. It only makes us worse. Until we can deal with the David Tepper problem, then the GM spot is going to have to stay where it is.
Is the David Tepper problem. Like, David Tepper, I still feel is the biggest problem.
Yeah, until we deal with that.
Damien says, I get it. Trust me, I hate Brady with a passion. First Rodgers, second Brady. But if I had the chance to get one of them to win me a championship, I would take it.
You're really willing to risk that integrity to win a championship?
Dude.
You're really willing to risk everything that the Panthers stand for. All the values, all the love, all the loyalty, and turn this into a cheating organization just to win a championship? You're that desperate?
Not only that, Damien, let's be honest. If you hate Rodgers and Brady with a passion, you would not want them on your team.
You just contradicted yourself, man.
Like,
if you really hate them that much, why would you bring them here?
Nah.
That's not smart.
You wouldn't want them on that team.
That's not smart.
Nah. You wouldn't want them on your team. If you hate them that much, you wouldn't want them on your team.
No, at all. Nope. No.
Jeffrey says, we have 3 scat backs. They're fast, shifty backs. Power back can break tackles and use to get short yardage. Bert Furman's a power back.
But Foreman's a power back.
Oh, but Foreman's a power back.
Yeah.
Yes, this is true.
That's what he was trying to say.
Scat backs are small, powerful or big. Typically,
yeah.
Damien says, hey, Washington got 2 basketball owners, Hall of Famer with 0 football experience, and Washington is changing slowly, but changing nonetheless.
That's basketball, though. This is football. You can't compare baseball and basketball to football operations and how football is run. We are run differently than those other sports. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The only reason I was putting up the winning percentage for the last since 2019 is to show you and illustrate how bad we are as an organization, win percentage wise, and that's through all 4 sports. So you can't compare baseball and hockey and to football. You can't do that. They're different sports.
Yeah.
They operate differently. With basketball, yeah, you can have somebody that hasn't won a championship owning a basketball team, and you just happen to get lucky and get the right people, and you win a championship in the NBA. Yeah, it's a lot of games, but you can still do it. Baseball, same thing. You got a good GM in baseball that actually knows how to build a baseball roster, but at the same time, you have to survive 163 games or something like that a year. Same with the NBA. You got to survive all of those games just to get there. We only have 18 games. Well, technically 17 if you count the bye. So you're talking 17 games in the NFL. Yes, it's a more brutal sport, but it operates differently. You got to actually know what you're doing in the NFL and have some knowledge. Otherwise, you can't operate it properly.
Let's see.
Big Cat just went live.
Big
Us
Cat
Panther
just
fans
went.
never sleep. Well, I mean that's
Jeff
Big
Harmon has
Cat.
a point.
So that's
I
Big
mean, he
Cat.
has a point.
He always goes live this late.
Yeah. Damien says, you do realize Fields has had 3 different coaches and had to sit behind Andy Dalton, a.k.a. Carrot Top. Okay, first off, with Andy Dalton,
God.
you make it sound Pro Bowler, not to mention has had more wins than losses in his career. You do know that, right?
Not to mention, he saved the Cincinnati Bengals franchise. He rescued it from the graveyard.
Now, the only thing that you can dox...
And he
Andy
put
Dalton,
300 yards up against the Vikings this year, too.
Now, the only thing that you can... No, that was Seattle. It was Seattle.
Okay, it was Seattle. Still same point.
The only thing that you can dox Andy Dalton for is he's 0-4 in the postseason. In the playoffs, he falls apart.
Yep.
That's really the only thing that really stands out the most to him. And don't get me wrong, he's not even one of my first choices. But this is somebody that has, as a long-time veteran, that has had some success. I feel like you could probably compare him to like a James Harden, where he can ball, but come playoff time, he pretty much shuts off. So
Triple H.
Damien says, Triple H hates Punk, and yet he's brought him back to WWE. Okay, 2 things. Number 1, like I said,
that's your area.
If he hates him that much, why did he bring him back? And 2, in the right circumstances, any bridge can be repaired in the right circumstances. So
can't believe you guys don't want to watch Tepper tomorrow. I need a good laugh. Well, I don't. He never said he didn't.
I might check in. But going back to Damien's point, it's like, dude, like, just admit. Damien, just honestly, bro, just admit you're desperate. You're desperate for a championship. Just admit it.
Yeah.
Just admit it. If you admit it, I will completely leave it alone and I'll stop trolling you about it. But just admit it. You're desperate for a championship. You'll go to any lengths to get one. Just admit it. Just admit it. It's
just
okay.
call it what it is.
Just admit it. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with it.
You're
just that type of fan. Fair enough. We've already kind of put you in that box, but I mean, just admit it.
Well, no, I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna give him a chance. I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna be fair.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna be fair. Cause part of me gets it. A long time ago, like, I would totally be doing the same thing, but it's like, as much as certain things have happened, it really, like, I gotta really, be specific. I gotta be specific. But,
all right, so that's all your comments. Let me get into mine.
All right, your turn.
The Real Sunchild says, "Let's go, brother. We did it. We got rid of Frank. That's right." I'm hyped, man. I'm hyped. Broski Bear says, "I'd like to thank the Panthers for Marvin Harrison Jr. with the #1 pick."
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Oh goodness! How do you know the Bears are actually going to pick him though? You don't know that. You don't know that. How do you know they're not going to go something else?
I guess that's who he wants.
That's who a lot of Bears fans want, but does the management always go that direction? No, because your GM doesn't know what he's doing.
Damien says, "I am slightly desperate only because life is too short." Yeah, desperate. No, there's no slightly about it. There's no slightly about it. It's
there's no
yes
slightly
or
about
no.
it, dog. Nah, you're either desperate or you're not. At that point,
life is too short. That is true, but it's
Yeah.
not like it's the end of the world if the Bears don't win a championship. While you're still
Exactly.
here.
Yeah.
It's not that
Yeah.
serious.
Yeah. And you guys
It's
haven't won
not
a
that
championship
serious.
in how long? So, there is that.
Yeah,
And
but no, I feel you.
here's hoping you guys get something together, man, because, I got no hatred towards the Bears, man.
But from one fan to another fan,
Right.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like 30%.
We haven't won a
trolling.
championship either, so we get it. We understand.
I'm like 30% trolling. So
Yeah.
but yeah, you had some more comments.
Tepper lost his temper. That's true. He did.
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, you could say that.
The F word in the locker room pretty much emphasized that one.
Yep.
And Lock Poppy says, "We hope." Was at work this morning and peeped over at the TVs in the dining room and saw Frank Wright was fired. I was so happy, man. Yeah. Me too, man. Me too. I woke up to that notification. I was just like, man, shoot. Steve Wilkes as an interim head coach without an off-season, 6-6. Frank Wright with an off-season as a full-time head coach, 1-10. Will Washington give us Eric though. Will Washington Commanders give us Eric? I think is what he's trying to say. Probably not. After he's already tasted success in Washington. That's my thoughts on that. True, Mr. Carolina Tepper has to get the best head coach available for us this time. He has to get it right this time, in all caps. And the best choice definitely is Eric. I agree. I absolutely agree. He has to get it right this time.
Yep.
You cannot go 0-3 because we are really down the hill. If you get worse than this.
Gotta get it right.
I don't think Tepper can take enough of the stress anymore with another trash head coach. Yeah, imagine how we feel. Welcome to the party, Mr. Tepper. We've been here for 8 years before you were even an owner of the Panthers. We've been here. We've been in this dark hole since before you came here.
Yes.
Welcome to the party, buddy. Can I hear y'all's thoughts on Chris Tabor as interim head coach? We already addressed that. Mr. Carolina getting me hyped, saying that I'm not gonna lie. You know, all that stuff that he was saying earlier. Yeah, I agree. Mr. Carolina was on an absolute hot streak tonight. He was saying some absolutely hot fire stuff. He was spitting some fire tonight.
Of course.
Bears haven't seen a Super Bowl in a century. All right. Be nice. Be nice. Be nice. We haven't seen a Super Bowl either, buddy. So be nice. Plus, we did lose to the Bears, too. And we gave up our first round pick to the Bears. So be nice. We don't have much room to talk trash today. Damien says, "Hey, sorry I'm bringing this up since you brought up the race guard thing. How would you like Mike Forrest as head coach?" I didn't exactly bring up the race guard thing, but what I was doing was illustrating a point. You know, you can't use the race guard when we're talking about Eric Bellamy not getting a head coaching job. That was my point. I was trying to illustrate that.
Mike Flores.
So, no, that's not where I was going with that at all.
Oh, does he mean Brian Flores?
I think so.
Oh. Yeah, sure. Sure, why not?
Maybe.
I guess. I mean,
Maybe.
I know he's kind of a middle of the road when it comes as
Well,
to
Ron
head
Rivera
coaching
was
record.
too, so
Yeah, but I mean,
you'd be getting another Ron Rivera.
big comeback season. He did have that big comeback season with the Dolphins,
Oh,
and then
Brian
he got fired
Flores.
for it. Yeah, Brian Flores. Yeah, yeah. I had to think about it. I was like, oh, Brian
That
Flores.
is true. He did have that comeback season with the Dolphins. Yep.
Yeah,
True.
won 7 straight. But then got fired.
Right.
You know, he was done pretty dirty. I will say that he was done
Right.
pretty dirty. But I mean, would I consider him as a candidate? I mean, not my first choice, but why not? He's not my first choice, but why not? I'll leave it at that.
Yep.
You got any more comments on your end?
No, I am caught up.
Oh, wow. So I had tons more. Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, that's why I let you start. There's been a lot of talk today about the situation that we're in. And I mean, it's been interesting.
So, we know. So, with this being said, we know we have our final 6 games. The Bucks twice, which is this next game, and then the last game of the season. So the Bucks twice.
I think I know where you're going with this.
Game. This will be an away game. Actually, we have 3 straight away games because we lost to the Titans, then we got to play the Bucks, and then the Saints. The final time with the Saints is on the road, and then we got the Falcons and the Packers at home, then the Jaguars on the road, and then we finish off at home against the Bucks. So, Thomas Brown, play caller, Jim Caldwell has his back. Chris Tabor, interim head coach. These final 6 games.
We haven't officially named an offensive coordinator. He's a special play caller assistant, right? That's what they labeled him as?
No, who? Jim Caldwell?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
for the new role.
Yeah. So he's gonna be assisting to Thomas Brown as far as with the main focus being on offense with the play calling.
But that's not. We haven't named an official offensive coordinator. That's the problem.
Well, it's still going to be Thomas.
It's still
Brown.
wide open. Wait. It's still wide open. They haven't named one yet.
Wait,
he's calling the plays, but they haven't named him officially offensive coordinator. You see my point here? There's a narrow window.
No.
Whoa. There's a narrow window that you could get Ken Dorsey in here as an offensive coordinator.
No, Thomas Brown is still offensive coordinator.
They haven't officially named him that, though. They called him a special assistant. They used some special term for him, but they haven't named him officially as offensive coordinator.
That was Jim Caldwell, bro. He said that he's a special advisor.
Jim Caldwell got fired.
No, he didn't. Jim Caldwell's still here. He's the special advisor working with the offense.
That's not what I was hearing through the grapevine.
I'm looking at the Ian Rappaport even said it. Chris Tabor, interim head coach and addressing the team. Jim Caldwell moves to special advisor working with the offense.
Special advisor. Listen to the context of that. Special advisor working with the offense. That's not an official offensive coordinator role.
I understand that. I'm saying
that's what I'm saying. There's a technicality here.
Thomas Brown, no, bro. Thomas Brown is still the offensive coordinator.
He's not been officially named that, though. That's my point. You're missing the point here.
Title, though. That's his job title.
That's not his official job title. Listen to the context again. I don't think you're seeing it.
No, I'm not.
This
because
is listen to the context of how that was put. Special. It was special. What was it named again?
Special advisor.
Special advisor. That's not an offensive coordinator role. That's an advisor to an offensive coordinator. That's an advisor to an offensive coordinator job. Which means there's a vacancy.
How that doesn't denote a vacancy. How does that?
You have to. That's how the NFL works. You have to have an official name in the offensive coordinator chair, even if it's interim offensive coordinator. That's how it's always been. Now think about that context again. Special advisor.
Look, I just looked it on ESPN. Special teams coordinator or special teams coach Chris Tabor has been appointed as interim head coach, while offensive coordinator Thomas Brown will assume play calling duties with the help from senior assistant Jim Caldwell.
Okay, so they officially did name him offensive coordinator. They officially named him that, right?
Officially named who offensive coordinator?
Thomas Brown, right? He's officially been named that, using the specific words offensive coordinator, correct?
Yeah, but bro, remember he was
okay,
hired.
so that's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for was the official wording on that. Because otherwise, there's a technicality.
Did you think it was gonna change?
What I'm saying is, you never know with this organization what might happen. It's been a circus. So, there's been a lot of weird technicalities that have been going on in the last 5 years. So, you have to listen to the wording. You have to listen to the context. Because if you find a technicality that allows you to open up the offensive coordinator job to somebody from the outside, here comes the opportunity for Ken Dorsey to come in as offensive coordinator. You see what I'm saying? The door would be open if you find that technicality in the wording. But it's not open, so therefore, it's not there. That's what I was trying to get at, was the context. Special advisor doesn't mean specifically offensive coordinator unless you say the words offensive coordinator. Specifically tagged him as offensive coordinator. You could advise anybody. You could be an advisor for a head coach. You could be an advisor for the defense. That doesn't make you a coordinator.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is Jim Caldwell is the special
Again, special advisor could
Brown,
mean
Jim Caldwell.
Again, you could be a special advisor for any position. That doesn't mean you're a coordinator.
Yeah, I
unless
agree.
they specifically say the words offensive coordinator and tag him in it.
I agree with that. I just don't see where this whole Thomas Brown came from when, what was changed, what was addressed was specifically Chris Tabor.
I just wanted to make sure the language was solid here, so we don't have any question about who our offensive coordinator is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like it's like the play calling is definitely back in the hands of Thomas Brown. Like, yeah, that's definitely back in his hands.
Okay, but we had head coaching that was calling offensive plays too. So that doesn't mean specifically you're an offensive coordinator just because you call plays. Any head coach can call plays. So
yeah,
you have to be tagged with the specific language that says, okay, you're an offensive coordinator.
Oh yeah, I get that. I mean,
that's what I was going with. That's where I was going with that.
That was one of the things that I know you and I we were.
And hire an offensive coordinator with that language. So that's what I was looking for. Was that door open to Ken Dorsey, say? Or somebody like that's out there right now. That could come in and open this offense up. And then again, whereas Thomas Brown is just an assistant. He's just an advisor,
So
under an offensive coordinator.
So I guess the only opening, if Ken Dorsey wanted to come back up in here, the only opening would be quarterbacks coach since we cut Josh McCown.
Yeah, and he's not going to want to do that after his success in Buffalo. And my thing is, like, I would love to have him as an offensive coordinator here because bring your playbook with you, buddy. That would open things up for us right now. The success that Buffalo just had against the Eagles, it took them to overtime. We're talking about the first 10-1 team in the league this year. 10-1. And the Eagles are absolutely slaughtering right now. You brought those guys to overtime. Yes, the Eagles did win by a field goal. But what if they didn't?
It's just really unfortunate that...
You know what I'm saying? Like, I streamed that game. I streamed my reaction to that game yesterday.
It's just really a bummer that right now the Bills are stuck at 500. They just keep finding themselves stuck at 500.
For a 500 team, that was a heck of a game I just watched in the fourth quarter. Yeah. That was an absolute chess match with a now 10-1 Eagles team that is absolutely on fire. So they don't play like a 5-5 team. If you really look at Buffalo as a whole. That offense is on fire right now. It's the defense that needs trouble. Needs work. They are really in trouble.
Yeah.
And I don't know what's going on with it. Because Sean McDermott is your head coach, and he's a defensive-minded guru.
Right.
He's a very, very good defensive-minded guru, mind you. What's going on there? Do you just not have the right players? What's going on?
Makes you wonder.
It is. It's an offensive shootout with the Eagles. But, I mean, again, it's the Eagles' offense that's been on fire. So, what more do you expect there?
So, overall...
Josh McCown and Deuce Staley got fired. Yeah, yes. Josh McCown, I'm not surprised at. I was very happy when Josh McCown got fired because he had no business being our quarterback coach in the first place. Deuce Staley was the one that surprised me because I thought he was doing a solid enough job that he should probably stay for a little longer. You know, let him be the running backs coach till the end of the year. If he doesn't get it done with the current offense that we have now, okay, then I can understand firing him. But it's too early for him. I'd finish out the season with Deuce.
Yeah, I thought I would have too, to be honest with you.
Especially with the loyalty and the fierceness that he brought, to the locker room. Wouldn't you want that in your locker room right after you fired Frank Wright? To reignite the flame of this locker room? Because we desperately need to reignite that flame. It is dead.
Yeah. Got that right.
Man.
Gracious. So, overall, how the heck do you feel about the fact that David Tepper is going to be hiring his 7th head coach? Rivera, Perry Sewell, Matt Rule, Steve Wilkes, Frank Reich, now Chris Tabor.
Again,
that's 6 coaches.
It's a dummy mission. It's exactly what it is. For anybody that takes that job until the end of the year, it's a dummy mission. And it's 100% a dummy mission at this point. We've confirmed that. After watching Steve Wilkes last year. We know he's not going to hire the right guy. We know he's going to hire a dummy again to run this team. There's a high percentage of that. After watching over 2 of coaches come through here that should not be in the league. Mm-hmm. Matt Rule should not be in the league. Frank Wright should not be in the league. The game has passed you by, Frank. Go get a job at Ingles. Because this ain't it. Go be a bagger. You know? You don't know what you're doing at the NFL level. See what you can do at the college level. Maybe you got some knowledge down there. I don't know. Maybe you could resurrect one of those old Division I teams. I don't know. But he has no business being in the NFL. With all due respect. And I like him as a person, but he's not it. He gaslit everybody, including your owner, into thinking that this team would become a playoff team, and it's just not it. So we're looking at an owner now that has gone over to, and he's going to be hiring a new head coach again. Okay. At least you got rid of the poison. You got rid of the venom. Now you got to heal from it. And you got to hope that the next batch isn't venomous as well. That you're handling.
Right.
So, at this point, I feel like David Tepper is Steve Irwin. You know, you're handling venomous animals, and you're like, oh yeah, let's poke him with a stick and let's see what happens. You know, this is stupid. Pick the right guy to begin with, and then we won't have that problem. If you have the knowledge to pick the right guy in the first place, like Steve Irwin has the knowledge of which animals to pick up and which ones not to because they're venomous, and how to handle them, you won't have a problem. Guess what actually killed Steve Irwin? A manta ray.
Yes.
Of all things, a manta ray. Come on. A stingray. That's my point. He wasn't even expecting that to happen. But when you're actively handling a venomous animal, you're thinking, okay, I expect this animal to try to bite me. I expect this animal to try to get me poisoned in some way. But he had the knowledge to not allow that to happen. And rip Steve Irwin, because I love that guy. I love him.
Right.
But God, he had balls of steel.
It's true.
And the problem is, if you're not armed with that knowledge, and you go in and you try to handle those animals, of course you're going to get bit with the venom. Enter Frank Wright and David Tepper, because David Tepper is not armed with that knowledge. So he goes messing with stuff he doesn't understand, and it screws us.
Right. This is true.
So here comes round 3. Ding, ding, ding. We're about to get another moron. Chances are pretty good. Chances are pretty good. If you want to put Vegas-style odds on it and bet on it, chances are pretty good you're going to win that bet. And you want this same owner to hire a new GM too? Mm-hmm. After following that logic right there? For what reason? Use your noggins, people. We are this close to becoming the Jets for 20 plus years of severe droughts of wins.
Oof.
That's how serious this has gotten, folks. I'm not making this up. This is dead serious. Do you really want to become that? David Tepper, I am pleading with you. Do not put us into that. Please.
Don't do it.
Please don't do this to us.
Don't do it.
I don't know what else I can really say to convince you not to do this.
But
I keep hearing this from fans all around the fan base that don't have a clue what they're asking for. They don't understand how serious this is.
Well,
wake up, Panther fans. Wake up.
on that note, want you to tie this into your final thought, because I actually got to do one more video before I hit the bell.
Fair enough.
But,
Fair enough.
Go ahead and work this into your final thought and take it away.
All right. I'm going to start with the fact that I give you points for firing everybody that needed to be fired and keeping the people that needed to be kept. Because here's what I would like to see happen from here on. Okay, so evaluating who we fired. These were the correct people. The 3 I wanted us to keep were Scott Fitter, for the reasons I just listed to you, because it's that dangerous of a time that we could fall into that trap of being that next Jets team with a horrendous GM. 2, Evero needs to stay, and he did. 3, we needed to keep the special teams coach, which we did. Now, I would have added Deuce Staley to that list, but he's a questionable number 4. That's okay. I'm not mad at it. I'm not looking to give horse in the mouth right now. I will take what we can get. You got to take some bad with, some bad medicine with the good. You know what I'm saying? So I'll take what we got. I'm very, very pleased with it. And we're heading in the right direction. I'm just pissed off that you didn't do it after the Bears game. But, hey, again, not looking to give horse in the mouth. So, with that in mind, where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? That's the magical question. Now, what I would have liked to see happen was, because of the fact that we have spent $70+ million out of players' money and out of Charlotte taxpayers' money to make this roster happen, under normal circumstances, I would say tank. But these are not normal circumstances. And this is one of the few exceptions I will ever make to this. This special situation right here. We need to win as many games as we can to justify the spending of $70+ million out of players' money and taxpayer money to satisfy, 1, the fan base, who is already looking to protest outside of your gates, and 2, the players themselves, so they don't leave Carolina. And I'm imploring any players right now, stay in Carolina. Stay the course. All we need is a good head coach and a good offensive coordinator that can take us where we want to go. They will manipulate Scott Fitter in the right direction. They will lead him in the right direction like a horse to water. Because Scott will now see success from a coach that actually knows what he's doing, a.k.a. Eric Bellamy, whoever you want to put in that actually has success. He needs to see success. All he's seen so far is failure. But if you lead that horse to water, he will bring you to a lot of great things. He will get you to that next town, that you've been wanting to go to. And then from that town to the next, if you keep feeding that horse, you keep leading that horse to water, he will give you what you want until you get where you're going, which is the Super Bowl. It's going to take a while. It's going to take a few years. But we are just starting at bare bones bottom right now. And I'm not saying that this roster is bare bones bottom. I'm saying we got a lot of talent on this roster. You really want to toss that to the wind? I wouldn't. If you're a player right now, I implore you, stay the course. Good things will start happening now that you've gotten rid of Frank. But you got to be patient and hope to God Tepper hires the right man for you. That's a big gamble. I know it is.
Giant.
But it's a worthy gamble if you get what you're looking for. If you beat the house in Vegas, you get rich. Because the house is stacked against you in Vegas. But if you win, that's like hitting the Powerball. You know, and getting millions of dollars out of it. You keep playing the lottery, you keep playing the lottery, you keep playing the lottery. Eventually, you're going to win. Maybe.
Right.
Maybe. But you got to take the chance if you want to get there. You got to put your entries in if you want to win it. You can't win if you don't put your entries in. You can't make the money if you don't put it into the pot in poker. So what I'm saying is, be willing to take that risk. I know it's a huge ask. I know it's a humongous ask. But right now, we're within a hair's width of either turning into the Jets with a 20-year drought or being successful. And it's up to Tepper. Watch the news. Let's see what Tepper does. If he fires Scott, then ask for your way out. Because there's no way you're going to succeed here. You're just wasting your career. But if he does not fire Scott within a certain time window, I don't think he's going to. You know, after that point. That means stay the course. So it's either one or the other, man. And if you've been a loyal player and you've been playing your heart out for a Jaro, and Tepper decides that he wants to actually save this franchise and get a good head coach and keep Scott here, you know, for the time being until we can get the problem fixed, and then go searching for a better GM, then stay the course. But if Scott decides, you know, by way of Tepper, that he has to find another job, then follow Ajaro. Follow Ajaro. Okay? Ajaro will lead you to greener pasture. Wherever that may be. So,
Interesting.
I think we have to at least try to win a few games this year, whichever games we can win. And I would recommend the division games right now because the division games are trash. We can get
We got
those.
6 left.
Yeah, we can
6
get
left.
those. Jacksonville, if you're lucky. I doubt we get Jacksonville, though. I doubt it. That's going to be a blowout. Playing the way we are. But there's always that random chance. If Jacksonville thinks they're secure in the playoffs, they may get lazy.
Mm-hmm.
So be looking for that. Be expecting that. If they start playing lazy and they don't get that wake-up call on time, we could give them that wake-up call.
That we can.
Yeah, I mean, we have always come out of nowhere and surprised somebody when they least expect it at the end of the year. That's been our coup de grace. That's been our Super Bowl, really. If you really want to put it that way, in the last 8 years, we're known for it. But I mean, that's a big risk. You're not taking Green Bay. You're not taking oh shoot, who else do we have left? Name those
We
teams
just
again.
We got the Bucks twice, Falcons,
Mhm.
Saints.
Green Bay and Jacksonville.
That's it.
Okay, so you're not
Yeah.
taking the Green Bay game. I can go ahead and give you that one. You're probably not taking the Jacksonville game, so it's got to be a division game. The Saints will probably beat us too at this point, using the same offense we've been using under Thomas Brown. So
we're probably in 3-3.
Unless Thomas Brown is finally off the chain and allowed to do what he wants to do with this offense, then you might see something that might be worth exploring. We'll take a look at it and evaluate it once we get there. But again, like Mr. Carolina said, somehow, by some miracle, we are still in this division race for the crown. I don't know how we are, but we're going to need some help from Tampa Bay. You know, it's got to be Tampa. If they don't help us, we're in trouble. We're out. Because we're not taking the 7th seed. We're not taking the division. We're out. So at that point, I still recommend winning those games just because of the fact that we spent that money. And we got to justify it. But if we didn't spend all that money to build this franchise and we built it for cheap like we did with Gettleman, then I would say tank it. You know, because we've got to get those draft picks. You know what I mean? We already don't have a first rounder. You know, so this is a special circumstance. And like I said, normally I would not suggest this. I know people are going to hate me for saying this, but I'm a huge fan of tanking when you're already screwed for the season. When it's already over. You know, because the higher the picks, the better your chances of getting the players that you need to fix the team. You don't want to sit in the middle of the draft order like Green Bay and Minnesota for years and end up getting the middle of the pack, which is basically not great. So, they didn't go anywhere. They stayed stagnant. And that's what I was worried about when we had Ron Rivera, because we kept sitting in the middle. We kept sitting there with a 15th pick. So, you either want to be on the top or you want to be on the bottom. And if you're on the bottom, that means you succeeded in the season.
Right.
If you're on the top, that means you failed in your season and you need the top grade picks. So, this is the right way to go about this, I think, because of this special circumstance. It's not fun, it's not glamorous, but it's the way we have to do things if we want to rescue this franchise. But the first road to getting there, and this is what I would have liked to see. I would have liked to see Ken Dorsey take over at offensive coordinator, which is not happening. Which would have immediately revamped our offense and put a spark back in us. We could have gotten Andrew Norwell off the free agent list. We could have gotten Deontay Brown back on the practice squad because he does not belong on the free agent couch. I don't know whose brilliant idea that was to get rid of him. But no, after not giving him enough snaps. But, and people are going to hate me for that one too, and I don't care. But you got to get, the next thing is putting the offensive line coach and the D-line coach in a room together. And I want to hear exactly what you're coaching these guys. What are you teaching them? Fundamentals-wise, footwork-wise, hands-wise. What are you teaching them? If you're not teaching them those things, you need to be fired at the end of the year. Point blank, period. You need to go. And I've given, and it's Ben Warwick, and it's James Campen. Those are the two I want in a room. I want to know exactly what you're teaching them. Because these guys are not blocking properly. They're not using their hands properly on offense. We got Icky over here ignoring a block completely, where the guy's just going, YMCA, and he's got his hands up. You can't let a defender do that. You can't let them do that, bro. They will knock down passes. They will do whatever the heck they want. You can't let them have that kind of freedom on the line. It's just ridiculous. And there was another player where he just ran right around him, and all Icky does is the Heisman pose. Like, hi. It's like,
Dang.
and he just goes right past him like he did with Michael Oher back in the day. I'm like, this has got to stop. Okay? This has got to stop. This is the type of line play that's got to stop. Somebody's got to get Taylor Moton and Icky in a room together with James Campen and go, this has got to stop. You got to fix this. Now. You guys are better than this.
Interesting.
You guys have better fundamentals than this. You have better footwork than this. You have better hands than this. We saw it last year. We know you have it in you. Fix it. I don't care if you have to work on drills till 11 o'clock at night. Work on them. Get in the weight room, all of you on the O-line and the D-line, and work on your strength because this ain't working. The O-line is not blocking properly. They're getting bull rushed into eternity. The D-line is not getting any type of bull rush at all. They're doing the opposite. You know, they're letting the O-lines dictate the trenches. I want you guys to build a doggone log cabin in those trenches, man. Make them yours. Make them yours. Own that trench. Buy that land, own that trench. Because that's what we need to start doing. And I need these defensive ends and these defensive players to get off your blocks. Somebody needs to teach these guys how to do that. Because none of these guys know how to do that under Ben Warwick. Not a single doggone one of them. And I'm fed up with it. I've been watching this all year. And I'm like, why? For what reason are we allowing even the most average running backs to run circles around our D-line and get 2 touchdowns on us? And I'm not talking about Derrick Henry. Oh, no. Y'all thought I was talking about Derrick Henry with those 2 touchdowns this weekend? No. I'm talking the most average running backs. You know, are still running circles around us and racking up yards. Because we don't know how to do easy fundamental things. Such as get off blocks and cover the gaps. This is not a hard concept. It's muscle memory. If you already knew how to do it going into the NFL, you should still be taught how to do it through muscle memory, except faster on the NFL level. If you're not developing these guys with muscle memory as a D-line coach or an O-line coach, start working on that. You're not doing your job right. I've watched this game after game after game, and these guys are not doing it. And I'm sitting there going, okay, if I'm the interim head coach right now, I'm like, get in a room. We're having a conversation. This is going to be fixed, or I'm firing both of you at the end of the year. Point blank. I have that authority now. Fix it, or you're gone. And I'm not waiting on David Tepper to fire him. I'm firing him myself. Because I'm that fed up with watching it all year. Then, you're going to go out and you're going to get another corner. To fix this sorry cornerback room that keeps getting riddled with injuries. We have missed 7 opportunities to fix this problem all year long. 7. Count them, 7. And it makes me sick to my stomach that we're still not valuing this corner room. It is still in the danger zone. You knew full well that Dante Jackson or J.C. Horn would not survive this year. Yet you still continuously fail to give us the proper depth. Now I'll give you Troy Hill because guess what? That was our suggestion to give you that. Okay? That was our suggestion and it has paid off. And by the way, let me show you the numbers that we're looking at that Troy Hill has put up. This will impress people, I think. This was a great signing. Give me 1 second, I'll give it to you. You're going to be happy with this.
Right.
1 interception, 4 passes defended, 29 total tackles, passer rating 57.6 that he is allowed. That's Troy Hill, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
That's not Dante Jackson's numbers.
It's a good signing.
That's not J.C. Horn's numbers. That's Troy Hill. That's a 3rd-string corner. That was our suggestion. And it's paid off. Now you got to go out and you got to get another guy like that. So that we can have a full corner room and not have an issue. Now, I don't know who that dude was that we put in on Sunday. That was a new one for me. I haven't heard that name. So it must be a new one. But yeah, go check that depth chart and see who that new guy was. But the problem is we don't have a solid corner room that we know we can depend on. Just because we're ranked 6th doesn't mean we have a solid corner room.
David Long Jr.
David Long Jr. Okay, I don't know anything about him. You'll have to tell us about him when I get done with my soliloquy. But we don't have a solid corner room because we have failed to get that done. We failed to get that done thanks to Scott Fitterer and due to Frank Wright being an idiot when it comes to depth chart evaluations and the scouting department. So we have to finally make do with what we have and try to get as many of these players back as healthy as we can get them to try to win as many of these games as we can. I will settle for whatever draft pick we end up with in this scenario. You know, at the end of this road. But we got to start that journey now. Because if we don't do that now, we're just hurting ourselves. You know, and if we don't try to win these games, that's like saying to the players, who cares about your $70 million? Who cares about the money that you just put in for this roster? It's worthless. It's pointless. Why did you sign here? That's the message we're sending to these players. And if I'm a player, I'm going, okay, well, if that's the message I'm getting, why should I stay here at the end of the year?
Right.
Why don't I go to greener pastures where I know I'm going to be successful? Where I know that I'm not going to be misused. You know, by an owner that doesn't know how to pick a head coach and a head coach that shouldn't even be in the league. And
yeah, that's a fair point.
And it gets even worse. If you have a GM that has no clue what he's doing, that's worse than Scott Fitterer, why would you want to be drafted here? Like, we're actually going to be the first team in the NFL where players don't want to be drafted and actually verbally say so at some point down the road if you go that route. I mean, look at a perfect illustration of that is Phillip Rivers. Do you guys remember that trade with the San Diego Chargers? He did not want to play for the New York Giants for anything and got himself traded to the Chargers. That's who we're going to be. And guess who won that battle? Eli actually did, surprisingly.
Yeah.
But that kind of went the other way and doesn't really illustrate my point. But still, you get where I'm going with this. That's the team that we're going to be. We're going to be the New York Jets team for the next 20 years that all these players want to do is come here to get a bag and set themselves up financially for the rest of their lives. Because that's all you got from Jets players for 20 plus years because of a horrendous GM that was making horrendous decisions. Do you want that to be us for the next 20 years? I don't. We are this close to getting there. But we got to keep Scott for a little longer. I know it hurts. I know it's pissing people off. But it's the right decision. And I'm proud of Mr. Tepper for making that decision, that tough call. And it's the right one. I know a lot of people are going to stay pissed off about that. I know they're going to march on the stadium because of it. I don't care. It's the right call. Do you want that? Or do you want 20 years of hello darkness, my old friend? We're having a losing season once again. Do you really want that for the next 20 plus years? I don't. Which one is the lesser of the two evils? So sometimes you got to choose the lesser of the two evils to survive as a franchise. We're at that point now where we're desperate enough to have to do that. Does that piss me off? Yes. Am I happy with that? No. Not at all. But it's where we are. And fans have to accept that in this fan base. Otherwise, they're accepting 20 years of darkness. Pure darkness that we will never find our way out of. I don't see any other way around it at this point. That's how scary, dangerous this is. You cannot... Mr. Tepper, you cannot do this, man. You cannot do this. I am begging you with everything that I am as a Panthers fan, do not do this to this franchise. You would be putting a dagger into the heart of everything the Panthers are if you do this for the next 20 years. And keep twisting the knife every year that we have a losing season. That's what that's like. Imagine being a Jets fan for 20 years and going through that. Imagine being a Browns fan for 20 years and going through that. Imagine being a Lions fan and worried that your team may be sold out of Detroit. So you don't have a team in your town anymore to root for. And you're forced to root for another NFL franchise. Think about that. Think about how that feels. That's the direction we're heading if we toss Scott right now. Now, I'm not saying that he's the greatest GM ever. I'm not saying that he's even a good GM. I'm saying that he's the best we've got right now. And he's mid. And if you toss a mid GM for a horrendous one, you get exactly what you're getting in the head coaching ring. We get worse and worse and worse. Because our owner does not understand how to hire. And needs to delegate these responsibilities to someone that actually understands football. And how this franchise should be run. I don't care if it's a former player that you delegate these responsibilities to. I don't care if it's somebody that you just randomly hire that understands football. I would prefer it to be somebody inside of the franchise. But you gotta delegate it to somebody because you do not have a freaking clue what you're doing. And you're twisting the knife further and further and further. The more you screw this up.
Yeah.
These fans will not put up this much longer. They will leave this franchise. They will not show up to your stadium. They will not give you money. Guess where that money comes from? That is enemy money. From the Dallas Cowboys, from the Saints, from the Falcons fans, from the Buccaneers fans. Those fans will be filling up your seat. That is enemy money. Do you want that? Because money seems to be the only thing you understand, Mr. Tepper. At this point, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. And winning. So again, I'm saying the same stuff I was saying, yesterday. Please, find a way to show me that that is not you. I'm issuing the gauntlet to you. Show me that's not you. I'm so fed up with this. I really am. Meanwhile, the Charlotte taxpayers have to pay for this legally and pay for this horrendous product that they see on the field. Now, I'm proud of you for making the right decisions on firings. That's the first step in the right direction. But we got a long way to go. We got a long way to go before we can resurrect this franchise. This is just step one. And I hope that you have the balls to do it. And the spine to do this, Mr. Tepper, because it takes exactly franchise. So, what I'm hoping for is that things get better and things don't get worse. But the one name you don't want to see run across your screen, if you're a Panthers fan right now, is Scott Fitterer being fired on ESPN alerts. If you see that doo-doo-doo, Scott Fitterer has been fired, we're screwed for the next 20 years. That's when it's time for Panthers fans to utter the F word. And scream it at the top of our lungs, because we know we're screwed at that point and there's no going back. If you make that decision, there's no going back. You want to be an owner of this team? This is what it entails, Mr. Tepper. You dug your own grave, now you're digging your way out of it. And I hope you got a big freaking shovel, because that's what it's going to take. You got to dig out all the crap. You got to dig out all the waste before you can get to any type of gold. And there's a heck of a lot of it. So I hope you got your gloves on, and I hope you got your safety suit and your hazmat suit on, because we're diving deep into the crap in order to get there. So, I mean, at this point, I don't know what else I can say to you, Mr. Tepper, other than please don't make the same stupid mistakes you've been making and fix this team. For everything green on this earth, I am begging you, do not cause further harm to this team. Get your hand out of the cookie jar, good sir. Get your hand out of the cookie jar and save this team. There's a difference between meddling and there's a difference between fixing this team. Fixing this team entails understanding the team that you are buying into. This is not a child's toy. This is not your Oldsmobile in the backyard that you are working on in your shed. This is a $1 billion Carolina Panthers team that was built for the fans. The fans feel slighted because of the things you have done. This is not it. We are going the opposite direction, and the fans have every right to be pissed off. Every right. Because of what you did. And you're expecting things to get better by doing the same stupid crap and letting yourself be gaslit by a head coach that has no business being in the NFL? Wake up. This is an NFL franchise. You can't just treat it like a stockpile of money that you have in your bank account. You can't just say, well, maybe they'll get better if I just throw some money at it. This is not the New York Yankees, sir. Wake up. It's run differently. This is not baseball. You can't just buy your way into a championship like Mr. Carolina said. You have to find the correct people to run this franchise correctly. Otherwise, you are running it into the ground, sir. Stop meddling, start fixing it. And yes, I don't care what people say. If they think it's meddling, if you show up to practices, if you start learning about this team, if you start talking to these players, that's not meddling. That's learning about what you built. Sir, that's learning what you put your money into. And by the way, this team has been here longer than you have. Okay? So, please, listen to the players that have been here and have been successful, and you will do well. Ignore them at your own peril. And I'm saying that very, very specifically. Ignore them at your own peril. And this team is here way longer than your soccer team ever will be. We're going to outlive you even after you're long gone as owner of the Panthers. We're still going to be here. So, I'd advise you, while you're here, don't give yourself a stroke. You have no reason to be pissed off. You caused this. Miss me with the F word that you said in the locker room. Miss me with the, I'm going to evaluate this coach at the end of the year. Miss me with that. Because you caused this by hiring him in the first place. Yes, I'm still pissed off. And I'm still going to be pissed off until the end of the year. Until we start fixing this with proper coaching. Until I see, the Panthers have hired fill in the blank coach that is actually better than what we have. I'm still going to be pissed off as a Panthers fan. And I don't blame the rest of you if you are too. The people that deserve to be the most pissed off are the Charlotte taxpayers. And the people that are paid for permanent seat licenses, PSLs. Y'all have every right to be pissed off. And to put money into this team every single year. Me, myself, I would not walk across the street for free, even if I was handed a free ticket to watch this team and this product on the field. I wouldn't do it. It's not worth it to me. I'd rather just play some Madden. That's where I'm at right now. Because you have ruined it that far. And I was there. I dropped $100. I was a butt-in seat, as you call it. Butt-in seat for that Saints game. And I'm embarrassed I paid $100 for that. I'm embarrassed as a Panthers fan. But hey, I paid $100 to meet some super fans. I met some awesome people like you, that were out there. Great experience, right? I could have that same experience going to a bar, watching the game at a bar, and meeting fans there. You see what I'm saying, folks? This is a product that we are embarrassed by. This 303 winning percentage since 2019, that's real. That's a real number. And if we don't start fixing this now, we are going to be the laughingstock of 4 different sports for a very, very long time. That's not something I want. That will keep me awake at night as a Panthers fan and as a Panthers YouTuber. That will haunt my dreams, that number. I don't know about you guys. Is it haunting yours? Is it pissing you off too? Good, it should. Because if we continue on this path, we're not going to get anywhere. But the fact that you fired Frank and you fired the right coaches today started the journey in the right direction. You've earned some brownie points, but you got to earn some more. A lot more. So let's keep this train moving. Let's keep it moving.
Okay.
Don't stop. Don't go stationary on me. Keep it moving. I need to see progress. These fans need to see progress.
Right.
Otherwise, they will not come to see your product. They will not pay money for your merch. They will not pay money for your food. They will not pay money for anything, especially butts and seats.
Right.
This is where we're at.
It's gotta be.
You put yourself in this position, Mr. Tepper. Do I feel sorry for you right now? No, I don't. I don't feel a doggone bit sorry for you and your anger problem in the locker room and your little temper tantrum. Are we this frustrated? Welcome to the club. We've been this frustrated for 8 years, sir. Welcome to the train. We've been sipping champagne and pissed off for 8 years now. You're just now figuring this out. Welcome to the party. Now, what are you going to do about it to try to fix this? You see the passion and heart in my voice right now? That's how loyal I am as a Panthers fan. That's how much I care about this crap. I sacrifice my Sundays for this. Okay? I could be out there doing other things. I could be working. But no, I'm sitting here in front of you, explaining to you why this team sucks balls. Every Sunday. It sucks balls. It does. But can we find a fix for it? Yes. But only until we stop putting band-aids on a gaping wound. Only until we start sucking out the poison can we start winning. It's up to you, Mr. Tepper. You decide what we're going to do from this point forward. But be smart. Be wise. We're this close to 20 years of Hello Darkness, my old friend. We're back and we're seeing another loss. Another losing season. You choose, sir. Mr. Hedge Fund Manager. Mr. I'm not gonna accept complacency. You stole that line from me, by the way. Stop misusing it. Stop taking advantage of it and misusing it. That makes me look bad as a YouTuber and as a Panthers fan. That makes me look bad. Do you really want to do that again? Do you really want to do that again, Mr. Tepper? Because if you hire the wrong coach again, you're making me look bad. And I care about this team. I care about the product that we put on the field. I care about every aspect of this franchise from top to bottom. Right. I'm doing this for free. I don't have to do this on Sundays. I do this for free for you. For you. To help you with advice. To help this team get better. But only if you listen. And you're willing to accept that advice. But what do I know? I'm just a guy behind a mic and a camera. What do I know? Maybe my advice isn't worth anything. Maybe you just decide you want to do whatever the heck you want. If that's the case, why should I get behind a camera and a mic for you? You choose, sir. As long as I see hope that this team can get better, I'm going to get behind this camera and this mic. But if I see 20 plus years of that, I'm not going to do it. I'm going on hiatus until you decide you want to hire a coach that actually wants to win. That actually has knowledge. That actually has a fire in his belly. You know the difference between a head coach that actually wants that and a coach that doesn't? Look at Dabo Swinney. Then come tell me what a winning coach looks like.
And on that note, I still got to do my final thought, bro. Still got to do my final thought.
Keep pounding.
Keep pounding indeed. So a few quick things from me.
I'm gonna get food ready.
One, I have to do this right quick. Damian Hernandez, I don't know if you're still watching. If you are, thanks for being a trooper. But did you
appreciate all of you, by the way?
Did you or did you not complain that y'all had a Monday night football game tonight and y'all ended up winning. Why the heck were you complaining? See what I mean?
Dang.
You were complaining. Oh no, we got a Monday night football game. Why national TV? And y'all ended up winning. Not only that, y'all beat us on Thursday night, Amazon Prime time football.
You just beat a Vikings team that's a wild card contender, by the way.
Like, dude, what the heck? That's all I'm gonna say to you is what the heck. All that
Wow.
I'm scared. All that I'm scared that we got a Monday night football and y'all ended up winning. Not only that, DJ Moore just hit 1,000 yards receiving.
Oof. Oof.
So
He just called you out, man.
So to be honest, I really don't know why you were complaining, but I had to. No offense, but I had to do that. I had to do that because I remember those exact words.
Do what you gotta do.
You were not a fan that y'all had a Monday night football game, and what ended up happening? Y'all ended up winning the game. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Call him out.
I'm just leave it at that. But
call him out.
You know, don't jump that fast to conclusions, bro. You never know.
Oof.
Fact of the matter is, y'all get a lot more Monday night football games and primetime games than we've ever had. So, yeah, just want to remind you of that. Just saying. Okay. Now that I got that out of the way, I guess I'll keep an eye out on what David Tepper has to say to in the morning. I guess. I mean, I don't really know what to expect, but
It better not be Scott being fired. I know that. If those words come out of his mouth, I'm going to be ultra pissed.
We'll see what happens, but yeah, well, 6 games left. Y'all better show us something. I mean, you can't use Frank Reich as the excuse now. So
nope.
Y'all got 6 games left.
Facts.
What y'all gonna do? So, Chris Tabor, I mean, you're up on this dummy mission. I mean, do what you can. Thomas Brown, do what you can.
Yep.
Jim Caldwell, do what you can.
Yep.
But
Campen, do what you can.
I mean, y'all got 6 games left. What y'all gonna do? That's all I can really say. Shout out to Mr. Carolina. I know he had to leave a little bit earlier to spend time with the wife. So appreciate him coming through.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this was an insane day with this breaking news, and well, we're gonna see if there's any follow-ups and what this will lead to this weekend, because we got the Bucks this weekend, which we'll do a preview later this week. But
yep.
Yeah.
For those on YouTube that wonder where the game previews have been, we've been doing them together, and I've been posting them on Facebook, on the Facebook page.
Yes, there you go.
On my channel. So I haven't really posted any announcements on that, so we just kind of started doing it.
Yeah, but one way or another, y'all are covered, like when it comes to it. So no worries there. But want to thank everybody for coming out. Definitely saw some faces I hadn't seen in a while, so thank y'all so much for coming out.
Appreciate y'all on mine too.
But yeah, I mean, just have to take this in, keep pounding, no matter what. And well, out with Frank Reich. Let's see how Chris Tabor finishes this season out, and well, let's see if David Tepper can get things straight and actually turn things around. If not, we're in trouble. But Corey, let them know where they can find you.
I am Keep Pounding 3869. I believe that's the right number. Is it?
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Type that into the Google search on YouTube, and you should see my channel pop right up. I would be more than happy to keep going, after this. So if you guys want to pop over to my chat, go for it.
Do it.
I'll probably get some dinner while we're still streaming. But if you guys want to pop on over, come on. I'm down to talk some more. But if you guys want to end it, we'll end it.
Cool
But but Keep Pounding Facebook page, Facebook group page. Keep Pounding in all caps. Facebook group page, guys, not the regular page, but the group page. That's where you'll find me, in all caps. Should pop up right away. But if you've got a name for our panel of me, Blitzball, and Mr. Carolina, drop it in chat in the comment section. We'll get together, we'll vote on it, and we'll decide what we want to do. But I'll be dropping a post on that on the Facebook page, so you guys can put your names in there, suggestions, anything, for that, and we'll get that rolling. Stay happy, healthy, and well. There you go.
Indeed. So, yeah, y'all going ahead and as soon as I end this, y'all go ahead and transition to Corey Keep Pounding's channel. And, yeah, keep
Pounding
going
3869.
But I'm going to get ready to do one more quick video on my end and then turn it in. But this has been another Carolina Panthers Talk podcast. Like I said, brought to you by Keep Pounding Podcast, Blitzball Gaming, and the Bleeding Carolina Blue podcast. Thank y'all so much for coming out. Party continues over at Keep Pounding. Thank y'all so much. And Corey, I will be in touch as usual, and we'll mingle and do all that jazz.
Absolutely, buddy.
Alrighty. So for Blitzball Champ and
Keep Pounding.
Y'all head on over. We will see y'all next time. Or I'll see y'all next time. Good night, y'all.
All right. Anybody that's still in my chat, how's it going? Welcome on in. Obviously, we are still trying to figure out what we want to do with this team. It's been a jungle, man. It really has. I mean, people are gonna say what they will about this team and who we should fire and who we should have fired and whatnot, but honestly, at the end of the day, if you screw up and you fire Scott, this is gonna be the most royal upsetting choice that we have ever made by a mile and a half. Worst decision ever in franchise history. And there's been some doozies. Let's put it that way. Do you really want to do this? Think carefully, Mr. Tepper. Seriously, think carefully. Let's see. Let's see what's going on with people's reactions to this, because I know that there's a lot of reactions, positive and negative here, and there's a lot to talk about. still. I don't understand how Bill Belichick is a favorite to come here. I see him retiring as a New England Patriots head coach before he ever comes here. He would never leave New England. He would retire before he ever got fired. I just don't see it. And I'm thankful for that. So let's see. Frank says this is probably the final chapter in of my NFL journey. I mean, you should be retired by now anyway, buddy. Collect your stipend money, man. Collect your 401k money. And just be on your way, man. As a person, I like you, but as a football coach, you don't know what you're doing. And it's better this way, man. It really is. Enjoy your retirement. I would say you've earned it, but you really haven't. As a head coach. As a coordinator or as a coach anywhere else in the system that you came up in, yeah, I'd say you probably earned that. But you earned those paychecks, but to get to where you are. But as a head coach, no, you haven't. You gaslit everybody into your positions, and you failed in those positions. So, some people get paid that shouldn't be, but it is what it is. So I posted up a poll earlier, and I wanted to address this a little bit further. Where I said I would like to see us get Ken Dorsey for offense coordinator. He was Cam Newton's former quarterback coach. For those that don't know, he's had success in Buffalo as offense coordinator now. We've seen this. We've seen the evidence of it. There's proof of it. Now that we see this game against the Eagles last night, that went into overtime, who, by the way, went over 500 yards of total yardage in that game. I just want to reiterate that because I don't think people recognize this. 500 total yards of Buffalo Bills offense and defensive and special teams units. 500 yards. And they still couldn't beat the Eagles. That just shows you how strong the Eagles are this year. But I regress. 500 yards of Buffalo Bills yardage. They took the Eagles to overtime. Which of these three things could be correct, considering Joe Brady is now running that offense? And we tossed Joe Brady to Buffalo. He became the offensive coordinator now. He's running this system. Now, which one is correct? Which one's right? Ken Dorsey's playbook? But Joe is winning with it? Or is it that Ken Dorsey should get full credit for Buffalo's offense alone? To be fair, I don't think anyone would have chosen that. It might have gotten one vote. So, the poll votage for this is as follows. 66% out of 3 votes, and I posted this earlier about 9 hours ago, out of 3 votes, 2 people think that Ken Dorsey should get full credit for Buffalo's offense alone. 1 vote towards Ken Dorsey's playbook, but Joe is winning with it. Now this opens up a very, very dangerous line of questioning. And a can of worms we really didn't want to address before this point. If Joe is winning with Joe Brady's playbook and taking the Eagles, who are 10-1 now, after putting up 500 yards of offense total as a team, and you still couldn't beat the Eagles, but you put up that kind of a showing against the Eagles, why wasn't Joe Brady doing that with the Panthers? Forget the fact that we had Matt Rule. Okay? Forget the fact that we had terrible quarterbacks. Forget the fact that we had a terrible O-line. If we had all of the things that we needed, such as we do this year, why could you not have done that with the Carolina Panthers, Joe? Because you got all of that in Buffalo right now. You just put up 500 yards. Tell me why you can't do that with a mediocre Panthers team and only get less than 200 yards per game. Gee, I don't know. Maybe it's because all of the things that we have just taken out of the equation. So, you have to consider that, guys. It's a thing. All of these are reasons. Okay? We are handicapping ourselves by doing stupid things. It's not rocket science to figure this out, folks. I feel like this is one of those situations where if you're a Panthers fan, you're like, where were you when you found out the news that Frank was fired? You know, everybody remembers when we started going on a 15-1 run towards the Super Bowl. We all remember where we were for every game. You know, we remember every step of that journey. But I'm going to ask you this as a Panthers fan. Where were you when you got the news, when you heard the do-do-do from ESPN that we had fired Frank Reich? Where were you? Were you on your couch? Were you sleeping and you woke up? Were you watching another game and you just happened to see that run across your screen? Were you watching were you watching something on TV and you just randomly saw it on your phone? Were you working? Maybe you saw it on your phone when you were working and you got a buzz on your phone. I feel like we're at that point where everybody remembers where they were. That's how important of a decision this was for this franchise. And I think if we can start turning this thing around with this decision alone, you gotta go up. You can't go down any further. But oh wait, you can. It turns out you can. Because if we fire Scott, you can. Because then you're trying to find a new head coach and a new GM hired by the same person. And you got to recognize this is not a normal NFL franchise. This is the Carolina Panthers. We do things backwards here. This is the time to reset that. If you want to reset that, now is the time to do that. So, you want to reset how we're doing things, right? If you want to do that, okay. Then you better be willing to hire the right people. Because if you're not willing to hire the right people, you're not resetting. You're going backwards even more. Because at this point, we're going so far backwards as a franchise, we're basically in the dinosaur years. We're literally digging up bones of T-Rexes. That's how bad this team is right now. We're not moving forward, we're going backwards. To the point where Marty is visiting us in the past. We're not going forward, we're going back. You ever see those cartoons where people go backwards in time? And they end up in maybe the Stone Ages, they end up in ancient Egypt or something like that. And they're like, oh yeah, we went backwards, we saw what was in the past, we checked out this stuff, and now we're here. Well, guess what? We can't do that. This is not a cartoon. This is the Carolina Panthers. This is not... We don't go backwards in time to learn from our mistakes. We've already made them. Hindsight's 2020. Okay, so what now? What now? We're going to get out our crystal balls and expect the future to be any different when we keep making boneheaded decisions. I'm so frustrated. I'm beyond frustrated. If anybody missed that rant that I went on yesterday after that game, like, I just gave you guys a big taste of it with the end of his stream. But I was so fed up. I went on an hour-long rant. I had to get the toxicness out, man. I had to get the anger out. Because this team was just pissing me off that much. I want to talk about positive things. I want to be a positive Panthers YouTuber. I want to find something that's good to talk about. But, you know, when I'm drawing in new subscribers. But I can't find that. It's getting harder and harder to find that. Because all we're seeing is negative and toxicness. We're surrounded by toxicity. And no offense to the people that are just fueled by that, you know, and just love feeding off of that toxicity and negativity. But that's not what I want. I've never wanted that as a Panthers YouTuber. I never will. I don't want to come on here every Sunday and complain about this team. But for some reason, I end up doing it. For what reason? Because I'm passionate about this team and this franchise. And I want to see it get better. But I feel like we're just watching somebody that's just in a coma, you know, and they won't wake up. No matter what we do to try to wake them up. You know, we've tried everything. Every medical thing that we could think of, and this team won't wake up. It's like Sleeping Beauty, man. I don't know how to describe it any better than that at this point. We've been beat up. We've been destroyed so much that we're just laying in a bed as a vegetable, as a fan base, just watching this garbage. You know. You ever? I know it's a horrible way to look at it, but it is what it is. You ever have that family member that just ends up as a vegetable because they're so sick, or they're so health damaged that they're just a vegetable and helpless and lifeless? That's where this franchise is right now. We're on life support. I feel like we're on life support. You know, you got the oxygen on, you got the IVs in your veins. That's what this franchise is. We're looking at that family member right now and just going, what the heck is it gonna take? You know, we've tried everything. We've prayed. We've done everything that we can do. And yet still, this franchise is still in a coma. That's where we're at, folks. I mean, have I ever lied to you? Have I ever not called it what it is? This is what you bought, Mr. Tepper. But at the time that you bought this team, this is not what it looked like. You know, we were at least competitive before you brought in Matt Rule. And I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm eating that crow when I say this. I'm eating a lot of crow when I say this, because I was the one that was the most adamant against, you know, keeping Ron Rivera here after that last year. But here's what I didn't understand. Okay? One, and now that I look at this back in hindsight, since we're doing the hindsight thing, is 2020. The first thing I noticed was, one, we were at least competitive. We were at least getting to 500 ball. Yeah, I know that sounds surprising that I should point this out, but when we won a winning season, but heck, at this point, I'll take that. Wouldn't you? As a Panthers fan base, of course we wouldn't be satisfied with it, but at least we could say we got to 500 ball. You know, we got to 8-8 or 8-7. You know, I mean, whatever. It would be what is it? It's 17 games. Okay. So 500 ball. Wouldn't you even be satisfied with that right now? Like, at least you can build on that. You know what I'm saying? Like, right now, we can't even build on that. On what we've got. This is a crumbling foundation. And it's only getting worse. I mean, we're down to the basic, bare bones foundation. And we can't even keep that going. And we're trying to build a house right now. With sticks and stones and whatever we can find in the forest. Just to keep it ourselves alive for an entire season. I don't. This is so frustrating to me. Okay, what I didn't understand was the fact that Cancer actually messes with your brain. This is something I wanted to bring up during Blitzball stream, but I didn't know how to bring it up. You know, there wasn't an opportunity to do so. So I'll bring it up in my stream, since no one is really talking in chat right now. And I kind of got the free reign to do what I want with the topics. Cancer messes with your brain. Now, how I found out about this was my stepfather passed away from cancer. This is a very difficult topic to talk about, and it's a little bit personal. But I'll keep it to the basics, okay? I won't burden you with the rest. He had cancer for the final year of his life. It changed his personality completely. What I didn't realize was this is an actual medical thing. It actually does this to a person with cancer. So, when you saw him out there coaching the final year in 2019, everybody thought, okay, this dude's lost his heart. He's lost his mind. He just doesn't care about this team anymore. He just wants to leave Carolina. No, that's not it at all. Ron Rivera actually cared about this team. And I didn't realize that until I finally saw what was really going on. It wasn't until after we fired Ron Rivera that I discovered that he had cancer. And a few years before that, I had put together the fact that cancer messes with your personality. So it didn't click with me until after he was fired and he announced that. That I was like, oh crap. Did we screw up royally? Did we F up royally here? And then we got Matt Rule in here. A man who has no business being an NFL coach. And that's when we really went, oh, F. You know what the word is. I don't need to say it. We really effed up at that point. And then Frank Reich comes in. And it gets even worse. Boy. I am feeling the guilt, man. I'm feeling the guilt. I'm not even going to lie to you. I'm feeling the guilt. I am eating that crow right now. So if anybody has a right to say the F word at the top of their lungs right now, it's these fans that have put up with this crap for 8 years and watched this product on the field for 8 years. We have the right to say, you know, I'm not going to say the word. You already know what it is. Because we might have kids watching this. You know what I'm saying? It's, you know, we royally effed up when we let Ron Rivera go based on that info. And I'm feeling every bit of that guilt because I was one of the ones that pushed for it the hardest. I thought, just like the rest of you, I bought into it, that this man had lost his heart, that he did not care about the Carolina Panthers, that he just did not want this team to succeed anymore, and he just wanted out. because he was just that exhausted and fed up with this team. And that's what I read off of his body language. But if you're reading that off of his body language and you don't realize that he's fighting cancer and how exhausting that can be, I mean, what do they call that? Oh, shoot. I actually don't know what they call that. It gives off a false flag. We'll say that. False flag. It gives off a false flag because you can misinterpret that body language and go, oh, shoot. This dude doesn't care anymore. Why should we put our faith in a coach that doesn't care about this team? Right? I made that mistake. I think we all did. And now we're sitting here at 303 winning percentage since this man's been gone. And we're starting to really realize how much we royally screwed up. So, Cancer changed his personality, and now he was a completely different person during that year. He finally got the healing that he needed, and he became good at his job again in Washington. Should any of us be surprised? And I mean, my heart goes out to Ron. Cancer sucks. It is not an easy thing to deal with. By any means. It's probably the worst thing in humanity to deal with. In my opinion, and from what I've seen experience-wise, and I've witnessed people that have had the virus, it's worse than the virus. Oh, it's much worse. I'll say this honestly. There are things out there that are worse than death that you have to go through medically. And cancer is one of them. So, what we mistook for exhaustion and frustration and not caring about this team was actually exhaustion and frustration and just being horribly tired from dealing with the cancer treatments. We mistook that, guys. I'll be the first one to say it. I apologize. I'll say it publicly. I apologize. We screwed up. I'll be the first one to say it because I was one of the first ones that was really pushing for it. For him to head out the door. Was he making major NFL head coaching mistakes? Yes. But was that entirely his fault? No. The cancer messed him up, man. And, God, breaks my heart. Breaks my heart, y'all. And I'm not even talking about where we are in our current predicament. I'm talking about just that situation alone. Breaks my heart. And I'm feeling all that weight, y'all. As a Panthers fan, I'm feeling it. I'm a man behind a camera and a mic. And my words have meaning. You know what I mean? And I'm finally starting to understand how much meaning they have in this fan base. And that's when I decided I have to be more careful about what I say on stream. I have to be more careful about what I say behind a mic and a camera. Because sometimes it's not just words. It can have more meaning than that. It can affect the guy's livelihood and the guy's job security when it comes to this team. And that's why when I was pushing for Frank to get out the door and Matt Rule, I did not say those things lightly. Okay? That made me really reevaluate who I am as a Panthers YouTuber. It made me really reshuffle my priorities and what I'm trying to do behind this camera and this mic. And it reminded me that we're all human. You know? We all have a heart. We all have emotions. We all feel things. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're all human. Yes, this is a business, but we're all human. And yeah, I'm hard on these players. I'm hard on this ownership. I'm hard on this management because they matter that much to me and because I care about what happens with it. You know, I'm this hard on these guys because I know they can be better than what they're being right now. I know you can be better. I know you can show more than what you're showing us right now. Because you've already done so. And that's what's frustrating to me. And this is where I understood that it's about more than just patterns and all the usual riffraff that I've been talking about on streams. It's about human emotions in this franchise. It's about treating these players with respect. It's about treating this fan base with respect. And it's about understanding who and what we are as a franchise. And now that I've reevaluated that, now that I've re-looked at those priorities and reshuffled those priorities, you know, in the last few years, the things I'm saying that are getting these coaches fired are for good reason. I'm not just blowing smoke. I'm saying this is what we need in order to get this team back on track. And if it costs a man his livelihood because he's not good at his job, that's what's necessary. This is not one of those situations like Ron where, oh yeah, the cancer affected his personality for an entire year, which was his last year, 2019, and we decided that we wanted to fire him because he doesn't have the heart for this game anymore. Wrong. He does. He proved it in Washington. No, this is the situation where we know that Frank Reich is just not a great head coach. He's not. We've proven it several times over. Matt Rule is not a great head coach. We've proven that twice over already. And we've also proven that David Tepper does not know what he's doing. So, with that in mind, these words and actions that I have said on this stream are not to be taken lightly. I'm starting to understand that now a lot more in the last few years than I ever have as a Panthers YouTuber and as a fan. And the thing is, you know, if you've got no influence in the Panthers fan base, then your voice isn't going to get heard. But now I'm starting to see that my voice is being heard. My opinions are being heard. And people are starting to understand them and take them seriously. Like they should be taken. So, now with that in retrospect, now I have to learn, oh shoot, maybe I should be more careful about what I say. Because now everything's under a microscope. And that's good. That's good, folks. I want that. I want that scrutiny. I want that publicity. You know, I want people to take my opinions seriously because every one of these opinions should be pointed towards helping this franchise and making it better. And so far, I have done just that, in my opinion, except for Ron Rivera. And I feel really, really horrible about that, knowing what I know now. So, if anyone that is a supporter of Ron Rivera, or his family, friends, or even Ron himself, hear this, please know that I am so sorry. And I deeply apologize for the things I said during that time period. I was very angry because this team had not won, you know, and we were stuck, you know. And I felt like this team was stuck, you know, at 500 ball. But now I'm starting to understand there are much worse things than being stuck at 500. In hindsight, 50-50. You know? Hindsight is 20/20, y'all. And I'm starting to understand that now. I'm starting to seriously understand that. And looking back, I wish I could go back and check some of the stuff I said. But I'm a different person now than I was then in 2019. When I first started this channel, I was fresh, I was raw. You know, some of the things I didn't realize how impactful what I was saying could be. Now I realize these things. Now I've grown, I've matured, I've understood that these words have meaning. That I'm not just being thrown around or tossed aside, you know, like Facebook people like to do. Or even YouTube people like to do. Now I'm starting to actually be taken seriously in the last couple of years. Due to the growing publicity, due to the sharing of my videos and these streams. And I'm thankful for that. I embrace that challenge. Bring it on. Bring it on. I love that. This is what I wanted from the beginning. I wanted this challenge. I wanted people to put me under a microscope. Challenge me and help me to grow as a YouTuber and as a Panthers fan and as a person. I want this. And I want this franchise to understand that they can do the same thing. They're being watched. They're being scrutinized. They're being thrown under the bus. Don't make the same mistake I'm making. That I made when I first started this channel. Embrace that change. Grow. Learn from your mistakes. Be better. You know? My motto has always been be better. I've been saying that on streams for the longest time, and I mean that. Be better. Why do I say that? Because if you know somebody can be better than what they're doing right now, be better. Don't talk about it, be about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, model the example you want other people to follow. And I'm starting to understand this is the leadership I want to have as a Panthers channel. This is the type of community I want to grow and work with. You know, and help each other grow and get better. And so it's not just about this team to me, it's about all of us working together to make ourselves better. We got to hold each other accountable, through our words and actions. So, when I use this example of Ron Rivera having that cancer for a year and us misinterpreting his signals and his body language for a year, what I'm trying to tell you is we need to be better. We need to understand that there's other things at work here that are out of our hands. That cancer affected his personality, and it makes me sick to this day knowing that my words were that heavy and my thoughts were that poisonous towards him as a head coach. And now I'm starting to understand I got to do better. There's worse things you can be than mediocre at 500 ball. There's worse things you can be than not good at clock management or not good at using timeouts. And it took that to make me see it. It took a Matt Rule. It took a Frank Wright. It took a David Tepper for me to see this. Doing the things that they're doing right now. And once I realized how much I screwed up, that's when I started to change and get better as a Panthers YouTuber. My heart goes out to you, Ron, and I'm glad you are recovered from that horrendous cancer, man. My heart goes straight out to you, bro. My family knows exactly how that feels to go through that excuse my language, but that crap. I almost said it. But that's exactly what it is. There's no there's no faking it. There's no hiding it. If you're going through it, you're going to show the symptoms. And we misread them. Because we didn't know. None of us knew. So, I'm not trying to guilt trip you because I'm guilt tripping myself. Heck, man. Every second I talk about this, I'm guilt tripping myself about it. Because I'm the one that led that crusade to get him fired. Do I feel bad about it as a Panthers fan? Every day. But we're here. There's nothing we can do about it. Hindsight is 20/20. And as we look back at Matt Rule, as we look back at the Frank Wright era, hindsight is 20/20. There's nothing we can do about it but move forward. So, with that being said, let's move forward. Let's do something about it. Let's make a change. Let's make things better. Let's find some positive things to talk about when we go out and we try to recruit people for this channel. Or any of these 3 channels. Or any of these YouTube channels out there. For any of the YouTubers. Let's find something positive to talk about. That is my stomach growling. So I will be getting some food here soon. But let's talk about a Luke Kuechly. Let's talk about a Thomas Davis. Let's talk about the 2015 season. Let's talk about the fact that Jake Delhomme and Steve Smith had a spectacular season, during that time period. Let's talk about a Julius Peppers. You know what I'm talking about? Like, this is the stuff I want to talk about to Panthers fans that I'm recruiting for this channel. That's the stuff that's going to entice people to come here, man. That's what's going to entice people to stay here. Is positivity. Not, oh, Frank Wright this, David Tepper that. The Cam Newton into the Panthers fold, into this family. Miss me with that. I want something positive to talk about. How about Christian McCaffrey while he was here? How about DJ Moore when he was putting up all those yards? Find me something positive to talk about with all these new subscribers, man. That's what I want to recruit with, man. When we add people to this family. That's where I want to be at, man. I don't want to come onto the camera and mic and talk about all the negative crap each week. But I have no choice. We have nothing to say but negative crap. Until we can dig our way out of this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want people to understand that you can't just expect things to change immediately after Frank Wright is fired here. It's going to take time. You have to have some patience, folks. And that's what I'm saying. We will find our way to that positivity. We will find that way with doing something that is positive. And today we did. So I'm very, very proud of David Tepper for finally making a move. Was it a little late? Yes. But was it a move? Yes. He finally did something that we have been asking him to do. Thank you. Thank you. I don't want to sound ungrateful, so thank you. Thank you so much. I haven't said it during Blitz's stream, but I will say it during mine. Thank you. I love you for that move. I finally want to show that love. You know? That I've been holding in my heart that I have not been able to break out. It's been in jail, man. Because this franchise has been so screwed up. And so twisted and so negative and so toxic that I haven't been able to show that love for this franchise lately. None of us have. And I know people are going to find what we did distasteful. They're going to not like it. They're going to be angry. They're going to be pissed off. They're going to say whatever they're going to say. Bottom line is, we made progress today. And we made it in the right direction. We fired the correct people. We kept the people that needed to stay here because of the situation that we're in. Is it painful? Yes. Is it challenging? Yes. But we did what we had to do. We took the medicine. You know, we took the Pepto-Bismol to settle our upset stomach. You know? Or we took the prescribed meds from the doctor to be better. You know, to start feeling better. But for the longest time, we said, no, we don't need that medicine. We don't need that medicine. We'll get better. We'll get better. We'll get better. We've been stubborn. Guys, we've been stubborn. We're those people that are just like, no, we don't need medicine. We don't need a way to suck out the poison or the venom. Nah, the venom, our bodies will take care of it for us. You know? No, it won't. Let me tell you something, it won't. depending on what issue you have, it won't. And if you are that stubborn, I feel bad for you. Because these people are the same ones that have been stubborn all year long. Oh yeah, let's fire everybody but the ones that are actually at fault. Yeah, I'm calling all these people out. Every one of them. Because y'all need to hear this. Y'all need to understand. This franchise is on life support. What you're doing right now is not helping. You are hindering us by wanting to fire the wrong people. And with all due respect, everybody's got an opinion in this fan base, but not all of them are. Not all of them know what they're talking about. I'd say about half this fan base knows actually what they're talking about. The other half actually does. Because we've done the research, we've done the film studies, we've done the research to get to where we are. You know, and reach the conclusions that we have. This is not our first rodeo. Okay, we understand what needs to be done because we actually understand this franchise. You know, from top to bottom. These are the people you need to listen to. Such as our channels and a few others that actually do know what they're talking about from time to time. And they put out some excellent points. You know, my channel, Mr. Carolina's channel, Blitzball's channel, people that use common sense, common football sense, are the ones you want to listen to. Because these people will help you. Now, you're going to hear the opposite from some of these other YouTubers. And that's their prerogative. They're going to say what they're going to say. They've got their opinions. We have ours. But some of their opinions are based on emotion. Some of them may be right. Some of them may be not right. But they came to those conclusions through emotion. And how they feel. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. You know, you got the fans that came to their conclusions, like us, through logic and using common football sense. Okay? Nothing wrong with that either. That's how we think. That's how what we believe are the actual problems here. And how to solve them. You know, and both are very valid. I will say that. Both of these are valid. But which ones are you going to listen to? You know, that's up to you. Management, you know. I'm not here to say which one you should listen to, really. I'm just here to say that everybody's opinions are valid. You know. We all have them. Choose which ones you want. But some of them can help you. Some of them can hurt you. That all depends on what those opinions are and why we're saying them. But all of our words have value. All of our words can be helpful or hurtful. So which one are you going to choose? You know, choice is up to you. You know, which ones you want to follow. Which ones you want to listen to. Which ones you want to believe in. But words have power. Words have influence. Especially from people like myself that are sitting behind a camera and a mic. You know, that have this many subscribers and this many followers. You know, that we have come together and built this community together. You know, in order to help this franchise. Not to complain about all the things that are wrong with it, but to help this franchise. But in order to do so, you got to discuss what's wrong with it. You got to address what's wrong with it, and you've got to call it what it is, you know? And some of these fans don't know how to do that. I'm sorry, but you don't know how to do that. I have to say it. Somebody's got to. But, and that leads up to my point here, you know, if you want to march on the stadium, you better know what your point is. What are you marching for? So when you do peaceful protests, you're gathering for some sort of change, right? You want something positive to happen instead of all the negative that you're seeing. You know, look at peaceful protests of politics. You're asking for something positive to happen, right? Okay, so with this franchise, what are you asking for? You just got what you wanted. Frank Wright is gone. That's half of what these people wanted. But they don't seem to understand the gravity of what else they're asking for. They don't understand the weight of what they're asking for. And that's the point I'm trying to make here. When you ask for a head coach to be fired midway through the season, those words have weight, ladies and gentlemen. When you ask for a general manager to be fired after 3 years, those words have weight. You know? And we've been carrying this burden of all these losses as a fan base together. It's like a ginormous boulder on our shoulders that we can't seem to get off of our shoulders. So pick the right person. Okay? Pick the right person. And today, Mr. Tepper did. Now, that's not saying that Scott can't get fired in the future. That's just saying that today he was not. And we made the correct decision. Because of how at risk we are and how close we are to that 20-year drought. We made the right call. Today we made the right call. Tomorrow we may not. But today we did. And I'm proud. I'm not going to say I'm proud, but I'm happy. And I'm thankful that we did. And a lot of people are not going to want to hear that. A lot of people are going to shout you down. They're going to get pissed off. They're not going to want to hear your voice. They're not going to want to hear what you have to say when you bring my opinions into somebody else's chat. That's fine. Let them do it. Let them do it. Because what's important is we all have one goal in mind: to improve this team. Not everybody's going to agree. Not everybody's going to be on the same page. In fact, this fan base is like, when you have debate about the Panthers, it's like debating politics. It really, really is. And I hate that it's become that. I wonder how many of these other fan bases became that, before they went into their 20 years of darkness. Like the Cleveland Browns, like the New York Jets, like the Jaguars. Before they finally found their way out of the deep, dark tunnels that they put themselves in. I wonder how many of these fan bases felt that right before that happened. We have a chance to avoid this right now. And avoid going into that tunnel right now. By dealing with Scott Fitterer another year. And handling the Tepper problem first. And what I mean by the Tepper problem is hiring the wrong coaches. Now, once we hire the right coach and we get this done correctly, yes, we are going to be successful because we have hired somebody that actually knows what they're doing and is manipulating Scott the correct direction. But at the same time, at the end of the day, it's a flip-sided coin because you still have to eventually deal with Scott Fitterer with his easily manipulative mind. So eventually you have to deal with that. But that's a war for another day. Right now, our main goal is to survive as a franchise. Just like I said about Thomas Brown at the end of the year. That's a battle for another day. Right now, our goal is to survive. And make this $70+ million worth something this year. So that these players will not leave, but will stay here. That, even in and of itself, is the biggest challenge that we face right now, is keeping these players here. And that's like pulling teeth to convince them to stay here at this point. Because we have already screwed up the root canal. So any teeth that we have left, this is terrifying at this point. That we have to do this. I'm as a Panther fan, I'm terrified that we're here. That we've gotten to this point of desperation. But we kept putting ourselves here. We kept going. We kept digging that grave further and further and further. Until we're at a point of desperation where, oh shoot, the ladder is much, much, much too short to try to get ourselves out of it. We keep somehow getting out of it the last few years and saying, okay, we survived another year as a fan base. But now, how much longer until we don't? I mean, the decision has to be with the person that's digging the grave, which is Mr. Tepper. Ever since you took over here, we haven't won, sir. We haven't done anything. We've regressed. Very, very much so. So the only way we're getting out of this and not entering that deep cavern of despair as a fan base for the next 20 years and getting trapped in the Cave of Wonders, if you want to look at the Aladdin aspect of this, because that's exactly where we're going to be. We're going to be old men before we get out of this. cavern of despair. Imagine how old you're going to be when we finally get out of it. What? Some of you are in your 20s, you'll be 50. Half your life will pass you by. Some of us in our 30s, half our life will pass us by. Some of you will be not alive by the time we get out of this. If we go down that dark tunnel and we stay there. This is where we're heading if we don't fix this and fix it right now. I am telling you, I am pleading with you, Mr. Tepper. Absolutely pleading with you. If you don't fix this now, I have no hope. I have no hope that we're going to fix this for the next 20 years. Because we keep doing this to ourselves. We keep sabotaging ourselves. We keep putting ourselves deeper in this hole. You want to know the difference between this team and my Clemson Tigers, who have been struggling this year? What does Dabo say when we were struggling? If you're the Clemson Tigers fan base, and you're sitting there going, "Oh, we should fire Dabo Swinney. We should fire Dabo Swinney." Okay. What does he respond with? He responds with, "I embrace this challenge of adversity. I embrace this bad year. And the fact that we are being challenged. Because it's only going to make us tougher. It's only going to make us stronger when we come out of it." Panthers fans, there's wisdom in this. Okay? There's wisdom in this that you need to understand. We are struggling right now. And Mr. Tepper, I need you to spread that message of we embrace these challenges. And we want to find a way out of it. We want to find a way to that light. We want to be better. But it starts with me. If you're Mr. Tepper, okay? At that podium tomorrow. That's the words I need to hear come out of your mouth. Not, "Oh, well, it was inevitable. This coach sucks and da-da-da. I screwed up." I don't want to hear "I screwed up." "I screwed up" means you're going to screw up again. And you're like, whatever. It's just $1 billion, right? Wrong, sir. Wrong, sir. This is $1 billion franchise, not a play toy. If I hear those words come out of your mouth, I'm going to be pissed. What I need to hear instead is, we embrace this change. We want to fix this. And we're going to start right now. Now, if I hear those words come out of your mouth, I will respect you. And I will hold you to those words. Because words have meaning, sir. If you show me those words, I will hold you to them. And I will expect you to live up to them. And I will expect this franchise to make progress at that point. Don't say them if you don't mean them. If you don't mean them and you're just going to gaslight us again, don't say them. Don't pull a Frank Wright. Don't gaslight us. Tell us the truth. Tell us you really care about this franchise. Tell us that you actually care about what you bought. Not just, oh, I care about the bottom line and the paycheck that I'm taking to the bank while laughing my way to the bank. With all of these Panther fans' money and these taxpayers' money in Charlotte. No, I need to hear I embrace change in Carolina in a positive way. And we will be reading your body language, sir. We will be checking to find out if you are telling the truth or not. Because the results will speak for themselves. If you truly mean those words, be about it. Don't just talk about it, be about it. Hire the right man this time around. Because this is round 3. Ding ding fight. And you better hope you come out with a contender. Because if you come out with a champion in that boxing ring that looks like a clown again, you better sell this team because there ain't no hope. There ain't no hope of you hiring the right man after that. I'm sorry. There ain't no hope. Because you have just proven at that point you don't know what you're doing. And you likely never will. Unless you start learning about this franchise and this team. Start from scratch, sir. Because the last 2 head coaches you just hired don't understand what keep pounding is. They don't understand the house that Jerry Richardson built. They don't understand what this fan base believes in. And these players believe in. That's the message you're sending by hiring people like that. Do you understand this, Mr. Tepper? With all due respect, sir, like, I'm talking to you like a man. Because I'm a man, you're a man. You're a human being, I'm a human being. I'm speaking to you as one human being to another human being. Do you understand what it takes to succeed? Yes or no? Okay, yes, you do, because you've been a hedge fund manager. You own part of the Steelers. Okay, so yes, you do understand what it takes to succeed. But there's another aspect to it too. There's a human aspect to this franchise. There's an emotional aspect to this franchise. And if you're not willing to embrace that too, and understand that this team was built way before you, based on the principles of this fan base, you're not going to get anywhere. You're not going to win over any people's hearts. You're only going to piss people off. Like you're doing right now. So if you really, really do want to learn this franchise from top to bottom, listen to these veterans that have been successful in this team. Listen to this fan base that are crying out, that are begging you not to make the wrong decision again. And to try to understand everything that was built here and created for us. And we're begging you, please take this franchise in the right direction. Finally, because it's been too long. It's been too long. We've been out wandering out in the desert, looking at mirages every year, wondering when we're going to find water. And we're dehydrated for wins and success. When are you going to show us an actual water lake? Something. Anything. that can quench that thirst. We'll take anything at this point. This fan base is that desperate that we will take anything at this point. And we are this close to staying dehydrated and lost in that desert for another 20 years. But it's up to you, Mr. Tepper. Do you want to fix this now? Or do you want us to go through that 20 years of darkness? Deep, dark despair as a franchise. And I'm not just talking the regular despair of the Cleveland Browns, the Jets, the Lions. We're about to hit the lowest of those lows. We're about to become the worst of those. During our 20-year period, because we're already the lowest out of those teams since 2019 in win percentage. We're already here. We've already reached that plateau of despair. And that's just within that small amount of time. Imagine how Jets fans feel. Imagine how Lions fans felt when they went through their drought. It's sickening. It makes you want to puke. It makes you want to break your flat screen every time you watch a game. But oh wait, Panthers fans already feel that right now. Imagine how they're going to feel during that 20-year drought. They're not going to put up with this, I'm telling you. They're already impatient enough. Imagine what a 20-year drought's going to do to them. This fan base is going to suffer through pure depression unless you fix this now. Pure, unfiltered depression. Like you have never witnessed within a fan base. It's coming. If you fire Scott. If you don't like Scott, that's on you. At this point. Do I like the decisions he's made? No. But if we get a worse GM than him, imagine what that's going to cause. People don't want that. You don't know what you're asking for. You really don't know what you're asking for, Panthers fans. This is why I'm taking this time to explain this to you. In full graphic detail and in full explanations. It is that critical as a fan base, as a franchise, that we understand how much damage we could still do to this franchise. And how scary and terrifying this can actually get. This is what will actually make me go on hiatus as a Panthers YouTuber. Because there's nothing left to save at that point. There's no hope. There's no advice I can give that can get us out of trouble. There's nothing. Because we've already entered that deep, dark cave of wonders. Looking for a lamp that does not exist down there anymore. It's already gone. We got trapped in there. We got Houdini'd. We got manipulated. We got gaslighted. And yet we're still here. That's loyalty. That's what loyalty looks like. Y'all want to know what loyalty looks like in this fan base? That's what loyalty looks like. When we are still in that deep dark cave. That's why I respect all those Jets fans that stuck around during that. That's why I respect all those Lions fans that stayed fans of Detroit through all of that. Cleveland fans, I respect you during that drought because you stuck it out through the lowest of lows. And Jacksonville fans, same to you. Miami fans, same to you. That stuck it out through those droughts. Arizona fans, you're going through it right now. I respect you. I want you to know I understand how you feel right now, and I respect that. I understand what that feels like. Okay? As a Clemson basketball fan, I know exactly how that feels. We have never even been competitive for a championship in Clemson basketball. So believe me, we had two chances, and we got shut down by way better teams during that time period. And I thought this was it. Nope. Welcome to the Cave of Wonders, folks. This is where we're at. The Cave of Darkness. If anybody understands how you guys feel right now, it's me. This team and my Clemson basketball team will never win a championship. All the rest of them have. That I've rooted for. At least once. Heck, even the Chicago Cubs won one. Before this team did. And before that basketball team did. I want y'all to understand that. This is where we're at. I can't even bring myself to watch any of those games anymore. But I have so much passion and so much love for this Panthers team that I get in front of a camera and a mic every Sunday to explain what we are doing right and what we are doing wrong. And advice on how to fix it. That's how much passion I've got for this team. That ought to tell you something. That's real. Don't ever tell me that passion's not real. Don't ever tell me that love's not real for this team. Don't ever throw me under the bus and tell me I'm not a real Panthers fan. Because I will prove you wrong in 0.5 seconds. With everything I'm doing on this channel. I will show you every video that I have put out. I will show you every VOD that I have put out. I don't have to do this. But I choose to do it for you. I choose to do it for free. I don't have to. I don't want a dime. I don't want a nickel out of this channel. I don't. I do it for you because I believe that this team can and will get better. But we have to choose to do so. We have to choose to get out of our own way. We have to choose to move forward. And we haven't chosen to do that until today. It's been 8 long years. 8 long years. And we got more coming. Make no mistake about it. This is not going to be the start of it. This is not going to be the end of it. We are waist deep in this crap. But if we don't start making some changes soon, we're going to be elbow deep in it. And we're not going to find our way out. As fans, we are drowning in that frustration and that anger. You feel it every day as you watch these games. You feel it every Sunday. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. You feel it every Sunday, don't you? How do we change that? By choosing to be better. And to hold up to our word. So, Mr. Tepper, it's up to you. If I don't hear the words come out of your mouth tomorrow that we're going to make a change and we're going to do something better and we're embracing this change and you don't live up to it after that point, I am holding you fully accountable. And I would not blame everybody that is going up to that stadium and complaining about you after that point. It's up to you. I've said my piece. It's 3 a.m. I'm out. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for all the likes and the subs. I appreciate all of you. You're amazing. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep trudging through this mud, man. Keep trudging through this absolute dumpster fire that is this team. And we will get there. We need a vision going forward. We need something that we can follow through on and believe in. But that choice is up to you. Mr. Tepper, are you ready to embrace that change, that vision? Are you ready to do something? Or are we just going to go waist deep into the next 20 years and expect different results? It's up to you. I am Corey McDaniel, your host for Keep Pounding. And I want to shout out The Real Sunchild. I want to shout out Broski Bear. Broski Bear. Mr. Lock Poppy, who is our moderator. And everybody else that has come into our channel. Showed us love. Is a new subscriber. Is a new follower on Facebook. We appreciate you. We love you. Welcome to the family. And let's continue on into 2023. Finish out this year strong. Preview video coming. Preview stream coming. Well, not preview video, but preview stream coming later on this week with Blitzball. We will see you then. Until then, stay happy, healthy, and well. And as always, keep pounding. I'm out, y'all.
At Aldi, we don't...